Good morning, everybody. Still got a bit of a mic stand issue here today. Tried a slightly different posting, but the actual repairs of the arm have not been even started. That should at least be a good position. Good morning. Yep, I am live. Don't know about a legend, but I'm here. You know what? Now that I can move furniture without breaking it, I'm gonna get a better chair. I leveled carpentry all the way to 10 for this. You don't know my patience. Of course, something is blocking it in this corner. Whatever it is, it's not on the floor. Let's roll through the numbers here. Oh, it's going to be the bookshelf, isn't it? Funny thing is, if I lift it up, I can probably put it down. All right, let's try that again. There we go. Still looks really cluttered back there. But I can at least say that I have a very comfortable place to sit and read now. Currently reading Mechanics Volume 3, so that we can, we discovered that mechanics was the thing that was holding us back from getting good welded repairs onto our trunks. Welding level 6 was not the problem. Mechanics being only level 4 means we're getting just slightly suboptimal repairs. So we'll see what level 5 brings us. Grimbaki, good morning. Saw a post about agriculture this morning. Somebody went real deep and decompiled a bunch of really interesting stuff. And I was like, wow, man, that's really interesting. I wish you had done that work on something that deserved it. Hey, at least I can say the hops and hemp haven't died for no reason yet. Good morning, Kitsio. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, it's true. I should very much like to see some more stability. Still a chance of damaging windshields when yanking them out. I'm only doing it because I don't care about something that's already almost broken. All animal spawns are oh, that's painful. Oh, that's painful. Lots of pork. And that's it. Vehicle parts that can be repaired with metalworking but are not like hoods, I'll leave them in front of the dumpster. I'll take mercy. But tires, I have no mercy for anymore. Wood bite. Oh, I never took the trauma bag out of it. Okay, fair enough. Tire armor is also crazy duct tape expenditure. No. I'm growing an entire field of flax for tailoring. Yes, yeah. You know what else is you know what else is 240 tailoring? Long johns. You know what I can make long johns with? The stuff I'm growing out of the ground. It's a lot, and it doesn't cost duct tape in the process. There's no math there. I cannot spend duct tape and get just as much experience. Why would I try the gas tank? What's wrong with me? I'm mechanics level 4. I'm not awake yet. Yeah, brakes, suspensions are still 50-50. I'm not just going to sit here and repeatedly try because that's pointless. Well, okay, hang on. I'll try once. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, I don't care because one attempt is all I get before the experience cooldown kicks in. Yeah, that would be pretty good maintenance experience. Honestly, maintenance is one of those skills that just, if you go out of your way to grind it, that's a lot of materials, but if you don't go out of your way to grind it, you forget about it. I got to 5, and then I kind of forgot about it. I'm 6. Or, I'm sorry, I'm just under halfway to 6. Oops. Not my wrench, please. There you go. Could also melt those brakes down for steel if I wanted to, but nah. That's Coke now. I'm a Pepsi boy now. I don't do Coke. I'm clean, man. I'm clean. Oh, we yanked everything out of this, too. Okay. I have an idea. That's going to require food, though. Not really, no. No, it won't really require food. Just some to keep me going for a minute. We're going to level mechanics a little bit here. I say a little bit. We're going to level mechanics. And there might not be a little bit about it. There might be a lot of bit about it. Yeah, metal bed with bits is an outlier in how effective it appears to be. Wait a minute. I was going to do both generators, but I did one because I'm a doofus. I'm a dum-dum. Which way, Western Man? What do we got here? A couple good tires. Just gonna leave these on the side of the road for pickup because I was gonna go a little farther afield than just this. Yeah. Still a chance to damage windshield, so if a perfect one is in front of me, I'm not damaging it. A couple of beds I could steal from this place. I haven't cleared the other two apartments, though. Okay, only one of these has got a bedroom with a single bed in it. Kind of what I wanted to see more of up here, but oh well. Also, I forgot to empty this trauma bag in the trunk when we, okay. So we'll put that. We'll put the electrical stuff in there. Leave this here for pickup. We're going down the road to Electromax. That is how we will level our mechanics a little bit while we're out in the field. I suppose it would behoove me to check on the animals, he says as he just continues driving. Animals just feel like towing for me, only even less certain. I'm going to set up in the janitor closet. It's a sentence that I don't often expect to hear myself say, but no windows and no interior doors, and I've got a bed on my person so I can sleep there. Carpentry level 10 is a pathway to some abilities some consider to be unnatural, such as never having a chance to break beds. Now we've got about hour and a half or so before we need to sleep. I could, a very, very efficient thing I could do for the last, instead of getting started on vehicles, which is quite a laborious, time-intensive task, could just bag up some steel sheets. I will need these someday. It's a higher level welding concern. That does not mean I cannot pre-stage pickups of garbage bags filled up with steel sheets. An understated thing that I miss from the loot tables being absolutely fucking annihilated here is I used to be able to come here and find paint of almost every color. It's like this game has had the color removed from it, and now we're just playing in black and white. I won't be too dramatic about it, but I mean, hey, look, one of those fabled loot workshop loot crates right there. They do still exist. Lots in residential. Well, I mean, no, that's We're talking about tools. That's where most of our tools have come from. That's where we've been. Garages, really, I think, has been the biggest source of where we ended up getting it. Oh, paint, right. The, trying to find it in every color. You'll get those crates every once in a while, the paint crates. Basements with paint crates. If I had to, if I couldn't rely on workshop loot tables, which I really can't anymore. I think we had a paint basement at the, no, that was a paint truck. Yeah, we had a paint truck at the, farm here. So there is some paint up at the farm. Yeah. Oh no, I mean, if this is intentional, that's I can guarantee that's got to be it. I just wish I knew that whether this was even intentional or not, because this looks like something they could have done by accident or by intent, and with the communications blackout, we'll just have to speculate. Communications disruption can mean only one thing: invasion. Federation wouldn't dare go that far. $182.7. We can't do another full garbage bag. Half, maybe? Maybe a little bit. What is that, like, 4 more? Yeah. 4 more. The reason I'm allocating a very specific amount here is I believe that is about an exact fit for what we can fit in a reliable step van right now. Normally I'd plan for 208, but I can't fix trunks just yet, so 204 is that'll work. And look at that, it's bedtime. Perfect timing. Good, but not with pillow. Okay, so I had this theory that the pillow has to be on the west side of these. It doesn't matter whether it's the head of the bed or the foot of the bed. It has to be the west side of the bed. Look at that. Good with pillow now. What a strange game we're playing. Okay, now we can actually get to work. I just didn't want to lock in on vehicle disassembly until I had gotten a first sleep in. This is one of the trucks we started with. Damage, I think? Yeah, significant. Lost like 40 in the trunk. Oh, this is one of the good ones. This is one of the really good ones, in terms of engine quality. Very rare to see a D688. Just it's useless to me until I can fix the trunk. This would probably be better than the one that we're using for our forge, in terms of engine quality, at least. So we're not yanking this apart for parts. In fact, if I see a good regular tire, I'm replacing the front left. I will pull the headlights just because free experience. It don't need no headlights right now. Full disassembly. Snow time. Tires are regular. This 100% regular will go onto the red one. So it's at least even. Perfect performance brakes, perfect performance suspensions. So we do not touch anything on the undercarriage in this thing because, yeah, we want to wait till we're high enough level to not damage it. So, as much as I would prefer not to have to come back, I like doing everything at once. That's not an option here. Absolutely not. Kind of got a system going here where I'm putting things that I'm a little bit more likely to possibly want someday, like perfect doors. Even though those I can fix, so I'm more likely to just fix them than replace them. or high-ish condition regulars. So like these right here are possibly something I might want someday. Anything that I probably won't want someday, I just either dump on the floor. Anything that's really good that I want goes in the backpack or the vehicle over there. So it's just kind of the general priority process we're working with here. A perfect hood. Don't have a lot of those right now. A lot of them are damaged. On standby for repair. Perfect performance tires. 3 of them. Hell yes. Lots of good fans here. Me gusta. Mucho gusta. I'm gustaing so hard right now. Second bedtime is a go. Just clear a few obstructions. I can actually drive all the way to the back door here. Instant nightmare. Okay, I have nothing to waste the time with, so we're just gonna go. Stuff that I found in the vans a long time ago, left behind here. Get them out of the way. Honestly, if I take those tires out of the trunk and just leave them in the trailer's probably close to full already. We'll call that a little over half. Can't get away with leaving it behind now. We got more vans up there. More perfect performance. That's what I like to see. And that now the trailer's full. Okay. Cool. I never got into this one, so we're gonna have to let go of one of the windows. I don't have time for this. Okay. Alright. Door quality 100%. Lock status broken. Someone must have very carefully been trying to break in. Oh, right, it's full. Why is my van moving? Why am I pixeling closer to the other vehicle? It's literally unplayable. Is this gonna ram it? Is this gonna cause damage? Not interested in finding out. I'm gonna move the trailer itself out of the way too. I don't trust this. We're done with that one for now anyway. I have no idea if I want to take an imperfect performance. I'm going to leave this on the floor with the other one over here. I might not have room for anything imperfect, so it might be a waste of time to carry that around. Okay. These are not performance, these are old. Some of them are good, but they're old. Good morning, kid, and how's it going? We are getting some mechanics work done today. Another level, we should be able to get some pretty effective trunk repairs. And I will be about 10% happier once we get some of the vehicles on my lot stop looking ugly. Hey, Sammy, how's it going? Good to see ya. We have been skill building a lot, so if we were skill building or base building when you last joined, we're still kind of doing that. A little bit more skill than base now. The base is in a great spot. Skills are in progress, very in progress. We got blacksmithing to 9 last time. Electrical is getting much closer to level 6. Level 6 electrical means pipe bombs on remote. Alright, hopefully you feel better. Drop, and into the backpack. We are... lights. The seats in here. One of them is perfect, one of them... Perfect seat goes with me. Close to perfect can get left. If I had more room, I'd be more cavalier about taking things home that are close to perfect. And a couple of perfect performance tires on this thing too. We'll be coming home with a huge haul of perfect performance tires. And once we level up a little further, we'll be able to come back here and get more perfect performance brakes. Actually, we're just about to fill up the ambulance, and this is the last of the Electromax vans. So everything went better than expected, honestly. This is our 5th box of light bulbs that we're coming home with. Good. I like it. WTF am I doing? Did I lose the truck? What? Which truck are we talking about? Banana Crowbar? I have had many trucks. We're leveling mechanics is what we're doing right now. You have never been in PZ as far as I do a playthrough, but am I prepping or just removing it? Okay, so Phoenix Flyer, sorry I missed your command. Good to see you. What we're doing right now is we're leveling. The way leveling mechanics works is you get experience every time you add or remove a part, and then there's like a 24-hour cooldown for that particular part in that particular van, right? So every time I yank the seat out of this van, for example, this van that I'm working on, get a little bit of experience. If I were to put a seat back in, I'd get a little bit more. But right now, what I'm kind of doing is getting experience, but then also sorting the parts by quality. Some of the parts I really want right now, I'm putting in the back of my main vehicle, the ambulance. Some parts I'm not quite as prioritized on. I'm leaving them on the floor in an organized fashion. And then some parts I don't want at all, and I'm just tossing. So it's basically anything that looks organized on the floor is something that I'm probably going to come back pick up later. But otherwise, I don't have much room left, and we just yanked the last part off of this van that So I'm leaving certain parts behind because I'm not high enough level mechanics to take them off without a chance of damaging them. So I'm just doing what I know that I can do successfully right now. Otherwise, we are hungry, and I'm out of the small form food that I brought with me, so we're going to go across the street to the gas station. We got like less than 15 in the trunk. Yeah. So we can pick up like 1 or 2 things while we're at the gas station. There's a mechanic shop across the street too. But that's going to be like completely random. Meanwhile, I was relatively sure of what was on those vans. I did see one Zed over here. Just one dude. After the carnage that we had some carnage to wipe this place out a while back. This is our only Zed so far today. Hello. It's Machete's halfway, so I can rebuild them now. The blue truck from yesterday. Blue truck. Right, blue truck from yesterday. That was, we had like 4 of those. We were collecting those. We have not gone to go and get the parts from those yet. I chose to go to Electromax first because I remembered that Electromax vans seem to be a cut above the rest. Like, consistently. Electromax vans here at Electromax, which is to the west of Riverside. The vans you see in this parking lot, generally the parts on them have always been a cut above the rest. Like for all of B42 that I've played so far. But yeah. Oh yeah, and Phoenix Fire, your last question, will it degrade in the open? No, it doesn't. Realistically, that might be a thing, and I wouldn't even put it past the devs to add that someday. Currently, that doesn't happen. If we think about it from a game mechanic standpoint, if that was a thing that happened, then I would just not put it out in the open. I would just have to sit there and waste time shoving it back into a container. So I'm actually kind of glad that I don't have to do that, because that's just more time that I'd have to waste. Got to balance the realism with actual fun gameplay. That is a very big challenge for the devs of this game. Not a lot of people have the patience for silly nonsense that I do. That's where mods come in, usually. But then mods break everything sometimes, so all kinds of fun things to think about here. I hear somebody groaning out back somewhere. Oh, probably this. Yeah, this little enclosure, this back area. Yeah, I don't care. Couldn't pay me to care. They want to announce themselves and start slapping a door. Go for it. If not, I've got more important things to do right now. Like, have soda. Clear. Now, I could just pull these standard cars apart. Thing is, I don't use standard vehicles at all. So as long as there's heavy-duty vehicles that I could be pulling parts off of without damaging them, then I'm probably going to do that. Yeah, no, unfortunately, we looted that entire store, and we got 0.0 packs of smokes. That was a pathetic excuse for a gas station in terms of smokes. Now, you see that we've yeeted a windshield and a hood from this van already. That was actually a long time ago. The wheels are still good, and then the windows now, and then the doors. I can yank those without any chance of damaging them. So I'm out of room for wheels in the ambulance. I'm going to hand carry these two, because they are two perfect performance tires again. So what I'm going to do is put them on the ground right here. We'll get a backpack out of my backpack and carry it in my hand. I hear somebody groaning to my left. They are not aggroed. Yeah, we'll go take... I'm going to deal with them in just a moment. Brakes are regular, sus is perf. Give me that radio. I can yank every one of the 6 seats out of here and get experience for every single one of them. So, let's call that musical chairs. Yeah, call that musical chairs. But before we do that, because that's going to be a lot of carrying heavy things, keep in mind that if a zombie touches you while you're carrying a lot of heavy stuff, you're giving them a free hit. So, before I start carrying heavy stuff, we take the free hit. Anybody else back here? Another one of these strange assortment of pipes. Has anybody seen one of these before? I don't understand what these are, but I'm seeing them everywhere now. It's strange. It's like it's like they're creating a series of H shapes out of pipes. It's like there's a pipe and then there's an H on top of an H on top of an H. Is it like H H H H H? Like they're sighing? Like, is that what it is? I don't know, guys. I've been trying to figure out exactly what these assortment of pipes are that seem to be stapled onto walls in strange, convenient places. Somebody in chat told me that it was a LDR or something like. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I have no idea what that is. It looks like it could be something useful, maybe. But I mean, if I stand in front of it and hit E, nothing happens. So I don't know what that is. Must be a cooling system for the building. Yeah, so the building doesn't overheat. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know, guys. I just work here. Okay, I think we're clear. I came back here because, you see one Z. You make sure they're not grouping up with each other. Alright, it's time to play with some musical chairs. Yank all the seats out of this bad boy. In order to do that, you gotta make sure there's nothing on the seats. And would you look at that, there's shit all over the seats. Weird pre-apocalypse decoration. Yeah, maybe. Only the pre-apocalypse people would know that, probably. Ooh. Someone in this car had a whole duffel bag full of snacks. Oh, this is like a camping trip sort of joint. Okay. Alright. Hey, we found a high-quality sleeping bag. Okay. We've wiped out a few camping stores without finding one of those. Alright. I didn't even know that they were a thing. Like I remember seeing high quality sleeping bag in the internal names of some of the items, but never the external. Okay. All right. Okay, everything removed from all the seats. What I kind of did is I separated the stuff that was in the vehicle into a duffel bag of useful stuff that I'll pick up on my way out and a garbage bag of stuff that I don't have room for right now. Just dump it on the ground. Come back for it later if I need it. Otherwise, we are here for... Oh, there's another duffel bag. I'm going to empty electrical from my backpack and put it in here. But we can't make this duffel bag too heavy. Otherwise, I won't be able to pick it up. We're at that threshold now. Because remember, I'm already allocated to hand carry those 2 tires, so... This is the things we got to think about when we're very limited on storage space and we can't do something like tow a vehicle long distance. I mean, we can try, but we'll just be damaging ourselves eventually. Murphy's Law is now stacked so heavily against us that I'm not going to bother trying anymore. There's no point. Why would I? Why would I just damage my shit like that? Alright, seats are coming on out. Driver's seat, middle left seat, rear left seat. You get a seat, you get a seat, you get a seat. We are very close to make... Oh, we're 5 experience away. We're 5 experience away. Oh, I'll get the level up from the windows here. There, yep, okay, we're there. Mechanics level 5. So what we reassess now is, can I do brakes or suspensions? Nope. They still have a chance to damage. So once again, we don't touch brakes or suspensions. What about windshields? Yes, I can do windshields now. Okay. Slight problem. I don't have the ability to carry anymore. I'm literally full. Full to such an extent that I'm gonna have to leave this behind. We don't have to stop and read any books, but yeah. Processing, calculating. Give me a moment. I'm going to put this on the ground over here to separate the others. Wait a minute, we do have a little bit of room in the trunk still. We just couldn't fit a whole tire. Can I fit a windshield? Yes, I can. Okay. And then we've got room for those, and then we've got like 3 more. Put my sword in there for now. I made a sword, but then I realized that having a one-handed weapon on 3 while I'm doing mechanics, it feels better. Okay, so we're going to head back and just drop off all of this stuff that we've loaded up so far. Maybe even install some of it. So, military backpack into my offhand. Tire, battery into that. And then duffel bag into my primary hand. We are loaded up. Let's get the hell out of here. On our way out, we stop by to grab the trailer, because that's the only thing we can safely tow now. So just, if anybody's not familiar with what happens when you yank tires off of vehicles, this van that's in the middle of the forest here, started out right here. This van that's going over here running into the street light started out right here. This van right here used to be in that parking spot. Why are they drifting? The devs saw fit to destroy towing. They did not see fit to stop shit like that from happening. So, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I just work here. back to the fire department. Oh, you know something I should have done before we left. The van we were disassembling had a good windshield. The one on our current ambulance has a crack in it. I should have just done a swap. Oh well, too late. It's fine. We've got other windshields that I am now capable. Oh, they're right there. Oops. Rear windshield, regular windshield. There we go. Ain't got time for something with cracks in it. That can go to our glass making leveling later on. If anybody's not familiar with why I always keep broken glass every time I see it, we just put it somewhere. Usually pottery. We put it in the pottery area. Pottery's area is right next to the kiln for melting it down to glass. Glass making can get us, well, I wish it could get us head windshields, you know. Wish it could get us shit like it can't, not yet. I don't even know if it ever will, but it can get us windows for our bases. It can get us jars, glass jars to preserve crops with. Sorry, I use the word preserve. The real word is condense. And condense a bunch of vegetables into a single item, and it packs it all together. There's not much of a point in unloading that stuff here because the vehicles that I want to repair are right here. We had to get them out of the way. These are two ambulances, one dirty, one clean, both with 100 engine quality. So despite the fact that they're wrecked in every other way, once we get perfect parts on them and repair the engines, which is a long time from now, once we get all that, they will be beautiful things. Works of art, as it were. I don't know why Okay, I will allocate tires for these. Perfect performance tires ×4 for this one, and then for the other one. But I can't install them yet because I yanked the suspensions and brakes out. So, not yet, but soon. I can at least leave them behind. Because these ones have the best engines, they of course get the best parts. Crap. Didn't park quite close enough. Another problem is these are going to drift too. Now that I've yanked the tires off. Oh, you know, I think this one. Actually, I think this one does still have its undercarriage. I did not yank the undercarriage off of this one. No, I did. I actually did a better job on this one than the other one. Shit. See, the problem is the brakes and suspensions have to be on before you can put the tire on. And if you don't put the tire on, it's going to drift. So this thing's already drifted a little bit. It's going to drift a little bit more. Whatever. This one's actually parked at an angle. It might run into the, I don't know. It might breach containment. It might end up in the road someday. We'll see. In the meantime, we'll just allocate the parts then. This one's probably going to be the new primary someday because it is the prettiest. I do judge books by their cover when the contents are just that good. After a certain point, some books have better covers than others. And what I meant by that is we are going to go ahead and use the one perfect seat that we have so far on this one. There's no reason not to install light bulbs and everything, of course. More for experience. Okay, so I can't remember how long it's been since I tried these brakes. It might have been more than 24 hours. I'm just going to see if I can get them out of the way. Yeah, I just want them out of the way. I don't even care that I didn't get experience for some of that. Perfect hoods. Just looking at it makes me happy because I know I can put them. I know I can fix them and put them on now. Or not. I'm sorry. These ones over here on the right are all damaged. Everything on the ground over here that's made of metal is all damaged, but can be fixed with welding. Meanwhile, you get diminishing returns on repairs for both weapons. You know, most people have seen that weapon repairs are diminishing returns. So are vehicle part repairs. So these hoods that have never been damaged at all. Yeah, when we slap one onto our library ambulance here, why not? Just because it's got a lower engine quality and therefore will never be my primary. That doesn't matter. It's going to look pretty if it's going to be on my lot. That's how things work here. Plus, we get experience for everything we do there, so that's not even a question. This one goes over to slated repairs, and the other perfect one can go to my other ambulance up there on the other side. In fact, I will bring the ambulance that's on the other side over here, because the whole point is we bring cars that we want to fix up next to the piles of parts over here, and then fix them up. That's kind of where we're working towards with this particular mechanics layout. Perhaps someday we'll get a proper garage layout, but the interior of the fire department is a little busy right now. I don't feel like establishing, a dedicated mechanic zone inside the base right now. That's inside the base is for other things at the moment. Just 2 more tires, and then perfect performance are on the right side here. So basically all of my primary vehicles and now secondary vehicles can all get perfect performance now, I think. think. We're getting there. If not there, we're getting there. Okay, this ambulance has been exfiltrated of any sort of loot that needs to be sorted. I'm going to go put the trailer back where we found it. For now. Now this ambulance is secondary to the combat ambulance, but this one is probably slated to go ahead and get some good tires on it at some point in the not too distant future, so we can leave it on this side of the lot. Put this duffel of unsorted loot next to the bags of unsorted loot on the floor. We'll get that sorted. It's a question of when, not if. Now this is the combat ambulance. This is the one that's going to be, I mean, it is our best right now. It actually has more room in the trunk than the one we've been working with thus far today. The problem is the trunk is filled with combat stuff. That's why I call it the combat ambulance, because it's got everything I need for days of sustained combat in it. I don't want to be emptying everything out of it just so that I can go do something else. I have other vehicles. I'll just use a different vehicle. It's fine. But eventually we'll get all of them brought back up to specs so that the only difference between them is engine quality, at which point all three of these ambulances have way lower engine quality than these two over here that are total wrecks that need to be fixed up from the ground up. So that's kind of the paradigm we're working with here. I'm just going to go ahead and leave this bad boy right here because we want to get new tires on it, new glasswork, and a new hood. Well, actually the glasswork is fine. I usually just don't think about glasswork until the cracks show up. The cracks are perfect visual indicator of when, you're getting close to that halfway integrity point. As far as I know, zombies only do like between 2 and 5% integrity damage every time they successfully slap the glasswork. So as long as you don't let them slap it, it's only collisions with static objects that you have to worry about. On my heaviest combat vehicle, on my previous character, I think we managed to get like an average of like a dozen tops, a dozen or so slaps from zombies in a single bombing session. So, yeah, usually on the lower end of the damage. This sleeping bag needs to be kept separate from the other camping gear because it is the only high quality. Or rather, what it shows it in the name. So never mind. Now, the thing is about high quality sleeping bag versus regular sleeping bag. Is there an actual difference? I don't recall observing one, but the last time I saw something that actually had high quality in the name was 4219. So let's unpack the tent and unpack both sleeping bags and just compare. If anybody's not familiar with camping equipment, you got to find it first, loot it from a camping store or whatever, and then you got to unpack it, and then you got to deploy it. So we've got, and the way you do it with tents is you got the tent, the sleeping bag in the tent as an item, and then go get a pillow, which we should have a couple spares. Okay, so with a regular sleeping bag, it's going to be sleeping comfort quality is average with pillow. That's expected. That's kind of what you see almost every time you put a sleeping bag in the tent with a pillow. But I'm going to pack up the regular sleeping bag, and then I'm going to put the high-quality sleeping bag in there, and then I'm going to put the pillow in there. Sleeping comfort, average with pillow. Okay, so the name is bullshit as far as I can tell, unless there's one other situation that may be okay. So you can put the sleeping bag directly on the ground, but usually the sleeping comfort is poor. What about a high quality? It's still poor. So, yeah, the name high quality sleeping bag, as far as I can tell, I have no objective, measurable reason to say it isn't complete bullshit. It's no different from any other sleeping bag. Okay. Hey, science. It's the only way to find out, right? Let's pack all that back up. Speaking of sleeping, of course, we've got to get to sleep relatively soon here. As far as I know, it has nothing to do with nothing sleeping related has anything to do with warmth. Your character's warmth level is based on the wherever. Like if you have a tent and you right click on it and hit sleep, your character stands in front of the tent all night. I know that sounds really, really silly, but that's the game we're playing right now. It's not just that there's no animation when you get into the tent. It's that there's no simulation of, if it's raining, I'm pretty sure you still get wet as if you were standing outside. And if you're cold, I know for a fact that you still get cold as if you're standing outside. Honestly, if you want to sleep, do the camping thing. If you want to do the camping thing, and it's cold, you're building the campfire or you're freezing. So that's, I mean, I would do that in real life too. As a Boy Scout who's done a number of freezeries in my day, yeah, just build a campfire from a safe distance from the tent, and don't tell the scoutmaster that you're not gonna put it out before you go to bed, and then get a stern talking to the next morning. Good times, good times. I'm not going to sit here and, well, no, I have a little bit of time. I do have a little bit of time. I can sort through the food. We go to bed at 2300. I fear that we've brought home too much soda. We have definitely brought home too much soda. This is what happens when I just uncritically loot a gas station. And when I say too much soda, what I mean is our heavy form container here, it barely has 10 encumbrance left in it. It's going to fill up. So what I'm going to do is take the soda out of this. I have one of my counters. I have been meaning to reallocate it. It's going to be soda now. Yeah. So all of the soda has been extracted from this one. It's just coffee, coca, alcohol, and other liquids, and a little bit of furniture overflow. Everything about these stacks is like just, it's a very, very work in progress. Very work in progress. Nothing about them should be considered final. This whole kitchen is very much work in progress. The kitchen, if anybody's not familiar with the Riverside Fire Department, a lot of people are. It's a great place. Riverside Fire Department has a little clinic here, and the part of this wall here was just as the clinic was when we found it. Stole the stove and the chrome fridge from nearby. Yeah, that's all the food. Okay. We got some fishing gear. We put that in with camping. Angle-headed flashlight. I almost never feel the need to have a backup one, but you know what? Just for the sake, I'll put this one in the camping gear. Anytime I see an angle-headed flashlight, my neurons activate because they're kind of hard to find until you found one, and then it feels like there's a billion. That's always how it works, isn't it? Oh, right, and I've also been putting boxes of materials in this stack right here, which is going to promptly fill up if we keep putting our light bulbs in there. Broken glass can go into the pottery / kiln over here. We found ourselves a comic book for entertainment reading material, as it were, and some memorabilia. Public service announcement. For much of B42, your ability to paint crates has either been not present or partially functional. Right near the end of 42 Unstable, they finally fixed it. So if you have paints, you have a paintbrush, you can color code your crates. And it actually looks proper the way it used to in B41. Problem is, of course, my favorite resource for paint doesn't spawn paint anymore. So I don't have a lot of paint. I do know where I can find some, but because of that logistical situation, it's just not been a priority. These days, when it comes to storage systems and how to tell what's in what box, I go by correlation. And I usually establish, like, one of the first things I'll do is establish an electronics box. The electronics box in this case is right here. And then I know I always do, like, first aid to the left of it. And then I do, dependent, I'll do, like, household above first aid, containers above household. Kind of violated that for this time, but to the right of first aid is usually materials, small form in the bottom, medium form in the middle, like boxes of stuff, and then super heavy form, like cartons and sticks and stuff in the top here. Very much a ongoing discussion with myself how to optimally do storage systems based on correlation, because it doesn't always line up with whatever's convenient at the time. We need to sort out a food situation here, and unfortunately I do not have cancel that sentence. I think we're fine. Yeah. I kind of wanted to separate these two duffel bags because they're actually they're actually a really nice color. I like these. They're a good match for my equipment when I'm carrying them. Duffel bags can come in some fixed colors, but mostly random. Been putting off wanting to sort my loot here. What I'm gonna do is take a few more tomatoes out of the freezer. I kind of want to eat like all the tomatoes in the main freezer, just as a way to keep the hunger at bay for now. And then we'll do I kind of want to do like a mashed meal prep at some point, as in, like, now that I can do pottery, I can make bowls, as many as I want. Let me also get an inventory on how much yeast I have. I was talking before about optimal ways to meal prep, and when you think about meal prep, you need to think about the weight of the container that you're putting the meal in, because that is basically dead weight in your freezers. A freezer with ingredients for 100 salads. Sorry, let me rephrase that. You can fit 100 salads worth of ingredients into a freezer. You cannot fit 100 salads into a freezer because the salads come with bowls. So one way you can kind of get around that is sandwiches. Problem with sandwiches is we can grow wheat to make flour. We've got an entire friggin' field of that over here, but we cannot use that flour to do anything unless we have yeast. There is no flatbread in this universe. Yeast, we cannot culture it ourselves. We must loot it. So we have about 9.5 units of yeast here. And once our supply of yeast is gone, it's gone forever. We have to go loot more. And once we've looted all the yeast on the map, that's it. No more sandwiches, ever. Unless you want to go forage. Unless you want to go forage and actually think that you're going to find it reliably through foraging. I've heard people give me that cope. Technically you can find it through foraging. Okay, buddy. Go forage for something specific on a trash loot table, and let me know when you find it. I'll patiently await your reply. In the meantime, I'll do other things. If we wanted to bread Preparing bread dough costs 1 unit of yeast. And I actually don't know if yeast is a 10 or a 20 unit. Yeah, I don't know. That would be important to find out if I could. We probably could. Give me a, do I really not have a roller? I somehow don't have a roller. Okay, I could figure that out, but, perhaps later. Yeah. Because, you see, what we could do, and where I'm going with that, is sandwiches are a container, right? They're a container that, you know, the part of the meal is the container. That's why they are, if you make a sandwich and then you put it in the freezer, then there's no dead weight. So we bypass the problem of salads having bowls of dead weight if you're putting it in the freezer. I think very, very, very diligently about what we put into our freezers. For example, if we were running low on space, these egg cartons would be the first thing to go because, well, if I had chickens that laid eggs, my chickens all died because of we've had a rough time with animals. I've spent 2,052 hours live streaming Build 42 Unstable, and I never once had a problem with my animals dying for no reason. But as of this patch, 42 Stable, all 4 of my cows died for no reason that I could ever figure out, and my chickens died because of a very simple doofus error of me forgetting to open the hatch of the whatchamacallit, of the hen house for grand total of 18 hours. That was it. They shat themselves to death, died in the hatch. Or died in the coop, rather, the coop. Yep. I don't know. Anyway, we've got about 1 hour before our second bedtime here, and then we can resume. I have to step away briefly IRL, so I will just get her something to read in the meantime. I think we've got a copy of whatchamacallit here. It's a technical term. I'm going to read First Aid. One of those skills that you hope never to have to use, but if you actually read the book and then watch some of the VHS tapes, then you'll have a little bit higher skill. It's great. Now, one slight problem with my setup today is I locked myself in with this microphone, and in order to get up from my console here, I might have to take it off the stand. So bear with me for a moment as I step away briefly and possibly take a moment just to get up. Be right back, folks. Alrighty, folks, I am back. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Hey, Dennis, how's it going? Good to see you. I am doing all right today. So we are just about, we're actually about an hour late for our second bedtime here. Just have a couple of tomatoes. And glasses back on. And sleep we go. Alright, so here's a moment of truth. Since getting mechanics level 5, I haven't actually checked to see what we can do to repair a trunk. What does it go up to? $97. Okay. So I'm not always going to be like, I must have perfection, but if perfection just takes one more level, then I'll go get one more level. It's fine. I'm not, perfection is not a hard requirement, but I'm also patient. So, yeah. Okay. We'll get another level of mechanics before we start repairing trunks. That's okay. We've got plenty of mechanics experience that can be gained here. Mechanics mostly for today. Otherwise, we are... Yeah, that's mostly just mechanics today. That's the immediate plan. Now, of course, if we get to a threshold where I can repair trunks, then we will probably proceed in the Brandenburg direction, maybe. Or, honestly, I've been thinking about an expedition, but there's multiple directions we can go in. Brandenburg, mostly unexplored. Oh. There's Holstein cows at Echo Creek. You don't want to try cows again? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see about that. I'll think about that in the back of my brain meat. Basically, we're getting mechanics set up before we worry about an expedition, because I don't want to be leaving town and incurring damage on my vehicles and not being able to fit stuff into my trunks after incurring some damage. So we got to get the ability to fix our trunks in the field as we need to. Was an overpowered build? There's no overpowered. There's just what acceptable level of trade-offs are you willing to take for yourself. Why are we cold? It's not even below freezing, and we've got the vest on. This feels wrong. Huh. Okay, I'm doing a military jacket then. It's time, I guess. Because we just put on a military jacket, we're going to be taking the vest back off and putting it in the combat ambulance in case we start getting cold overnight or some shit. The officer jacket, I tried it. It was too hot. I don't think I'm ever going to make the officer jacket work. I don't think it's possible. I genuinely don't think it's possible at this point. I was chatting with some folks on the Steam forums about helmets, and of course I had to shill my my theory on maximum viable protections, and that obviously brings up the officer jacket because it's the only jacket that reaches the thighs and therefore provides thigh and groin protection without blocking Alice belt and suspenders. So if you want to get thigh and groin protection from a long jacket, the kind you find on zombies or you find in civilian stores, that's great, but you're never going to be able to wear an Alice belt and suspenders then. No flashlight on your right chest, no knife on your left chest, none of that. That's way too big of a trade-off for me. That's unacceptable. So we never wear long dusters on these characters unless it's the officer jacket. I'm terrified of the day the Indie Stone realizes they forgot to make the officer jacket block those slots. I'm terrified that day is going to come, but even if that day is not here yet, I don't know if I can ever make the officer jacket work from an insulation standpoint. It's just too hot. That being said, this, whatchamacallit, this urban camo jacket we just put on. Urban camo is on the higher threshold of... So there's many types of military jackets in this game. All of them are really good protection levels, but there's two types of insulation level. Desert camo and tiger stripe camo are the lower insulation variants. Everything else is the higher insulation variant. So this being not one of those two, this is a higher insulation variant. So we might get warm running around in this too. TBA. I have to find out. No real way to find out until we just run around with it on a little bit. So, I guess let me just focus on the easy wins right now. Just focus on the easy wins. Let me just swap the hood. That's an easy, guaranteed win. I'm tired of looking at this thing. And let's rotate all the tires. So, one of the tires is going to go into, well, close to the garbage can. Not in it, but close to it. Because anything below 70 is usually the cutoff for me to, if I can replace it, I will. And not even my secondary vehicles get something below 70 usually. So this 59% performance, I will likely not use ever again, but I'm just going to hold off from deleting it for now. Right, no, and that's the thing. I want the first one to be 100. Of course, everything after the first one is always going to degrade it. It degrades at a logarithmic rate. And there is the floor for the logarithmic decay is 62%. In our experience on Danny the Drifter, with our heavy combat truck, which we repaired countless times, for very valid reasons. I mean, we repaired it because we were running into zombies. There was no trunk damage from front collision bullshit back then. It was just straight up legitimate damage because it was meeting its task. It was a heavy combat vehicle through and through. But the problem we ran into, and it must have been several hundred repairs, honestly, just because it would, I had so many steel sheets at the time, and I, had plenty of propane, and I wanted that thing to be in good shape, so I would come back to base, I'd repair it, I would barely even think about it. And the thing is, as the amount of repair that we can effect would go down over time, of course, it started at 100, 97, 98, 98, 97, 96. Every time it would go down just a little bit, but the rate at which it would go down went lower and lower and lower, until it got to 62, and the amount repaired never went below 62. But then a problem came up after that, and that was chance to repair. So after that, we ran into a certain point where, despite being level 10 everything, every time we tried to repair it, there was an increasing chance that it would just fail, and it would eat the materials. So the propane and the steel sheet would disappear. We would hear this little clang sound, and nothing would happen. The trunk would still need to be repaired again. So there is a cutoff at which point you basically just can't repair a vehicle's trunk anymore. Or not without wasting an absorbent amount of materials. It's just not worth it. So, yeah, make of all that what you will. I never quite finalized my opinion on that. Because, I mean, of course I don't like it, but I'm trying to detach my personal taste and kind of just look at it as a game designer would. Is it really necessary to get to the point where you just can't even tell if spending materials on a repair is even worth it? That feels silly, to put it diplomatically. It does feel silly. I don't know. In any case, we're going to go ahead and slap perfect performance tires on this bad boy here. This is our current heavy combat ambulance. So I guess anything that's in the high 90s can go up here with the hundreds. I guess that's fine. Now, I guess another thing that I really should consider is that the 3 ambulances in front of me right now, they're very useful vehicles, but once I get higher level mechanics and I can repair anything with no chances of breaking it, then these 2 ambulances over here are going to be just better than everything in front of me in every way. So it's okay if I don't get these trunks to 100% the first try, because I'm never going to hit diminishing returns on these 3. I'm just not going to use them enough. After they're going to kind of fall off into secondary vehicles quickly once those 2 over there get fixed up. So okay, I will go ahead and just repair the trunks on all 3 then. I've made the call. I'm doing it. We'll only get to 97%, but fine. I'm not going to think about it anymore. We're just going to do it. Yay. Oh, that's good. Very good. At what day do you think you might want to venture to Louisville? Louisville has always been a long-term destination for us on this channel. What my flow, right, for playing Project Zomboid has always been to perceive Louisville as a place to go after you've exhausted the supplies on the rest of the map. And the reason for that is just sheer distance. It's sheer distance. On my previous character, Danny the Drifter, we created a base, sort of a logistics centralized hub here in Phallus Lake. And what we did is we struck out to all the towns around the map in this direction and centralized everything that I really wanted at Phallus Lake, from Muldraugh to Phallus Lake. The only place that I did not, take home stuff to Phallus Lake from was West Point, because West Point is between Phallus Lake and Louisville. So what I would do is kind of just, explore the map, find what I wanted, secure what I wanted, get it all centralized at Phallus Lake, and then a great migration to the east kind of happened. From Phallus Lake, we would stage stuff at West Point. From West Point, we started striking into Louisville. So Louisville, because of its just because of its location, it's all the way over here, and there's not much else over here except for Valley Station, which, in my mind, Valley Station and Louisville might as well be the same, just general region of the map. So Louisville, to me, is always just a destination to be visited after everything on the other side of the map. What order I do things on this side of the map is always a subject of ongoing interest. Yeah, I mean, like, on this character, we've already kind of exhausted Ekron. Ekron has not been, haven't gone house to house, right? But we hit the gun store, we hit the college. We hit the gun store and the college, we hit a lot of secondary targets. There is still stuff to be found there, but the important stuff, in my mind, has been hit. I couldn't say the same for any other town other than Phallus Lake. Yeah, we have done a pretty good job of Phallus Lake. So Ekron and Phallus Lake, we wouldn't have much reason to go back to. But Brandenburg, Echo Creek, Irvington, and Rosewood are basically all, from a what I want out of them standpoint, completely untouched. See, like, for example, this A86 engine quality ambulance. I didn't know that I'd be finding engine quality 100 ambulances already. So these two that I've got on the lot here, I didn't know that those would end up being, where they ended up being. So this ambulance down here is probably going to stay down here. I have no reason to bring it across the map, and I can't tow it very easily now, can I? So just a little bit of a recap on what we're doing with long-term migration strategies here. But I'm going to go ahead and click the button. We're repairing the trunks on all 3 of these. We already did this one, actually. And this one is next. This is the one we've been using for just general mechanics so far. And this is our library. It is now capable of being much more than our library, because, of course, the reason it was relegated to library status is just because of how much damage it took. It took so much damage that I couldn't really fit anything in it except for books. And even then, I had to pack the books into boxes all over the place. First thing I'll do is just get those boxes back into the trunk. So we have 100 encumbrance of books now. Beautiful. I love it. Now, I don't think we have a spare windshield on standby, do we? Let me check. We do. It's not very good condition, but it's okay. If it goes in the... or this one here, that's fine. Because this one is not expected to be taking much damage ever again. I ain't going to be taking it out into combat or trying to tow with it. Perfect. Every piece of glass work up here in this corner should be 100% perfect. And that looks like it is the case. This stuff right here I'm less certain of. I think I put my mid stuff here. Or like, you know, yeah, there it is. Some mid stuff here. Mid stuff, like I said, can go on the vehicles that I don't expect to take damage. Like this one is chief among them. Now, if I ever am faced with a decision of which window gets the better one of the two, it's always going to be the left one, because driver's side is the one the zombies are going to walk towards every time. If they are going to come up to your vehicle and they can get to the driver's seat, they will. If they can't, they'll just slap whatever they can get to. I think the rear door is actually damaged to the point of visible damage. I'm not sure about that. But, as you can see, all three of my ambulances are now pretty. You guys may notice my overall happiness level is just about 5% higher going forward, just because I don't have to look at this ugly damaged shit anymore. It's the simple things. It's really the simple things sometimes. It's not just that I was repairing them to make them look pretty. I'm getting experience in doing it, but yeah, it's that too. All right. I mean, now that they've been fixed up and we've got trunks are not going to be as big of a problem going forward. Now engine quality is a little bit more important to me. The ambulance that was designated library ambulance is 69. Pretty nice. The mechanics one that we've been using is 71. And the heavy combat we've been using is 68. Okay, so they're all within 1 point of each other. Now, public service announcement for anybody watching. I am not talking about the percentage condition of the engine. Two very easy things to confuse. If you go to a vehicle, any vehicle, and you look at the engine, click on engine, and you see this one, it says 100%, a lot of people assume, okay, the engine's great, we're good to go. No, that is not correct. There's another factor to the engine, and you only see it when you click on it and you look at the very top here. You click on the engine, you look at the very top, it says engine quality, and it is a completely separate number. The engine quality cannot ever change. You'll very often find completely wrecked vehicles with really high engine qualities, and you'll very often find pretty looking vehicles in parking lots with absolute dog water engine qualities. Engine quality, what you do is subtract it from 100, and that's your percentage chance for the vehicle to fail to start when you turn the key. So if you're ever trying to understand exactly what all the factors are, when you turn the key and you just hear the and it fails to start, there's three factors actually. If zombies are incoming, your character gets panicked a little bit, and sometimes there's an increased chance. Nothing you can do about that. That's just fixed. If it's cold, there's a flat percentage increase. We're not below freezing right now, so I think it's fine. But as we get into winter, that'll be more of a factor. But beyond all that, the most important factor is engine quality. Because this engine quality is 68, there is a 32% chance that it will fail to start. No matter what. It does not matter my, mechanic skill. Doesn't matter how dexterous my character is. Doesn't matter any of that shit. It's just going to fail to start 32% of the time as a baseline. And that's why I care so much about engine quality. These two things over here, despite the fact that we found them as wrecks, have an engine quality of 100. So, no zombies, good weather, they will never fail to start. Meanwhile, these things over here, all around 30%. So, despite the fact that we can fix them all up and make all the green numbers real pretty and happy and make them look pretty, there will still be a massive difference between them. And that difference is really only going to shine in combat, right? That's why I want my combat vehicles to have really high engine qualities. On my previous character, Danny, the combat vehicle we were using was a D6 fire truck. I don't even know if we found one yet on this character. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Was this the character that... okay, we have found one. We have found a fire truck. It is engine quality 81, which is better than my ambulances. It's at the crossroads of Dixie and Riverside Road. So this is the road between Muldraw and West Point. Okay. And I know that probably sounded weird. Is this the character that had one at the crossroads? Yes, this is the... I've played this game for 3,700 hours, guys. My characters do run together in my brain every once in a while, and that was a prime example. So, now that we can actually fix up vehicles to a very acceptable margin, that 81 engine quality fire truck is now actually a viable strategic asset that I'd like to have. So how do I get it? How do I get it when towing vehicles is now basically guaranteed to damage them over long distances? Throwaway vehicles they've always been an option. And I think now more than ever, the throwaway vehicles are what we're going to be doing. So, a throwaway vehicle just means that you put a few gallons of gas into a car that you never plan to use and drive it to where you need to go and leave it there when you come back with something better. That's what we're going to be doing. But if we're going to do something like that, we're going to need our full combat kit. We're not going to be fucking around with this, lightweight stuff that we're doing right now. We're being lightweight about things. If we're going out in the field on an expedition with a throwaway vehicle, we need to make sure that if some dumb shit happens, that we can survive for a very long time without... I need to be able to walk back to base if I have to. That's kind of my mentality. If I'm going to be getting in a throwaway vehicle, we don't fuck around with that. We don't want to get stranded. Because there's dumb shit that can happen, I've seen, it feels like the devs have increased the chances of cars with lower condition engines to just cut out for no reason, and then just not even stay running for, I don't know, an unknown amount of time. It's really weird and unpredictable. We were trying to make a point the other day with taxis. I turned a taxi on, I hot-wired it, turned it on, put some gas in it. Thing couldn't stay running for like 15 seconds at a time. Every like 10 seconds or so, the stupid thing would just cut out for no reason. So that feels worse than it used to feel. So I'm gonna be cautious with stuff like that. Where did my coffee go? I had a coffee. Did I put it in combat? I'll probably put it in combat. Speaking of combat, 38 special rounds into my bandolier. Axe onto the back. Now, one thing that I was talking about before, I'm using forged axes now because they have greater reach. It's not just visual; these do reach farther now. There is a trade-off though between this and the firefighter axe. On paper, all the damage is the same; it's just different reach. But also, the firefighter axe can remove barricades. But this axe cannot. So what that tells me is that instead of a ball peen hammer, I want to be carrying around a claw hammer. Ball peen and claw hammer, another little subtle difference between them. Claw hammer can remove barricades. The wedge on the back of the hammer there. Ball peen hammer can harvest ore deposits, I think. Don't quote me on that. I want to say that's... I know for a fact that certain blacksmithing recipes can be done with a ball peen hammer, but not a claw hammer. But then I'm pretty sure that there's also a case of the ball peen hammer doing a few other things that the claw hammer can't. But being able to remove barricades is actually kind of important to me. Just having one tool that can do it. Yeah, so I'm swapping my ball peen for a claw if we're going to be doing regular axes going forward. Otherwise, we're putting a sword on belt right, and the machete that we've been using, it's still good for a little while, but we're going to need to replace it soon. I mean, we can replace it whenever we want now because we can make swords and machetes. All we got to do is walk over here and do it, so that's great. So I'm going to take some perishable food, some non-perishable food, and I need coffee, and I couldn't find mine. So I'm just going to brew another one. We've got an influx of empty mugs to work with. So AO18, I don't actually have a mod collection or of anything. Were you talking about my B41 mod collection? Because I do have that. It literally, it's just an ancient selection of memes is all it is. But if you want that, I can give that. But otherwise, I don't have a collection for B42 mods because we play unmodded here. We've already got the coffee in the... Yeah, okay. So we brew that up and add some happies to it. So I often carry around a cooking pot, but in the vehicles I take with me out in the field. But I should actually get into the habit of carrying around a bucket. And the reason for that is buckets are actually multi-purpose tools that can do something that I don't often consider. You can make soups and stews in buckets. It's not very efficient. It takes forever to cook, and there's so much water that it's you're always over drinking the water. But you can make soups and stews out of buckets. And that one of the things I always like to do with my vehicles is carry around a cooking pot so that I can make soups and stews when I need to, and I can't seem to locally source something. But if I have a bucket, not only can I make soups and stews, but I can, fill it up with dirty water and boil the entire bucket. I feel like I need to have buckets instead of cooking pots in all of my field vehicles now. Yeah, yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay. We're going to go ahead and water the crops. I was going to just empty a bucket, but no, we'll water the crops, and one of the buckets we'll keep with us. That's right, we've had snow off and on. Yeah, snow has been falling off and on. That's actually been keeping the crops topped up. So, never mind. We'll just empty one of these buckets of water then. But yeah, look at this. I can right-click on the bucket and just create a soup or a stew from the tomatoes that are in my backpack, so... and the reason that I'm thinking about, carry around a cooking pot with you everywhere, and you can boil water or make stews with it. Carry around a bucket, and you can do that too, but 10 liters instead of 2.5. And also you can, fill it up. You can even use it to transfer gasoline or something like that. I don't recommend it because, gasoline will evaporate surprisingly fast if you put it in an open container like a bucket. We recently topped up the generators, so the generators are good to go. Okay, yeah, we'll just go ahead and put some gas into one of the throwaway cars that are on the lot up here. Here we go. This will work. It already has gasoline in it. So I'll hold on to this gas can because the gas can in my hand is going to be for, we'll just use it so that we have more gas for the vehicle at our destination. Hey, Kraken, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, so this one, I'll put a little bit of gas in it just so that I'm not at risk of running out. We do have a little ways to go here. Fine, I'll just fill it up, whatever. Twist my arm, why don't you? Okay, that's fine. We can siphon it back out. It's not going anywhere. I don't know why I'm splitting hairs over that. You can just fill the damn thing up and then, yeah, transfer it when we get there. Of course, one other thing is I went and got ammo, but I didn't, I didn't actually get my guns, so that was a bit of a silly thing to do. Going out in the field, I would like to have my guns and my ammo, perhaps. I'm probably underestimating how long of a drive this is going to be. It's okay to set out now, but I would kind of prefer to be able to sleep. That would be nice. We do have all the tools for it. We got the tools and the talent. We just recently found a high-quality sleeping bag. It doesn't actually... The quality is no different. It's still an average quality sleep. But I can take that with me now. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, we're good. I'm overthinking it. Always have been. Vehicles. That was the last thing I was thinking of. Yes, of course. That was the first thing I made sure to bring. So, for anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, what we're working on now is we're going on a brief expedition to get a truck that I marked on the map during my early game map tour. And I told myself I would come back and get it when I can deal with trunk repairs, which I can't do perfect trunk repairs, but I can get, 99% is good enough for me for now. So we are capable of going to pick up that. It's a Chevalier D6 fire truck edition. So it's basically we're getting the fire trucks back now. Proper fire trucks, not the bull drivers. Just because it's a throwaway car doesn't mean that I want to get it damaged. That's not my style here. You know something funny about the big trees? The new trees that are really big that block everything? Well, they don't block so much in winter. So, if you want to do your long distance drives, they're actually unironically safer during winter. Because you can see through the trees easier when there's fewer leaves. Jesus Christ. Okay, that was not intentional in the slightest. Please tell me I didn't... Okay, a little bit of body damage. We're fine. I know this is a throwaway character, but that was... I just wanted to park on the side of the road, but then when I hit the brakes, we swerved a little bit. And that's not good. But we're okay. Vehicle is still in good order, and we're still in good order. That could have been a minor... that could have been a minor injury to our character there. I just wanted to go to the side of the road, but of course the brakes had some other idea. Now, I'm not necessarily looking to clear the entire road, but this crossroads, it has been a perennial problem, and since I have a few moments to clear it, we'll clear it. So, it's been cleared several times, but they keep reappearing here. This has led me to believe that there are indeed certain places that zombies actually target when they're migrating, and I think crossroads in general are one of them. I've got several examples that I could back this up with. This does feel like a recurrent theme for both unstable and stable. Come on, dude, get out of the road. There you go. There you go. Trying to bump into him. There we go. Just a light bump, so I can do that. Yeah, pretty duffel bag. You got a full lighter in there. 100% full. Nice. That feels like a painfully low damage for swords, but it's alright. We're still level 1.8, something like that. Yes. Yes, Grimbaki, that is how we do things here, apparently. You need napping. 7108, we've got napping in VHS tapes now. I'm not going to say that you're going to be able to reliably find it, but there is a VHS tape now for napping, and we got ourselves to level 2, and then we stopped the tape, and then we read the next book, and then we got a third of level 3 with the last tick of the video of the VHS tape. So we did, when we were doing napping specifically, we confirmed 100% without any shadow of a doubt that you can, if you're a person who gets fast learner, you can read a book, watch a videotape, get 2 levels, stop the videotape before it finishes as soon as you get the second level, go read the next book, resume the videotape, and get the last couple of ticks. In this case, we got a third of level 3 just from one videotape. That was a very nice thing we found out. That was through napping we found that out. Yeah, that whatchamacallit. So if you got the level 2 book, now if you don't have the tape and you've got no choice but to grind it up from 0, let me show you what to look out for. Get yourself a club hammer or a mining pick and look for these. Specifically, you're looking for a slightly darker shade of gray with slightly more jagged edges on the rock. this is a flint deposit. Break it apart with one of those tools, and you get a bunch of flint flakes or sharpened flint flakes. This is another one here. So whenever you see one, you're probably going to see a little bit more in the same area. That's kind of how it works. If you don't see any in an area, then yeah, probably move on, keep looking. You can find it through foraging as well. It used to be that you could only find it through foraging, and that was kind of a nightmare. But thankfully, there are other places to look than just foraging. Doing both is probably a good thing. Sure thing, no problem. Not gonna lie, that at one point I was tempted to rename my channel Project Zomboid Unofficial Tech Support. Not really though, because then there would be when you use the word tech support, people think, oh, I can't launch the game because of 200 mods. What do I do now? Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to even try to help with that, but, game mechanics tech support, hell yeah. Games, whatchamacallit, player support. Yeah, player support, yep. Can't fix your potato computer, but I can fix you. Come on, Mr. Frodo. So the road that we're on right here is called Riverside Road. Oh, hey, thanks. I'm John Zomboid. Thanks for that, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That's good to know. But yeah, I'm not very good at advertising myself, so it's kind of hard to put myself out there. So people have a tendency to find me randomly. I'm kind of a niche within a niche because I play the game full vanilla, trying to teach everything about the base game without any mods, so that maybe people can decide what they want to mod the most or something like that. But I also do a niche where, you know, I would be on Twitch, and that would help me get a lot more people, you know, to know about my content. But I tried Twitch. Twitch literally would not accept my video stream because I use a modern format, HEVC. That, you know, more than half the internet uses. It's been around since 2013, but not Twitch. Twitch can't handle HEVC. You gotta use X264 if you want to do Twitch. So not only would I have to use a completely different encoding format, I would also have to no HDR 10-bit, no surround sound, and no 4K. Because I wouldn't be a Twitch partner, you know, I would just be starting out. I wouldn't be able to even stream in 2K. I would have to downgrade everything to 1080p. So, different format, lower quality in every way imaginable. That I tried Twitch and Twitch failed me. That's so, and because of that, of course, you know, I don't even know if the developers of this game even know that there's a scene on YouTube for people live streaming. Like, you know, I'm not the only one, not at all. There's some other great folks here on YouTube who stream, when I heard that Cerulean was a lurker, you know, the new game director, he's a lurker. He lurks on live streams, apparently. But from a little bit of his phrasing, I got the gist that he's only talking about Twitch. So I don't even know if he knows that we're here on YouTube. But you know, it is what it is. People just don't often always think about YouTube as a good place for live streams. YouTube would have you think differently. If anybody hasn't noticed with YouTube, man, lately they really just want people to either watch live streams or shorts. YouTube really doesn't like videos anymore. They want live streams and they want shorts. Just regular, good old-fashioned videos. We don't need to promote those to anybody. Let's just kind of leave those for the people who are looking for them. And then what YouTube really wants is just them shorts, man. Gotta compete with TikTok, man. We've got to be that. Two of them. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. It's not necessary for me to do this. I just don't like running over cones. This construction, whatchamacallit, this wet concrete fill-in has dried about 200 days ago now. It's long before the start of the game when it was already done. But remember, if you flatten a cone, it's there forever. If you pick it up and move it, well, then you can take it yourself later if you want. It's not only zombies that'll get stuck in your roads. Speaking of zombies. Oh, hell yes. Okay, so I think no, Grimbaki, I think you were telling me yesterday that you had seen a place, but that you hadn't actually gone in there yet. So I'm guessing you've gone in there and confirmed it. It's you were saying it was west, right? Like between Riverside and Brandenburg on the Ohio. Or was it like inside of Riverside? Yeah, never got an exact location. Longblade level 2. Hell yeah. We've got the next book, but I left it in the ambulance. I actually didn't think I was that close, so I didn't bring it with me. This is only going to be like a half-day expedition here, so... I'm probably going to go back to Axes now. Yeah, I'm going to go back to Axes until I read the Longblade book. East of Riverside. Okay, so... Oh, gotcha. Okay. Hell yeah. So I was wrong direction then. But I'm assuming that we're talking about along the... along Rock Ridge, going further in Riverwalk direction here. This is my starter house, by the way. East of Riverside on the river. But I never went down Riverwalk road here. Speaking of roads, I am at the T intersection of Riverside and Riverside Link here. I wanted him out of the road. He has a hatchet in him. I don't know if this thing that we're in right now can tow anything. But you know what? For the sake of science, let's give it a quick shot. Worst that can happen is it doesn't work and I just move on. So what you got to do if you're towing a burned wreck, and this applies with regardless of what you're trying to tow it with, is you've got to kind of like yank it. And I'm being more literal in this sense, is you've got to like get a little bit of momentum going before the invisible tether reaches its tightest point. If you can kind of orient it so that you can go going back and forth, then that is prurient to your interests in that regard. We are actually a little bit low on rabbit meat, so if I happen to see rabbits in the middle of the road, and anybody watching happens to be an animal lover, please avert your eyes because I will be forced to get out and dispense justice upon those who would besmirch my beautiful roads. Sorry. I have no hatred towards rabbits, not anymore. But I need meat every once in a while, so I also need a level butchering every once in a while. Honestly, at this rate, I think we might be able to secure the vehicle that I want to get, and then get it back to Phallus Lake and just sleep there. I think we might be on track for that. But let's get there and see what happens. If there's a bunch of zombies around the vehicle, then we might have to turtle our way in. Yeah. Well, it's not just if you're worried about vehicle damage. Even something as small as a rat can do it. Yeah, I don't need to knock him over. Nope, she noticed me. Remember, anybody who's gonna... This road is a road that I'm gonna be going back and forth on a lot someday. Today, it's just gonna be one back and forth trip. But, I mean, this is a road that takes me to between my main choice of home base, which is Riverside, and West Point or Muldraugh, or Louisville, or Valley Station. Like, if we want to go east, this is the road to be on. So, extreme prejudice when clearing obstacles is warranted. I would prefer to get to my destination before 2300, but, you know, trying to balance things out there. Still relatively confident that we'll be able to grab it without sleep problems. Crossroads is here. So we've got gas station to the left here and some Zeds that I left behind in the south lot there. And then our destination. I think I already exfiltrated anything like loot related from it. And I don't remember if it had any gas in it, but it's about to. I hear unaggro breathing to my left. Nope, hang on. Incoming ×1. Yeah, whoever was breathing to my left is not interested in me. They're just going over there. Okay, clear for the moment. I have never eaten rabbit meat IRL. One of my other viewers from a different time zone has told me that it is salty, rather salty meat, like naturally salty. And I've definitely heard the word lean before. Rabbit meat, I believe, is famous as a type of meat that if that is all that you eat, you will starve because your body's going to miss a certain couple of types of nutrients. So we never did get the keys, and that's fine. We can hotwire it. And we got a fair bit of gas. Okay. Boys, we have our new combat vehicle. It's higher engine quality than any of the ambulances that are currently on our lot. The ambulances that are not repaired yet have 100, so the other two ambulances are higher quality. But now that we have a D6 with a light bar and 480 engine power, this is now our new heavy combat vehicle. Something slightly more important than engine quality is the ability to access the trunk very, very easily from multiple directions. So that's why, basically, when I say heavy combat vehicle, what I really mean is a vehicle with a very powerful engine and a light bar that I can put tons of stuff into the trunk of, combat related. Different weapons, tons of backup ammo, explosives, detonators, that kind of lovely stuff. And we're zeroing in on it, boys. I mean, we are electrical level 5.7, 5.8, something like that. We're electrical level 5.6 to 7 or something like that. Somewhere one of those numbers. One of those cursed numbers, perhaps. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to sleep at Fellis Lake on the way back. Because it's safe and secure. And it's got a good quality bed. But that would require me to take a left up here at the next intersection, I think. Double check that. Well, not the next, but the one after the next. Okay. Otherwise, it's not very far out of our way. Tastes like chicken and has 0 fat. Yeah. That makes sense. Ooh, speaking of fat, I never got my guns. I never got my guns. I'm such an idiot. I loaded my bandolier, but I never got my guns. I could do a drive-by on the deer right now if I had my guns, but I'm a doofus. I brought my ammo, but not my guns. Okay, anyway. Guns are not my primary weapon right now, so it's fine. You can run into animals like deer and then butcher them. I don't recommend it. The devs have introduced a mechanic where roadkill gives substantially less meat. So if you actually want meat, don't use your car as a weapon. You can use your car as a chariot, and your long guns as archery, but don't actually hit them with it unless you don't care about meat at all. If that's the case, what are you doing? Just wasting your time. Leather, maybe leather. Okay, yeah, maybe leather. I think you can still get leather if you roadkill them. So if you're desperate for leather. Now, if it was the middle of the day as opposed to the middle of the night, that would be an opportunity. I could take the other road down there and actually get some exploration in while still getting to the same location. Exploring roads is always a useful thing to do, but if I'm going to be exploring new roads, I would like to be well rested so that if and when I see a survivor zombie, I can kill it with extreme prejudice and loot anything it might have on its. Perhaps another aiming and or reloading hook that I don't currently have. Okay. So, we've had that happen to us quite a few times. First time was Big Pikachu Face. I think I figured out why it does that, and I think it has to do with accelerating too quickly. When you're going in reverse, if you accelerate too quickly. I think that's what caused it. So if you tap it, and then accelerate. You're not accelerating so fast. Okay, out of curiosity, I never really considered this thing as a potential source of good parts, but I mean, I don't think I looked at it. What do the wheels look like? 2 perfect performance tires. Okay. This is why I brought my jack and my tire iron. I didn't expect this, but okay. It doesn't need them anymore. I think at this point I'm just gonna accept that I'm gonna be late for bed. Yeah, it's past my bedtime, but we're doing good things. Okay, speaking of tires. Hey, look, another perfect performance tire. That actually is normal if you see a vehicle, like, on the side of the road, and it's missing a tire, like, from the outset when you first find it. Those are usually spawned in by stories, the story system, where it's the story is that somebody tried to change their tire, but got et by a zombie. R.I.P. But that usually ends up in a perfect performance tire of whatever type of vehicle that it is. In this case, heavy duty, which is very relevant to our interests. And a spare jack for our trouble. When I first came across that vehicle, I only really cared about the fact that it was a leatherworking profession vehicle, and that in the trunk there was a bunch of leather. We took that a long time ago. That's already back at our base. So it'll be the next left up here. That'll take us to Phallus Lake. That should take us straight to a safe place to sleep. Right? Double checking. Yes. Railview Road straight to the gas station base there. There's actually 2 places to sleep there. Both of them are question marks. I'm going to be real with you guys. Both of the places that at Phallus Lake that I know have been safe to sleep at in the past, they're both question marks because we left a bunch of Zeds in a field somewhere not too awful far from them. So migrations could have actually made it unsafe again. We will just have to eyeball it. Remember, I'm carrying around coffee, so I mean, if shit hits the fan, if I just can't find a good place to sleep, we'll just drink the coffee and go home. It's fine. We don't have to. This is why I over prepared for this all eventualities that I could come up with. It was just a rat. It was just a rat, and yet it made that loud noise, and not even the lack of leaves on the tree could have prevented me from not seeing it. Anyway, that got the heart rate jump started. Jump start my heart, why don't you? Oh, we can bring home. I completely forgot about this. This is a damaged trailer. We can weld now, so we're coming home with a trailer. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Let me park it on orientation, and let's get some sleep. And as an overnight task, we'll bring that home with us. Groaning at me. Jump over this fence. Give me your jacket. Give me your watch. Make those fucking noises at me. This is a very improvised base, sort of field base that we put together here at the Phallus Lake gas station. Trying to put a generator too close to the classic location here was a little bit more work than I wanted to do. So I just ended up doing a like I would put the generator on the other side of the lot, and like kind of used part of that abandoned building on the other side there, including a fridge that we found outside. Just put a stove outside next to it. Got to get a kitchen going. Some real Kentucky living there. All right. Well, 4 hours, and so it's 4:30. Honestly, if I just read for a few minutes, I can sleep again and keep my sleep schedule right on track. Only I brought Longblade instead of First Aid. We got lucky here because it's a random amount of time that you got to wait when you're a restless sleeper. Sometimes it's well over an hour. In this case, it was less than an hour. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if they want to add rattlesnakes to this game, and then add, antiseptics and whatnot, counter poisons to make sure we have a chance. If they want to add that to the game, but then turn around and add countermeasures, I would be very happy. The problem is, I know the Indie Stone. If you tell them anything about, oh hey, I'm interested in rattlesnakes, they'll add rattlesnakes, and then it'll be a question mark as to whether we'll ever get anything that'll cure the poison. They'll add the problem 100 years before they add the solution. I've just learned to stop asking for new things in this game. I want more solutions before new features. Like my wish list for Project Zomboid almost entirely consists of fixes for existing problems on a mechanical level, not even a technical level. Like, that I feel like the technical level is just kind of a given over time. They fix engine problems over the years. They fix other things over the years. What I want is gameplay problems to be solved. That's almost my entire wish list. But I digest. I've articulated that many, many times. See, that's something that I would actually love to just sit down and talk to Cerulean about, is just the sheer amount of problems that get added to the game without ever adding solutions to those problems. And when I say problems, I mean like mechanics that negatively affect the player. I'm not talking about technical problems. Technical problems, that's like, you don't do those intentionally usually. I don't think we left anything in the trailer. Okay, so this is just some crap that was already in it. We left this in here intentionally because my theory is that a damaged trailer, anybody who's ever used a damaged trailer, you may have noticed stuff just randomly falling out of it. But I was looking at the code, and it looks like, I think the devs did a thing, because we were exploiting it. What happens is, every once in a while, if it's damaged, there's just a chance for anything that is over 3.5 encumbrance to fall out of it. So anything under 3.5 encumbrance won't fall out of it, theoretically. So I'm going to put this, put a few things in the trailer that are not 3.5 encumbrance, and I just want to see if they fall out while we drive. If they do, whatever. It's not a big deal. But this is a theory that I've been thinking about for a while. Mostly important to the early game. Because the early game, you're likely to find damaged trailers every once in a while. These are the real questions right here, Paradigm. These are the real questions. Now I know the music has died. I've been reticent to turn it back on. I mean, when I say turn it back on, I mean just play my own music. Sometimes it fixes itself spontaneously, and sometimes you just run into enough zombies that it starts playing again. But I think it's not going to do that until we find some more zombies. So I'm going to go ahead and just play the game's music myself if it doesn't want to do it. I like this game's music, so I'm going to play it myself. Here is a step fan we were using for a little while until it just got so damaged I just decided to leave it behind. I don't remember what the other parts on it were like. We've got one really good tire and two mid-serviceable tires. Okay. I will move it briefly out of the way so that I can take a few parts off of it without scratching myself from these bushes. Yeah. Starting a new run and when to do so is always a big decision when mods are being worked on and hotfixes might be coming out and all sorts of things like that. So we've got 4 perfect performance tires just right in the trunk now. I'm not going to try to replace them on the whatchamacallits. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about upgrading the fire truck yet, because I know I have many, many better options back at base already. Oh, fuck. I had cleared this place so long ago that... Yeah, migrations, of course. Come on over. Anyway, where was I? Light bulb, perfect, into the backpack. The brakes are performance, and there is a perfect. Problem is, I'm going to damage it if I try to take it out. I just know it. There's a part of me that wants to roll the dice and risk it, because I'm less likely to come back here. Coming in? Yeah. No. I don't know where he's going. I don't think he knows I'm here. I don't think he knows where he's going either. That's okay. He can go there. I will let him. Alright, you know what? I'll go for it. I'll roll the dice. Let's see if I can take this break out without damaging it. The chance is 65% success. Fail. I failed. I'm going to try twice, and that's it. Okay, good. 95 instead of 100. Whatever. Why did I close that? There's one more tire I want. One more over 70 here. And now we are out of here. Quick thought. East of Riverside was where that jockey joint was. I don't think Merriman would take us there. So it would really just be Link Road up there. Okay, so never mind. We'll take another look at that when we're ready to. For now, I want to get this truck home and get it fixed up. Thursday, 27 August update. No idea. Oh, look at that. It is November 9th right now. That is the... I am distracted is what that is. They get to escape this time. But not their young. They shouldn't have abandoned it. Ooh, careful with that veering. That's no good. Oh, you know what? I'm willing to bet that at level 5 mechanics, which is what we're at right now, we could probably do the suspensions on the trailer too. So we could probably fix this trailer up to 100% everything. We can't do suspensions reliably on heavy duty yet. But I think, so trailers are considered standard, not heavy duty. So I think trailers we could actually just do a full fix-up of now. That'll be the first thing I take a look at when we get home, because having a second trailer would be amazing right now. And you know what else would be amazing? Is a way out of Riverside without there being zombies on it. So, yeah. Gonna handle that immediately, because it's right in front of us. And then onto that with the trailers, we'll take a look at that. I do want to take a look at East Riverside along the road to see if we can find one of those jockey helmets. As we'll move up. For anybody joining, welcome. We're currently on our way back to Riverside after using a throwaway vehicle to acquire this here lovely fire truck. 81 engine quality. This is our new heavy combat vehicle. We got the ability to fix trunks now. Although I may have mistakenly... Hang on a second real quick. I was mistaken in the fact that this fire truck doesn't need its trunk repaired. So I could have gone back to get this fire truck as soon as we got the ability to hotwire, which that was actually a while ago. But that's okay. All things in good time. All things. I thought I was going to have to fix the trunk, so I waited until now. North of my spawn, really? Okay. Yeah. I wonder if it was an event. I feel like it's possible that it could have been an event, but to get some data on whether we could rule that out, that'd be great. So that will definitely be as soon as we get the combat truck that we just grabbed and the trailer sorted out. So that'll be our next task. Heavy combat vehicle. So what that means, I have lots of stuff, more stuff than I could ever fit in a single vehicle. So what I do is I purpose my vehicles individually based on their strengths. The strength of a pickup truck, generally speaking, is the fact that you can get to the trunk from any side. From the left side, the right side, the back side. Not the front, but that's okay. So what that means is that situations where you want to get to the trunk quickly from different directions, that's combat. If I have something in a vehicle that I need, being able to get to it quickly with fewest obstructions possible, that's so whenever I'm loading up weapons, ammo, explosives coming soon, backup melee weapons for when mine break, grindstone to deploy to sharpen my melee weapons for sustained combat, that kind of stuff. All of that is something that, like, there's so much stuff involved that when I get to the late game, I am struggling to fit it all into one trunk of a D6 like this. So heavy combat, because there's just so many different things that I'd love to have, ends up being like something that just is very all-encompassing in terms of I want a vehicle that is just dedicated to that. So backup weapons, backup ammo, well organized, capable of sustaining me for a while, but a little different insofar as, like, it's not going to be an expedition vehicle, right? I also have other categories, right, as an expedition vehicle. That's usually what I do ambulances for, because an ambulance can be a good heavy combat vehicle. The only slight downside is you got to go all the way to just the back to get to the trunk, or the cab. You got to get into the cab, then you can access the trunk from there too. So, but another slight downside to the ambulance is it's a little bit easier to take a side hit with the hitbox on it. If you're surrounded by zombies, you're taking side hits and trunk damage no matter what you do. But fire truck, it's a little bit easier to manage for when you want to lure hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of zombies with a light bar. Yeah, fire trucks are a little bit less liable to take damage from that. I'm just going to detach the trailer here for a moment. We'll take care of the trailer after we've sorted out what we've put into the truck. What occupation does this character have? This character started out as a fire officer. So that's just +1 strength, +1 fitness, +1 running, and +1 to axe. I talk a little bit more about my trait selection in the description. I haven't made a character sheet for this character yet, so I do want to do that at some point. This duffel bag in my hands is general loot, to be sorted with the rest of the general loot that I'm leaving on the floor right there. Otherwise, I just want to empty my backpack, and then we will do what I was saying before. Eventually, I'm going to have more boxes dedicated to guns over here, so that gun that I randomly happened to bring home can go over here for now, on the floor. Came home with lots of electrical. We disassemble electricals every chance we get right now because we're very close to electrical level 6. Electrical level 6 means remote detonators at long range, which means pipe bombs. And if you know, you know. And if you don't, get ready. It's great. It's great. So we found a perfect lighter while we were out. I'm going to replace my lighter. My lighter is a little less than perfect. I don't have lighter fluid to refill yet. It's rare, but you can find bottles of lighter fluid to refill the red lighters here. Oh yeah, so another thing that I'll categorize my vehicles into are ammo carriers. So when it comes to ammo, guns I will put into crates because guns I need to get to less often. Ammo, I need it with me wherever I go. So what I do with ammo is I stick it into the trunks of my step van fleet. So what we've got right here on the left is loose ammo. On the right is cartons of ammo. If you're not familiar with the 42 packing system, 12 of something can make a carton. A certain number of stuff will make a box, and 12 boxes will make a carton. That's the general rule of thumb for ammo. So 25 shotgun shells is a box, 12 boxes is a carton. And every time you box up or carton up, you make it easier to transfer. So what we've got over here on the left is loose ammo and loose boxes. I came home with 4 loose boxes of 556, so I shoved those in here with the other ones. And let's say that I had gotten 1 box of 9mm. Then I'd have 12. I could box all these up in here and move them over to one of these carton carriers. The 2 carton carriers here are... the first one is completely full. The second is halfway full. So... and there's a long way to go with that. We've only looted 2 gun stores and a number of police departments that I forgot already. But yeah, this state police car or truck right here is got my surplus guns that I haven't gotten into box storage yet. I'm not going to do that immediately. I'm just kind of explaining the system while I get my bags unpacked here. Speaking of bags, there's a military backpack on the floor here because it is full of all the JS3Ts that I've found so far. Best shotgun in the game, new one, relatively recent. But they don't need to be in a military backpack right now. I need military backpacks to be usable. So I'm gonna drop those over here as well so that I can put this military backpack somewhere usable. otherwise. We've got a dead rabbit and a leather coat. Leather coat. Rip them apart. We'll clean up the strips later. The dead rabbit. Just gotta butcher it somewhere here. And we'll get rabbit meat from that. Animal parts go in a crate up here, and then the meat goes in the freezer. Actually, I'm going to put the meat in the fridge, because we are going to do some meal prep at some point in the not too awful distant future here. Before we, or rather, after we, I'll finish that sentence later. Meal prep in the not too awful distant future, that's fine. Alright, so now we are going to give the heavy combat truck the best of everything we have, because it is the best we have. The hood is 87, windshield is 81. Honestly, okay, those are fine. High 80s is going to be fine. It's got one perfect seat, one garbage seat, one perfect performance tire, 3 sub-perfect. The brakes are regular, but I can't replace brakes or suspensions yet. Everything else is... I mean, look at these numbers. Y'all can see these numbers. They're beautiful. Overall is 91 for 91.4. So really, we're just doing 3 tires. That's all we're doing right now. The gas tank is regular, but that's a very high level mechanics before we can actually do those without damaging. So, no idea. Wish I could tell you, man. Talking about sandbox settings. Sandbox settings elude me. I don't look at them very often. I just do the default here. You know, I haven't made some improvised electrical items for a while. I just want to check these recipes really quick. If one of them is better than the if one of these is better than the noisemaker, then we might just be able to get level 6 electrical right now, in which case we would be able to get a detonator and some pipe bombs into our brand new heavy combat truck. That would be very relevant, trust me. I'm going to try an improvised flashlight. 26. That is not bad. Wait a minute, why was that? Why were we only able to make 1? Oh, we needed a tin can for that. Okay, or a steel sheet small. Otherwise, that's a really efficient recipe. An improvised flashlight. 1 scrap electronic, 1 light bulb, electrical wire, screws, tin can, or steel sheet small. That's actually... I wish I had looked at that earlier. For 26 experience, yeah, we're going to go ahead and get level 6 electrical right now, and then we're going to make a remote controller, and then we're going to make some pipe bombs, and then we're going to put them in our new heavy-duty combat vehicle. Okay, let me just get a number. How many do we need? We're electrical level 6, 25, 25, 32 out of 3,000. So that's 3,000 minus 25, 32. 468, and we get 26 experience each. We need to make 18 of them. Normally, I would balk at having to make 18 of something that's electrical, because even if that's like, 18 times 2, if it cost me 2 scrap electronics, I'd be like, maybe not. But that's actually 18 scrap electronics to get that much experience. Okay, yeah, we're doing it. But that's also going to be 18 electrical wire. Also very easy. I don't use it very often. 18 light bulbs. I have literal boxes of those right now. And then 18 screws. Those are a little bit, I just pick them up when I see them and it's not inconvenient. That's, okay, that'll be a little bit more interesting. Yeah, I only have 2 screws here, but I found a couple boxes of them, so opening one. This is the first time I've almost ever gone out of my way to open a box of screws. I only wish we could use screws for carpentry. The devs of this game really like nails much more than they do screws. That's fine. It's whatever. To each their own. We're going to open another box of light bulbs from the box stash here. And then we're going to get 18 small steel sheets here. This is what we're using instead of... we had a bunch of these already on standby for using them to make floors to level welding. That proved, thankfully, to be not necessary. That would have been a lot of floors for not the most useful purpose. Okay, so now we just go to a workbench somewhere and make 18 improvised flashlights. And then we watch the magic happen. So now what we do, we go back over here to the electrical materials stack, and we open the crafting menu. We do a search for the word long. Or, long dash range. Okay, so never mind. All one word. Remote controller, long range. The search menu didn't like that very much. So the materials for this are a TV remote or a pager, which is why we had a couple on standby that we didn't disassemble yet. 4 scrap electronics and 2 glue. Normally, I'm very reticent to use glue. However, this is exactly what we're saving it for. We're saving our glue for explosives, and a detonator is the most important part of an explosive. So, allocation is complete. We have a long-range remote controller. Now, this character has been luckier than any of my other characters when it comes to explosives specifically, because within the first couple of days of her journey, in part 1, linked in the description if anybody wants to follow the journey from the start, we found both the Generator magazine and Cheapskate John's Spiral homemade explosives in the same container. It was in an Electromax van in the parking lot. We were just there earlier scrapping vehicles. One of those Electromax vans, we found both magazines in the same van. That was a lightning strike right there, to find both of them in one van. I mean, the Cheapskate John Spiral Explosives magazine, that has been very difficult to find for some of my characters. Nora, one of my previous characters, second one in the description below, she went several years before, or like over a year, way over 1 year before we actually found one of those. So yeah, that's... never shake your nose at it if you find a homemade explosives magazine. It's really good shit. But we found it early on, so we've always had the ability to make pipe bombs. It's just that we haven't done it because I don't like the thrown weapons in this game. Thrown weapons are extremely unreliable. The arc of whenever you throw it, the arc is very unpredictable. Sometimes the flight time, it just kind of lingers in the middle of the air for some reason. No, it's extremely unreliable. I'd prefer to place the bomb somewhere, lead the zombies to it, and then detonate it from a very safe distance. And that very safe distance is way more than 7 tiles away, because we learned that you can take damage from your own pipe bombs. Do not be within 7 tiles of your own pipe bombs when you click the button. But otherwise, speaking of pipe bombs, how do you make them? You need bullets. Bullets, and you need to be okay with sacrificing the bullets, because you're going to have to yank gunpowder out of the bullets. This is not a very realistic thing, but currently I think all bullets give the same amount of gunpowder, so it doesn't really matter what kind of bullet you use. Personally, I recommend use whatever type of bullet that you're using the least often to shoot, right? So 30-30 for me. You can only shoot it from a carbine that jams all the time with no scopes on it, so 30-30 is usually the first thing I use. The second material that is kind of like a gate is how many iron pipes you have. I prefer to use broken iron pipes. These right here. I can't remember if I had any more that I didn't unpack yet. Let me check my other metalworking vehicles here. Empty and empty. Okay, so didn't leave anything behind in any of these, except for that sign. Maybe later. You get broken iron pipes from disassembling wrecked vehicles, and we've only disassembled a couple, so that's fine. We can only make one pipe bomb right now, so I'm just going to go ahead and make that one. So I'm going to open the box of 30-30 here, and I'm going to go to the crafting menu, go to gather gunpowder, which just requires pliers. That's a regular carry tool for us, along with whatever ammo you're using. So we're going to do all 20 of those. Now, if you want to carry the gunpowder around with you, you can do that. If you're going to do that, I recommend consolidating it, because every time you pull it out of a gun or out of a bullet, you get 1 unit, but then it's a bunch of tiny little units that you can combine. This would be 2 full units of gunpowder here, if we combined it all. Yeah, so 2 gunpowders for a total of 1.0 encumbrance. Much more lightweight than the bullets themselves, but personally, I don't often know exactly what bullet that I want to be using, and I like being able to have all my loose boxes together, so I don't usually pre-harvest the gunpowder. I usually just, when I need to make more bombs, I look at my ammo supplies at the time, and I make the judgment call at the time. So we've got the gunpowder, we've got the broken iron pipe here. The next materials we'll need are scrap electronics, which, you know, we've got 250 of them on standby here, so we've not drained our supply of that. Next we need, I think that's it for the bomb itself, for the chassis of the bomb. Oh, we need a hacksaw. So, I don't actually have a hacksaw anywhere in this stack right here. Any of these 3 stacks. So, my tool stack is over here. I'm going to take 1 hacksaw off the tool stack and put it over in electrical here. Here we go. So, 3 scrap electronics. Now, of course, the crafting menu is going to have me use an iron pipe before a broken one. So I don't want that. I'm manually clicking the broken iron pipe. Because remember, iron pipes you can do more things with. Broken iron pipes, this is the only thing you can do with it. Doesn't affect the damage of the bomb at all. So use broken iron pipes unless you have no other choice. Oh, and one other material I didn't mention is twine. I've got a little billion twine, so... Yeah, y'all do what KTO tells you. This man is 200% correct. Turning down the volume of that particular track because it's very, very loud, unlike the others. Next, what we want to do is, we've got a bomb, but it's just a bomb. It's not a remote bomb yet. We need to make it a remote bomb. Prerequisite for that is you've got to make a remote trigger first, right? So you need something to put on the bomb that receives the signal. We actually have one already with us. It's called a crafted trigger. We found this in a loot crate somewhere. But for the sake of demonstration, I will show you the recipe. This recipe is what costs glue, and the only thing you can use is glue. The kind of glue that has the icon, looks like Elmer's glue. There are no substitutes. You cannot use epoxy. You cannot use wood glue. You cannot use anything else. It has to be glue. So because of that, that is actually, it's not very easy to just go outside and say, I'm going to go find some glue. you can find them in desks of either schools or offices, and that's about it. Office loot tables is what I usually refer to when I'm talking about occasionally seeing things like office loot tables. Now, you might think, oh, hey, there's a lot of desks over there. It's not a very high chance. You go into a standard small office building in one of the usual starter towns, and you'll find like 6 desks. I don't know what the chances are, but to me it feels something like 1 in 20 or something like that. This is just a ballpark estimate based on my experience. 1 in 20 if you've only got 6 shots. Yeah, so if you need to, like, if you wait until the last minute to find your glue, you're going to be really disappointed. So what I prefer to do, every time I see glue, that's an extremely high priority pickup. But yeah, that's just the glue to get the remote trigger to turn it into a remote bomb. The bomb itself is actually nowhere near as hard to find because the bomb itself doesn't need the glue. But I digress. The other material requirements are 2 scrap electronics, which again, we got 250. But then receivers. Now receivers, you get them reliably from radios, even at low-level disassembly. But if you don't stockpile them, then you run out. So make sure to, just like with electrical parts, stockpile your receivers too. Even if you don't plan on making radios, receivers aren't just used for radios now, are they? So, but like I said, I don't need to make a trigger right now because we already found one in the loot. So there's our trigger. Now we just got to add it to the bomb. So add remote trigger to bomb. Now, of course, the crafting menu wants to turn my noisemaker that I made earlier into a remote noisemaker. I haven't even tried noisemakers on the latest build. Not going to right now. But yeah, let's select the pipe bomb and click the button. We now have, ladies and gentlemen, a long-range remote controller and a remote pipe bomb. Now let's say that I wanted to use it. What I would do is right-click on the bomb and hit link to remote controller. Now when it does that, the remote controllers are on different randomly generated frequencies. So this remote controller is now set to frequency 1327. The pipe bomb is set to frequency 1327. I could go make another remote controller and link it to a different bomb, and then it would create a new channel, and those remote controllers would detonate different bombs. I don't do that much anymore. I used to. If you could like do a noisemaker on one channel and then do a bomb on another, use the noisemakers to lure everybody to one spot and then detonate the bomb. That I feel like is something the devs kind of want us to do, because that seems like it's a reasonable thing. You can do it. It's logical. Noisemakers noise radius, the amount of noise that it makes to pull the zombies in, really, really, really weak last time I tested it, to the point where I don't even want to bother with it right now. And even if it is really good, I know for a fact that it won't pull zombies off of you, the player. If a zombie knows that you're there, noisemaker is background noise to them. They are going to be coming towards you. So you would have to be really creative about getting them close to the noisemaker to begin with. So it's just what I would prefer to do is just hop in a vehicle, fire up the light bar, and corral them into the correct spot, and then click the detonator. We've had some great success with that in the past, and we're going to have some great success with that now. I'm going to go ahead and put that into the trunk of our new heavy combat truck here. So that was a bit of a side tangent because I wasn't so sure that I'd suddenly be able to make electrical get to 6, but we're there. So we're there. Got that loaded up. Our next goal is what it was before. We need to get the rest of the heavy combat truck kitted out. Otherwise, if anybody has questions about pipe bombs, definitely let me know, because that is one of my heavy passions with this game. I enjoy it tremendously. I sincerely hope. Okay, so let me tell you this: if a hot fix came out tomorrow, and one of the patches say adjustments made to pipe to explosives, that's always how they phrase it. Adjustments. Whenever they nerf something, they use the word adjustment. They want to be very diplomatic about their phrasing. They don't want people to immediately be like, you nerfed it. People are going to find out, and they're going to be pissed anyway. But if I saw a patch note that said adjusted explosive effectiveness or something like that, and then I tried it, and suddenly pipe bombs were really, really bad, I would stop playing this game immediately, because that is just so much fun to me. It's so much fun, and it works so well that would just be deleting about almost a double-digit % of my enjoyment of this game would be deleted overnight if the devs decided to nerf pipe bombs. So, just as an example of how much I love them, how effective they are, and how terrified I am that the devs are gonna fuck with them. And that would be a situation where I don't even dignify the actually crowd. I wouldn't get into any more discussions. I would my forum account would go dark. I would just start playing something else. I would probably go play 7 Days to Die. I've been thinking about trying the latest build, 3.0. They added a whole bunch of new things to the game there. Zomboid nerfing pipe bombs would pull me over there immediately. I have other fun games that I could play. I will not. And I know some people would make the joke, "You're hopelessly addicted. You'll never stop." No. If you go far enough back in my channel, you will see that I used to be hopelessly addicted to Darktide. Darktide was my Zomboid before I started streaming this game. Now, I never streamed Darktide. I would just upload videos. So my channel was really, really tiny back then. Remember when I was saying earlier, YouTube doesn't promote videos anymore. They want you to live stream or upload shorts. They don't give a fuck about videos no more. But yeah, I would just go back to playing Darktide every day. That would be my new game. Or no, sorry. I would go back to 7 Days for my survival crafting urges. I don't know if I'll play Darktide again. See, Darktide, what turned me off was the devs took away something that just made the game fun for me. Quell canceling. If anybody's ever played Darktide, Psychers used to be able to shoot like a machine gun with their staff primaries. Didn't even matter the staff primary. You could do it with Pergatus. You could do it with the with any of the other ones. And then the devs knew about it since open beta back in November of 2023, I think it was. And for 2 years, they did nothing about it. The devs acknowledged it as a thing back in 2023. 2 years, they did nothing about it. And then, out of nowhere, just randomly, they just decided to, we won't, no more quell canceling. They actually called it quell canceling, like they used community terminology in the patch notes. They're like, nope, no more quell canceling, that's it. Just like that, I just didn't really want to play the game anymore. Because, again, it's not necessarily, I understood that it was like, it's a gamey mechanic. It's probably not functioning as intended. But if you're going to keep it in the game for 3 years straight, why the fuck are you going back and nerfing it just out of nowhere? And again, it would be the same thing here with Zomboid, right? If they had pipe bombs the same as they've been for, it's been since Ragdolls. It was with the Ragdoll update that they added explosive effectiveness against zombies. So that will have been well over a year now. That was like 42.8, I think. Yeah, that was over a year if I'm not mistaken. So it is pipe bombs being good against zombies the way they have been has been in here for over a year now. If the devs just randomly decided, nah, you guys are having too much fun, that's it. I'm done. That would be I would take my leave from Zomboid after that. I'm not going to get dramatic about it. Oh, I'm going to quit the game. I'm never going to play it again. No. I've not sworn off Darktide forever. I've just it killed my interest, and I'm going to move on. That's just that's the mature way to handle it, in my opinion. Have limits and then respect them. Yeah, so KTO says one way they might nerf it, just creating a random arbitrary upper limit of how many Zeds can get killed by it. It would depend on the numbers, right? Right now, you can kill up to 1,000 zombies easily with a single pipe bomb. More than 1,000, and you start running into issues of just there being too many for them to path properly. So I don't even know. I don't play on high pop, so I've only ever pipe bombed the most densely populated places on vanilla Zomboid, which even for the most densely populated places in vanilla Zomboid, there's actually an upper limit. You're gonna struggle to get more than 1,000 zombies on screen unless you do some shenanigans that I tried once. One time I tried entering a Louisville building from the top floor so that all the floors beneath me would spawn in. My frame rate promptly plummeted to 8 FPS until I left the area. So theoretically it is possible. The problem is it would require gaming the building mechanic, and it wouldn't end well. There's a reason that zombies don't, for big buildings, zombies don't spawn in every floor at once. The game just can't handle it. The game will just start shitting out on you. We literally had to split that horde up by leading them down the street at slideshow speeds. It was pathetic. That was not a fun time. We managed, but at that point we were fighting the game engine, not the zombies. Yeah. For any federal agents listening in, hey guys, how's it going? I'll see you at work, I guess. But no, y'all know what I'm talking about. Hatchet, fiberglass hatchet on the floor. I like to line up certain tools that I have, even if they're slightly outmoded now that I can make swords. I got a little bit sidetracked talking about that, but one of the things I started doing here without really talking about it because I was busy yapping was just emptying one of my loot bags. Because it's about to be bedtime, and I don't want to set out on a new expedition as like an overnight task again. I'd prefer to come at it with fresh perspectives. Okay, so we got 1 perfect and 3 imperfect. There's our replacements. We'll slap the tires on and then catch our first sleep for the evening. And then as an overnight task, we'll get the tires pumped up. Some of them are really low. For a long time, tires would lose all their would start out at zero inflation when you first put them on. That has been fixed, and now it's basically the tire is the same, whatever it is when you first put it on. Oh, I forgot there's a bunch in the trunk too. Yeah, so we're doing full hundreds on this thing. Okay, beautiful. And now we'll still be on time for bedtime, and then we can spend the overnight hour pumping things up here. Being a little lazy with food here, and that's okay for the moment. We do have plenty on the floor here. I'm going to take some more tomatoes out of the freezer here. That's actually been working out pretty well for me. It's about 6 at a time here. Okay, this thing is in great shape now. I would like to do the front right seat, just to get all these numbers as high as I can get them. So let me check my seat collection here. Could have swore I had at least one good seat somewhere. Oh, I stuck it in the other ambulance. Yeah, okay. So we know where to go get it. Alright, so now what we're going to do is shift the trunks, basically. Heavy combat has become this truck here. It used to be this ambulance here. So this ambulance here has got just a hodgepodge of weapons and ammo and everything else in it. This ambulance is being repurposed away from heavy combat. So everything, basically everything in it comes out of it now. Now what I'm doing is I'm kind of shaping these vehicles into a, or the heavy combat currently as like a bit of an expedition plus combat vehicle. So it is going to be able to handle things, handle complex tasks at long distances, which means it's going to have one of my pickaxes, club hammers, and sledgehammers and crowbars. Possibly masonry tools. TBA on that. I don't have quite everything that I want to have in like my field supplies kit here, but this is a pretty good one that I'm putting in the glove compartment here. Passenger seat is supposed to be armor, backup weapons. I'm sorry, no, backup weapons go in the trunk because this is the combat truck, so we don't need backup weapons on the passenger. Passenger is just like kind of really heavy tools. So sledgehammer, crowbar, club hammer, and we're leaving room for a pickaxe. We no longer need the empty pot. That is outmoded because we're using buckets now. Oh, reading material. Reading material. I almost forgot. Reading material because we expect to occasionally get stressed out in heavy combat situations. So these paperbacks are actually the most lightweight reading material that you can, carry with you where you go. So a paperback, and it's where you can also use like consumable readables, like a crossword or something like that. So you don't even have to think about what you do with it after you're done with it. It's just gone. Otherwise, Everything else that I'm pulling out of it is done. And we're just about ready for second bedtime here. Sometimes I want to get some warmer clothes on the passenger seat in addition to the heavy armor. Heavy armor we don't actually have any examples of yet. We can't yet make bone armor gloves. The tailoring level is 5 for that. Fingerless metal gloves is only tailoring 3. So we're closer to that than... Basically, we just got to get to tailoring level 3, and then we can make my preferred heavy armor for the hands. And then I need much, much higher tailoring probably for the coat of plates. Actually, it's only tailoring level 4. So really, we get to tailoring level 4, and then, oh, we're missing a recipe. Tailoring level 4 and an obscure magazine that I don't currently have. And then we'll be able to make all the armor that I would ever want to make, which is just allocating 1.0 for the gloves and 4.0 for the coat of plates. I would explain that, but since I don't have it right now, it's not relevant. It's chest slot protection. That doesn't have any insulation. So if you know, you know. If you don't, I'll explain it another time. So we've already got... That means we have 2 encumbrance left on the passenger seat that I can put whatever I want there. TBA. I'm not going to make a hard decision on that yet. Okay, late for bed, but we're set to go. So as soon as I wake up, we can deploy and take a look at East Riverside, see what awaits us out there. Oh, there are tailoring tapes, huh? Okay, fair enough. Did not know that. A little preemptive putting the other ambulance away because I haven't done a trunk transfer yet. So we want to transfer the contents of the trunk of this ambulance over to the fire truck. I think I'm past hatchets, actually. I don't want to, like, say that as, like, a definitive statement, but, I mean, I think we're past hatchets. Yeah. As long as I save myself by using the word think, I think I'm past hatchets. I'm thinking about what I can save. I can pull out of my Alice kit here. I can save 0.1 for the firecrackers. But then, what else? Can I get rid of one suture needle? That feels dangerous. But if I get rid of the firecrackers and a suture needle, then I have 0.2. I can put the bandana in there. I'm doing that for now. Oh, the driver's seat can take my backup first aid supplies. Okay, yes, okay. That's the last thing that I want to get situated in the fire truck here. Backup first aid supplies in the driver's seat, including a splint. On my previous character, anybody watching, y'all know, occasionally you need a splint for the silliest of things. It's almost impossible to predict what kind of dumb shit might happen. What kind of dumb ledges you might jump over that you thought were just a window and ended up being a window that was a floor up indoors. It happens. It happens to the best of us and the worst of us. I'll let you decide which one I am. Alright, backup first aid supplies include extra suture needles, extra sterilized bandages, how about pills too? Caffeine pills, beta blockers, 2 sterilized bandages, antidepressants, antibiotics. Now, I'm pretty sure tweezers. They're used to extract broken glass or bullets from your body. Zeds aren't shooting much, but broken glass can happen from a vehicle collision. But last time I got glass lodged in me, I was able to pull it out with the forceps. So unless there is a reason that forceps are somehow not as good as tweezers, then having forceps in my Alice button suspenders is always superior to just having tweezers somewhere nearby. Because forceps are multi-use. Use them for multiple other things. Very prurient to my interests. Actually, chewing tobacco is not the worst thing to have as a non-smoker. I think it still reduces stress. It's been a while since I've been able to test it. Last time I tested it on Danny, I don't remember the results. I remember testing it, I don't remember the results. Or if we even got any definitive results. Other than that, we need a splint. Splint is rags and a tree branch or a plank. And we got rags right here and a plank on the floor. Splint weighs 1.0. You need to put it on as soon as you have a fracture, because otherwise fractures can pull your health down real fast. Multi-tool can remove glass too. Not handy knife. See, the multi-tool and the handy knife. That took me a long time to realize all the differences, and I didn't know that one. That is good to know. One tailoring shop, 44 fabric rolls. That's wild. That's freaking wild. Yeah. Alright then. I have a feeling that's gonna get nerfed, but don't quote me on that. It's all that, and it's only 3 encumbrance so far. I'm gonna transfer the buckets. Or no, rather, let's see. It feels better to have the small stuff in the glove compartment. Especially because that's just what I feel like I would naturally look as the glove. So I'm going to move this small stuff into the glove. And then I always want to have a spare military backpack somewhere without it taking up room in my main backpack. So we're going to put the desert camo one into the glove. And I think we're going to be able to get away with that. I've had trouble getting away with that in the past. And we'll see about that. That did not leave us with much room for stress reading material. But honestly, as long as I remember to replace it, having just one paperback is probably sufficient. Okay. This is looking great. Like, this is feeling like one of the best field kits I've ever put together. If I might glaze myself a little bit. Okay. And then, of course, we've allocated room in the passenger seat for a couple things. We've had 2 free encumbrance in the passenger seat. Could do a mason chisel, but every time I've tried to make use of that in the field, it's always been questionable. And E-tool, what am I doing? E-tool is currently in the trunk. E-tool is on the passenger seat now. Okay, that feels better. All right, M9 on my holster, SN38 on my holster, and just checking a couple things. I'm feeling really good about this. Let me just get some of the redundance out of my main inventory now. Now, speaking of redundance, it does not really make sense to me to be carrying a machete in one slot and a sword in another slot when I have the book but haven't read it yet. I also don't like fighting in this kind of weather, both rain and fog. So, again, I'm sorry for all the delays if anybody is eager to see me get out there to West Riverside, or East Riverside, rather. See if we can find those. I'm eager to, trust me, but I want to do things in the right order here. We're going to go get Longblade 2, and we're going to see if we can read it by the time this weather's gone. How many tomatoes? I got 4. That should be good for the reading of a level 2 book here. Glasses on, butt to seat, and book nose to book. See, this is one of those things. It's technically a delay, but because we're fast forwarding it, it's not all delays are the same in this game. We're just we're blitzkrieging a book while horrific weather persists well into the afternoon here. There it goes. Good riddance. I hate rain plus fog, especially when it's all day. Oh yeah, no, the bench anvil is oof. Just the sound of the shotgun. Meta event. Bench anvil is a trap. Don't take it home with you. Doesn't do anything. It's a decoration, maybe. If you take a bench anvil and you build an advanced forge with a blacksmith anvil, you can put the bench anvil on top of your blacksmith anvil, and then you can have an anvil on your anvil, so you can anvil while you anvil. But nothing functional. Doesn't do anything, regrettably. Okay, we have completed Longblade Volume 2. So as long as we are between the levels of 3 and 4 Longblade, we are getting maximum experience for every swing. I can put that back in my library now. and I don't have to think about trading books anymore because my library's been fixed up real nice. We do have Longblade 3, honestly, so I am going to go ahead and take Longblade 3 and put it into heavy combat truck here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these firefighter axes out of here because it's actually... Having a firefighter axe is more of a tool at this point than a weapon. And I want to kind of like get the trunk of this truck organized so that it's not too cluttered visually. Garbage bags are great for that because then you can just, you know, sort them into the bags. I do want a wood axe somewhere. I'll find a place for it. Wood axes. What is the niche with a wood axe? It's an important niche for me in certain situations. Wood axes are capable of deleting trees in fewer swings, but each swing has a higher stamina cost. Like ridiculously higher stamina cost than the regular firefighter axe, and nothing about that ever changes. We tested this at level 10 everything, level 10 strength, stamina, and axe, and it's still firefighter axes or regular, you know, crafted axes. We're still better for, you know, doing many trees. However, the niche for a wood axe is you can do a single tree faster. So, especially smaller trees. You can one-shot some of the smaller trees, or two-shot them. So, if you need to quickly clear trees, and you're able to, you know, tank a few swings without getting winded, have a wood axe on hand, and just pick it up and get them out of the way. Seeing as the erosion mechanic just adds little trees all over the damn place, a lot over the years, that becomes more and more relevant as time passes. So... that is one of the reasons that I always carry around a wood axe, in addition to being an axe user for regular weaponry. But because that is considered a tool, it does not go in with the weapons. The double barrel shotgun, the sawed-off, extra hunting knives, and regular axe. These need to go into a garbage bag of some sort. I'm going to call it garbage bag or weaponry. Okay, it's a little bit more organized. Now, it looks like there's probably a lot of room in here. Like, visually, if you look at the amount of space we have left, we're at 38 out of 143. That's because we're only using certain guns right now. We're only using the 38 special for, like, point-blank single targets. And then if we are in a pinch and we need to wipe out a lot of them at once without abandoning our ground very easily, that's what we've got the 9mm for. Right now, we don't really have... heavy long guns because there's no point in using them at aiming level 4, especially when we're not getting the maximum amount of experience per bullet shot because we haven't read the book. I'm not the biggest fan of using guns at all if I haven't read the book. I'd much sooner be doing something to get the book than using guns without really, you know, fighting towards a potential chance of the book. So that's kind of the mentality of why I haven't been shooting very much, even though I have got, you know, entire vans full of ammo. That's not the point. The point is I want to be expending that ammo in a reasonable way. I did actually have a large handle here that kind of escaped containment. I'm going to use it to build my something here. I created a bunch of blacksmithing heads that need handles. I would prefer to assemble another axe, just like the one that's on my back, because those are really good weapons. Actually, my most effective weapon right now, I think. Situationally. Pickaxes are also really effective weapons. But I've already got one assembled here. The key difference being pickaxes, you can just keep swinging. You don't have to stop to think about sharpening. However, you can swing a little faster with the axe head, and I think the axe head has a yeah, it's faster, and I think the reach is a little longer too. I don't know. But if I just put together a spare axe right now, then and then I take the pickaxe that's on the floor. Then I've got one of each, and that works for me. Now, another thing that I would sometimes keep in my combat truck would be just spare welding torches. There's always a torch and a mask in the glove compartments of the vehicles I use often, right? So that's not even a question. However, extra torches for the heavy combat truck, because sometimes in combat I'm going to want to just get a car off the road, delete it with welding. So having the ability to do so is moi. Now, what next is we sleep. It's 2250. That's almost 2230, or 2300 rather. We sleep, but then we assemble our explosives bag. Explosives bag is something else that needs to go in the trunk of the heavy combat truck. Explosives bag, I like to use a bright red danger duffel here, a trauma bag. And we put into it everything that we need to assemble more explosives. So what that's going to be is our entire selection of glue. That's going to be 4 tubes, 4 full tubes is what we've got right now. Then some twine. We have little mountains of twine because I've gone nuts collecting it. I'm just going to do 4. 4 twine, 4 glue, 4 duct tape. Once again, mountains, because we always grab it. Then if we had more broken iron pipes, this is where we would put them in there, but we don't, so that's okay. I'm going to do like a dozen radio receivers. And then we're going to do like 32 electrical parts, something like that. I'm just kind of coming up with these numbers on a whim. Electrical parts are the things we use most often when building bombs. So, yeah. Then the hacksaw, but we want to keep a hacksaw in here so we can craft from here. So that can stay. I suppose I can take firecrackers, why not? You can make smoke bombs in this game. They do have a use against zombies. It's extremely niche, and I've had trouble trying to make use of it. The niche is if you have a bunch of zombies on you and you throw the smoke bomb creates a line of sight blockage in a 3x3 tile radius. So it's a 3x3. 3x3 would be well, it's kind of hard to say, but you know, this is 3 tiles right here. So washing machine, laundry cart, and then that, and that. So basically, from where I'm standing is the top corner of the square, and then the washing machine here in the bottom is the bottom corner of the square. So if I threw a smoke bomb in the middle here, it would detonate, and these 9 tiles here would become covered in smoke. Zombies would not see me anymore. It would be the equivalent of a wall from their perspective. Now, they're going to continue walking in your direction. That's not going to make them stop walking in your direction. It's just going to make them no longer be able to see you, as if you turned a corner. So what you would do then is probably use it in tandem with something like a corner. You're in Louisville, you got 1,000 zombies behind you, throw a smoke bomb at like the corner of a building, turn the corner of the building, none of the zombies will see you turn. They'll continue walking down in whatever line they were walking in. But that is extremely niche. Like, that is... And the worst part about it is you can't put a smoke bomb on your belt. You have to right-click and equip it and put it in your hands. And then you got to deal with the inaccurate throw, arc trajectory thing. It's just all unreliable and not easily accessible. So despite being functional, it's just not a very good weapon right now. Probably, honestly, smoke bombs are probably more of a PvP weapon. The line of sight blockage also applies to the aiming system. So, I also noticed, I've not looked at this recently, but I have noticed in the past when I was looking at aiming to try to figure out all the different factors that come into play when you're trying to aim, I have noticed that there's placeholder code for thermal sighting. So thermal sights might be a thing in the future. And thermal sights plus smoke bombs might mean fun times ambushing players in PvP. Or maybe NPCs. Maybe someday NPCs. Who knows? I don't know. I have seen placeholder code for very interesting stuff get deleted from the game. So we can't take placeholder code for literally anything. We can't assume that it's going to be there tomorrow. It might get deleted tomorrow, and that really sucks. I mean, one of the things that I looked at that really intrigued me was placeholder code for sex segregated nutrition. So ladies would have different fat decay rates than guys, different starting weights than guys. You know, there would actually be some semblance of sexual dimorphism in this game. That was there in early B42 builds. That has been completely removed. I don't know. It looks like the devs had ideas and then went back on them. And that kind of sucks, because that would be kind of interesting. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't really have any strong opinions of that. All I know is that if you see placeholder code when you decompile the game, don't get too excited. It might just be an idea that they haven't removed yet. And since the devs never talk to us, we don't fucking know, do we? Hang on a second. There's a couple of other things I could put in this bag. But not too much, because we don't want to overfill it. Yeah, we don't want to overfill it. Nothing's really jumping out at me here. We've already got spare batteries. I don't know if I would ever use a crafted timer for a bomb. It just doesn't make sense to me, because you can't always predict how long it's going to take for a zombie to get to a certain spot. So timers just they don't resonate with me. I like precision, and timers are just not really, timers are something for very, very predictable things. Zombies are not very predictable by design. So I can hardly ever see myself using it, but since I have some that I found, sure, why not? Otherwise, now again, with motion sensors, that's another thing where you could theoretically use it against zombies. That's going to be a lot of materials. A motion sensor bomb is a lot of materials. I think that might even be glue to make a motion sensor bomb. But then what if it's only one zombie that walks over the bomb? You really want to be spending the resources of an entire bomb for like one zombie? Because that's something that can and will happen if you do that. So again, things that I would kind of be interested in certain situations, but motion sensors are for creating a pipe bomb and then putting it next to a gas station in a town that you're not in. So the player who joins your server walks up to it and, oh no, I was trying to get some gas and suddenly I'm dead. PvP in Project Zomboid is one of the things of all time. Trauma bag explosives. Into the trunk it goes, and that's it for now. This trunk is the best I could ever make it. Sounds useful if your car is covered or something like that. Which one? Sorry, I wasn't quite keeping up with chat there. Which particular part of that was useful if your car is surrounded? Because honestly, if your car is surrounded, I would much rather drive and actually get it not surrounded. If you can't get it surrounded, if you're talking about the smoke bomb and your car is surrounded and something goes wrong with your car and you can't make the car move anymore, well, you've already made 200,000 mistakes in a row there. But I don't know if a smoke bomb can save you. Because a smoke bomb... Well, first of all, I've never tried throwing out a window before, so that might not even be possible. If it is, would you really want to be at point-blank range with thousands of zombies? I guess you would have no choice, but I mean, if you only have time for one action when getting out of a vehicle, at that point, I'd probably want to be throwing a Molotov instead of a smoke bomb. But I mean, you know, at that point, you're pretty dead either way, no matter what you do. I just don't see I don't see anybody ever getting out of that with anything. Just dealing with the hunger real quick, and then we've got this rabbit meat. Make a few stir fries after we wake up. But we gotta wait until we wake up for those tomatoes to unfreeze. Or no, we can just... Yeah, No idea what these stir fries are going to come out to, but they'll work. Yeah, they'll probably be mid-40s, all of them. Okay, it's fine. I'll tell you what, I'll cook them after we wake up, because right now it is 5 a.m. It would be better to go to sleep now. Keep my bedtime on track. So there's 3 40s, and I'm just going to call all these 40s. They're basically all 40s. Okay, off we go. Let me get a timestamp real quick, because I was in a discussion with somebody about these horse racing, and I wanted in the forums actually. So we're at 4 hours and 19 minutes. 4:19. Let's make that 4:20 minutes. Yeah. Okay, off we go. We're just gonna get some gas first. And off we go. Say off we go. Y'all want to you want to get distracted again and use our pipe bomb? Use our first pipe bomb to clear the rest of Riverside with one click. Give me just a moment to analyze the placement of the zombies. I'm just going to analyze where everybody else is in Riverside right now, because I know South Riverside. South Riverside, which is how it's the most efficient way to get in and out. South Riverside down here. I know there's still a bunch of Zeds on this road, but I want to see their placements. Everybody up here would be really hard to bring all the way to the other side where the estates are. But if we could get everybody from here and the estates area and just merge them all together, that might be a group worthy of bombing. Now another thing is, the music came back. Another thing is placement of the bomb, and how to tell the bomb where the bomb is once there are thousands of zombies around it. Those are two very important things to consider. And Riverside after the glow up is honestly, it's really dense. There's not a lot of extremely open, like, you know, mega parking lots. Like this parking lot right here, it's not a very good place to try to drive in circles around a 7x7 area. Remember, a 14, sorry. What is the total radius? It's the center tile, 7 tiles in each direction. So that's a 15 by 15 box. that is just full of zombie killing, and you need to be able to drive circles around that imaginary box. So 15 by 15 is a lot bigger than it might sound. These are the estates here, and I know we still have quite a few folks pocketed around here. I'm gonna have to come back to that thought. I'm sorry to get everybody's hopes up, but honestly, I'm thinking about the new Riverside. Everything I've seen so far has just been so cozy and dense that wide open parking lots, nothing is coming to mind. And most importantly, to a parking lot that would be easy to use is a parking lot with like streetlights in it. And when I say in it, I mean in it and not on the edges of it. Like the school parking lot we just looked at, there were street lights on the edges of it, but not in the middle of it. I mean, it was literally just 2 roads. So, things to consider. Oops. All right, so what we're going to do is get on River Link Road here. That's basically just going to be the next right turn, or sorry, character left. Screen right. That would be pigs. I do not care about pigs. Pigs break shit. That is a ranch zone with no aminals in it. Alright, so this is Rock Ridge Road. That is Lake Link Road. This is River Walk Road. I believe River Walk Road is our destination. Is it already explored? Nice. Okay, so 81 engine quality. If you consider 81 engine quality nice, then yeah, I got lucky. I mean, we have a lot of real estate we explored, so we were bound to come across one eventually. Yeah, sorry about that. That is one downside to streaming with quality is the chat delay. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Before that, so okay. Hmm. That's unfortunate because we actually walked past it like in the first day of the game. Get in the fields. Okay. We'll get up there then. I will. What I'm going to do is go around tree stump lane so we can at least get some territory exploration on our way back. See what assets are here, and then backtrack and take a look at that specific spot. Wait, I thought this was a loop, and is that the other one? I did clock a red generator in that one, and we're still getting crop plots spawning in with the crops ready to be harvested. What is that? That's not Comfrey, is it? Hang on. cilantro and thyme. It's two spices that I don't have yet. Call that an attack of opportunity, just because I didn't have those dried up yet. I wouldn't even go as far as to call it worth the risk, but it paid off, so we don't have to think about the risk, right? Okay. So basically, it's not something that would be easily perceived from the road then. That's probably why I never even would have given it a passing look on my way down there when I went right past it on my first day there. Coming up on my starter house here. Right up here on the left. That would be Dixie Lyrica's residence of starting. And what we did after starting there was walk on this road. I'm just going to explore everything in this area. Like everything. 100% of everything. We will leave no stone unturned up here. Because let's just say that whatever, maybe it was an event, maybe it did spawn in. If it did, then it's possible that any zombies that would have spawned in would have gotten scattered to the wind. So being a little thorough is probably to our benefit. Hey, I mean, if it doesn't spawn for me, then it doesn't spawn for me. That is I honestly, if it's a chance and not guaranteed, that is actually what I'm expecting at this point, because Zomboid has always been extremely mixed on me. But it feels like when I'm targeting something specifically, it's a little bit less likely to happen. Was that like the inverse of gambler's fallacy or something? Gambler's corollary? Gambler's despair? Nothing of particular note up here. I'm always in the market for more propane. And if you're going to put one right in front of me with no challenge... Hello. That's not no challenge. Thank you. Saying something about no challenge. No challenge that I could see at the moment, perhaps. And it's almost empty. Ugh. Whatever. It's something. Alright, so we went around that bend, so now we're going to do a loop around the next bend up there. Yep, there's a blacksmith up there. I'm going to assume that there might be even a forge in there. We actually looked into this house. We didn't get too far with it, but we looked into it. I left a spare hand drill and a vehicle battery on the side of the road here, because it ended up being a perfect battery for heavy duty. I knew I would be in the market for those one day, and that day has long since come, so Into the trunk it goes. There still is a propane tank in the propane tank of the grill up here. Bar, ingot, iron mold, several uses. Nice. Very nice. Most of this ended up being redundant, even though I dropped it on the floor here before I understood that the workshop loot tables had been nerfed into oblivion. You know, I might actually want one of these large industrial sinks. They only weigh 20 encumbrance, and they don't require tools to pick up. And you can place them anywhere you want easily. They don't require like a surface like regular sinks do. If I have room for it, which I do. See, even if I find exactly what I'm looking for out here, it's not going to weigh that much. It's just going to go right on our head. I've been thinking in the back of my mind what... Oh yeah, jockey number 1. Yes, absolutely. Because Dixie Lyrica was the first long-lived character that I created on Build 42 Unstable. It was kind of a spur-of-the-moment decision to go with Dixie Lyrica when I created this character, but it's provincial in my humble opinion because the whatchamacallit, she's the first stable character I created here, and she was the first unstable character that I went long with. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. She should have the number 1 helmet. So if we find if we happen to find some people, but it's not number 1, then whatever. But I don't see anybody at all anywhere. Let's be thorough though. We're gonna take a look all over the place. Nothing else. There's a big sand lot here. That in addition to the what's it called? In addition to the junkyard. Just past that sand line. Yep. So definitely an event then. Unless the migration system snatched everybody. If it did, well, like I said, we'll explore the area very thoroughly. If it did, there's a tiny possibility that they would have congregated at a nearby intersection. We do still have Sim and Angus up here. Cows. 2 Angus cows and 1 Cemental. They're probably still going to be alive, even though my cows died for no reason. These cows might still be alive. They were still alive last time I looked at them. Stressed into oblivion, most likely, because surrounded by zombies. Perhaps the zombies surrounding them could include anybody who would have spawned here. Now, of course, if there's a chance for an event that involves horse riders, we would be fools not to take a look at the loot in here, if there is any at all, anywhere, ever. Sacks and animal feed bags. Sacks, animal feed bag, wheat seeds. Toilet. Planks. Didn't have high expectations, but I want to be thorough. So you're telling me there's a chance? Yeah, baby. That would be negative. You can pick up the hay floors if you have a shovel of some sort. Interesting. They only weigh 1 encumbrance. Nope. Can't make them ourselves, apparently. What if I put hay floors down for my chicken coop? Why not? I don't have chickens in there yet, but while they're right in front of me, and there's a lot of them. Our chicken coop is 6 tiles by 6 tiles. So let's just get 12. We have room for that. Last barn had full hay floors. Nice. That's funny. I sit down in the vehicle with the bag in my hand. I equip a sword by accident, and she drops the bag through the floor. Welcome to Project Zomboid. So yeah, we're going to go, and now that we've got a few hay floors, I don't recall seeing any of those too much closer to my base, so grabbing them while we're out here. We're going to go up here and explore everything we can, and in hopes that perhaps there may have been something up here that followed me as I was leaving the area. I recall being followed a lot on this road. Plenty of people in this yard up here. That is a ranch, just an empty ranch, it looks like. Cows are still alive. It's not really fair. My cows died for no reason. Those cows don't have to die, apparently. They might keel over and die any moment now, because maybe there's a water problem. I mean, the water trough appears to be empty. What the hell? Okay, there's an audio problem, and it's getting worse. Okay. When there's an audio problem, and it's getting worse, stop what you're doing, close and reopen the game. Don't pass go, don't collect $200. When you hear the audio start to cut out like that, sounds that should be playing aren't playing, close and reopen the game. Even if it's, okay, obviously if there's not a zombie in front of you, right? But otherwise, you could hear it getting stuttering more and more and more. It's a stacking problem. It's a memory leak of some sort. I've seen it happen before. It gets harder to even close the game after a certain point. It's one of those memory leaks that can build up really fast. So if you start to hear your, oh shit, hang on. Hang on. Fuck. Well, I missed this. 42.20.3 stable hotfix released. This doesn't have anything to do with the audio glitch, but this released sometime while we were playing just now. Okay then, well, fixes addressed multiple causes of a memory leak that could lead to performance degradation and crashes over time. If you continue to encounter an out-of-error memory in a new save, so yeah, I don't even need to continue reading that because the devs don't care about existing saves. Implemented several memory optimizations, reduced instances of black and gray boxes appearing when traveling quickly through the world. Well, okay then. Additional causes of this issue still being investigated with just in a future update. Fixed issues that could cause errors during lighting updates. Maybe that's the vehicle headlights not turning on properly. Otherwise, everything else is multiplayer. So once again, a tiny hot fix that does not seem to be relevant to anything except possibly what just happened. Who knows? We're about to find out, aren't we? Also, as a fun fact, I just hit 3,800 hours. So all the times I said 3,700 hours recently, we're bumping it up again. Yep, metal baseball bat with bolts is pretty dank. All right, 42.20.3. Let's go. It would be kind of funny if that audio memory leak that I was just talking about was actually one of the memory leaks that they were talking about in the patch notes. They didn't say anything about audio. So who knows? We'll see. So if anybody wasn't following along with the map here, I'm just going to show you the map real quick. The map, where we're at right now, is actually the same kind of connected set of fields as where the event was that we were looking for. So that's why I turned into this side first, because this is where the zombies, any zombies that I've seen that are the closest to that event in this direction. And as I demonstrated, there's something pulling zombies in this direction, namely the animal noises. I don't know how far that goes. So what's bringing these guys over here, I wonder? I have no idea. Whatever it is, how do we know it didn't apply to anything else? Got some seeds. General agriculture. Filters, a hoe. Barbed wire. I'm taking that because I've been on a bit of a dearth of wire, and you can use a crafting recipe to turn barbed wire back into regular wire. Hey, look at that. Hell yeah. Now, if you guys hear those cow sounds, and they sound a little angrier than the normal cow sounds, that is because these cows, I mentioned before, they're stressed into oblivion because of being surrounded by zombies for as long as they have been. If those noises make you a little bit, you hear them and you're like, what? Why are they angry? No, we can hear it in other animals' voices. We know when animals are stressed. It is a very visceral sound. Mammals, there's a little crossover there. It's the same reason that baby animals always look so cute, because mammal crossover is a real thing. I don't seem to see anybody. Trust me when I say that I've been programmed to look out for jockeys, horse jockeys. None of them are jumping out at me right now. The color schemes are pretty obvious, like bright, solid colors. little hairy. I didn't want to accidentally hit the cows. I mean, I got a really long range axe here. Okay, I need to check their status. Because it looks like they're out of water, and it looks like they've been out of water to the point where they might be dying. Now, if I needed to save one of them, and I could only save one of them, it would be this cemental here. Cementals are, yeah, well-fed, dying of thirst. Okay, so they ran out of water somehow. I guess the rain here just, for some reason, didn't get calculated properly. The rain here must have not gotten calculated properly. Which is why this feeding trough is empty, when it should be full because there was a recent rain. Meanwhile, of course, this rain barrel right here is completely 200% full, so it's like, what's going on there? I have no idea. We can save the Angus cows if we just get the bucket. I'm so glad that I switched from a cooking pot to a bucket, because now I can just go into my vehicle and get the bucket and have a bucket and use it for situations like this. Situations that are like kind of hard to predict, actually. Now, animals don't like it when you run. It stresses them out, but well, what am I going to do? I've got to help them out, and they've got limited time before they die. Transferring liquid is faster than right-click and fill. Why? Welcome to Project Zomboid. All I know is this will save them faster, and so I'm helping save them faster. Bulls are very dangerous when they're stressed. Don't try to pet them, but I might be able to give them water. We'll see. I don't know why my character is making the shake the hay to coax them over noise. Now, strangely, they've stopped making the stress sounds. I thought they were going to be stressed to oblivion. This does not sound like they're stressed to oblivion, but, okay, what's going on with this guy? How is this guy... Okay, so none of them are stressed, apparently. So I have a few theories here. My expectation was that every time we've walked past these animals since day one when they spawned in, there have been zombies around them. If a zombie is around an animal, their stress builds up slowly over time. And a lot of time has passed. But all that time that has passed has been time that these animals were not loaded in. And that could be why they're still alive, in every meaning of the word. Like, whatever killed my cows might just be something that only happened because the cows were around us. Or loaded in, rather. Like, the cows were, like, in the same cell that we were in. So because the cows were loaded in, whatever happened had a chance to happen. Because just like, you know, I don't know. I mean, like, that's just my prevailing theory. We have actually not spent very much time at all with these cows actually loaded in. You know, we were not actually around them very much. We have driven down this road once or twice since the start of the game, when we first walked down this road. So, all that, what that's telling me right now, is that the stress buildup from being around zombies must only happen while the animals are actually loaded in. And it must not be so significant that 5 zombies can leave lingering stress. Like, obviously, they make the stress noises and run around in circles when the zombies are next to them. But what I believe is, stress is a 0 to 100 stat. It's the same for players as it is for animals in that regard. Animals are an extension of the player class. I'm going to say that one more time for anybody who is a programmer. Animals are an dumb animals are an extension of the player class. Okay, I'm just going to leave that there. Anybody, if you're a programmer and you understand anything about game design, go ahead and pick your jaw up off the floor. We're going to have to move on, because I'm not going to go down a programming rabbit hole about why that's so fucking stupid. But that's the paradigm, right? They have the same stress value stat that we do. And apparently it goes up over time while zombies are around. But if not enough time has passed because they just haven't been loaded in, then, well, that has been confirmed to be the case. But on the flip side, that might be the only reason they're still alive. Because maybe whatever it is that killed my cows, that resulted in them just dying for no reason that I could ever figure out, was just something that was only happening because they were loaded in. So maybe the workaround to my cows dying for no apparent reason is to just have the ranch outside of draw distance. outside of the loaded range, which means my plan, if we look at the map here, my plan was to make an animal ranch in the river. So far in the river that it was far enough. Now, I was doing this because I'm sick of hearing their sounds. When I made my ranches on Anime and Nora the Explorer, I had them rather close to my base, and I had a lot of cows. May you never experience what it sounds like to hear 50 cows all mooing the same 3 moo sounds every 4 or 5 seconds each. Doors and walls do not reduce that noise enough. If I'm going to build an animal farm now, I have to build it 3 times farther than I used to now, though, because I could have corrected that problem back in 42.15.3 or 42.12.3 just by making it 30 tiles away. Now it has to be 70 tiles away, because if you were perceptive, you would have noticed that we were hearing these cows making the stress noises while we were clearing the ranch on the other side of the goddamn street. I don't know why the devs did this to certain sounds, but certain sounds we can now hear from 70 tiles away. The things that really get on my nerves are alarm clocks, especially when you get into Louisville. When you get into Louisville and you are surrounded by multi-story apartment complexes on every road, and you're constantly hearing the little ring of somebody's stupid infinite energy alarm that's in the drawer somewhere. And there are literally like 200 rooms within 70 tiles that you could be hearing that in. But again, that problem I just described of all the mooing, I have to have them at least 70 tiles away from where I can hear them. Otherwise, I will go certifiably insane, much more so than I already am. So I was already planning to build an animal pen in the river, far away from where I generally do my daily work. I'm now considering building it just a little farther in the river, so that the animals are just not really loaded in regularly. Because that seems to be one of the only reasons that these animals are not only not stressed, but possibly not killed by whatever stupid fucking random-ass mechanic that resulted in all 4 of my cows dying for no apparent reason. That's my current, that's my train of thought here, right? I just gave up on cows. I had 4 of them once. 2 of them keeled over and died one morning later, and then the next stream, the other 2 keeled over and died. Now all I have is 1 bull, Cemento bull. So I've bitched about that a lot in the past. I kind of just stopped talking about it because I gave up on the concept of animals entirely, because they just kept dying for stupid reasons that I didn't feel like figuring out. But now I have a new theory that, and the theory is real funny. Just keep them away from me. Just keep them away from me. Apparently that's all I've ever had to do. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me. What I'm gonna do is get some water in their trough here. I don't know. That is a good question. For all of my previous characters' journey, Danny the Drifter, linked in the description, probably about 800 hours of my past playtime with Project Zomboid. From the very beginning of her run, there was a very stupid problem with animals where the game seemed to forget what sex they were. We had female bulls for some reason in that build of the game, and because of that, all of my playtime for the past character has been broken in terms of animal reproduction. So animals getting pregnant while I'm not there, I have absolutely no idea. Because I was always there on my previous characters. They were close enough to my base, that was never a thing. But yeah, I need that for Danny, my most recent character. Things were both broken and then fixed, and then broken again and then fixed. And remember, for unstable, devs expect you to create a new save every single time an update comes out. They will not accept any bug reports otherwise. So they already don't accept bug reports from me, but they would accept it even less. If they were actually listening to me, they wouldn't. They still wouldn't listen to me for a bug report regarding that. So I just stopped thinking about it entirely. Basically, what I'm trying to say is we never once had successful animal reproduction on Danny, except for a few chickens. Some chickens that we found that didn't spawn in until 42.19. They did successfully reproduce because they had spawned in on the latest version of the game. Hey, Crafts, how's it going? Good to see you. We are currently hypothesizing about animal problems and how we might have these cows and not have them die for reasons that I couldn't figure out. I just hit 3,800 hours in this game, and I still cannot tell you why I had 4 cows at the start of this character's journey, and then promptly had 0 cows. All 4 of the cows just died, and to this day, I patiently await a reason why. One theory that we had that I couldn't rule out or necessarily prove, like I could neither prove it nor rule it out, was poo. What we started doing when we realized that the cows were dying for no reason is we also had a bull. So we started being real careful with the bull. We started checking its health like frequently. And we noticed it at one point it had gotten sickly. And somebody in chat had suggested, is it the poo? Are they getting sickly because they're around poo all the time? Well, I don't know. The game doesn't explain that to me. I can hit F1 and I can go over down here to ranching. Where is it? Ranching. Animal zones. I'm not going to read everything out loud. If you feel like pausing, I'm just going to scroll through here. Look for the words poo. Look for the words smell. Look for the words anything that could possibly be related to that. And tell me if you see it explained. Now, okay, maybe it's not in this lovely survival guide yet. I do like the survival guide. It's great. Maybe it's incomplete. If so, that feels like a rather severe oversight. A cow dying is a significant thing. You got to understand, these things, their growth rate has been dropped significantly. If you played Build 42 early on, you may remember that cows could reproduce and you'd have calves within like a couple of months. That was my early character's experience. That was highly unrealistic. And of course, the devs decided, well, that's realism that inconveniences the player. So yeah, we're definitely gonna slow down the growth rate for the animals. And so they did. And now because I can't tell if it is a glitch that happened with my previous character, Danny, or if it is just the overcorrection that I'm talking about there. Danny never once had a live birth of a cow, ever, and she lasted almost 2 years. She was at June 11th, 1994. Yeah, July 9th would have been her anniversary. Okay, here's an interesting thing. I had somebody else in chat, and forgive me guys, I can't always remember exactly who suggests this. I have a great community of folks who go nuts with this game just like I do. So I don't actually always keep track of exactly who suggests these things, because sometimes they sound plausible. One thing was somebody suggested, do they need a salt lick? Do they lose health if they don't have a salt lick? Increasing the plausibility of that is the fact that salt licks do seem to spawn in a lot of ranch zones now. I could once again, I could be a little bit of a dick about it, and I could open the survival guide and I could ask you guys, oh, does it show up in there? That again, that's never meant to be a dig at anybody trying to theory craft here, because the devs do things like that. They add mechanics that fuck us up, and then of course they don't explain it to us in the patch notes. Not in the patch notes, not in the survival guide, nowhere ever. They just fuck with us. And then they leave QA to figure out what they even did and try to explain it on their behalf. That's kind of the workflow that the devs, the devs who don't talk to us anymore, operate by. Yeah, I don't know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to steal this salt lick right here. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to steal it. Weighs 15. Used to weigh 20. I remember it being heavier. I'm going to take it home with me. I'm going to put it in whatever animal ranch I end up building in the river, so that when we are ready to bring these cows there to see if they survive, we'll have a place to put them, and it'll have a salt lick, so we can rule that out. In the meantime, we've got these animal feed bags, rather. I'm just gonna stick them in here because it seems they're out of food too. Cows do graze; they do eat grass up off the ground. I don't trust that. I don't trust that in the slightest. So I'm dumping these animal feed bags in here for them now. So they do have what is this? It's 30 liters of water. They got 30 liters of water, and they got 40 units of food. I still, to this day, don't know what a unit of food is. But I know that once you get heavy into the double digits, you're good for quite a long time. So basically, these cows should be fine, theoretically. Again, all theoretically here. I see no reason, especially now that I've cleaned the poo up, and they already have a salt lick in there. I see absolutely no reason they should ever have any problems until I come get them later. So if I come get them later and they're dead for no reason, then every theory that I've ever just speculated on, all of it's out the window again. So hopefully we don't come back here and see 3 dead cows. I have enough leather and beef for forever. I don't need more cows for butchering or for tailoring or any shit like that. It's not poo? Yeah, KTO says it's not poo. You've had cows for several weeks. They still haven't bred yet. The only other thing, Roller Dude, that I could think of on that would be, I'm assuming you're checking to make sure that they're healthy and not stressed. And adult. Adult, healthy, and not stressed. I know for a fact that if they're stressed, it messes with their reproduction rates. To such an extent that if they were already pregnant when they spawned in, they will lose their calves. They will miscarry from stress. That is an unfortunate mechanic that is in the game that is not explained, at least not fully, right? Thankfully, the thing, you know, the survival guide that I always harp on, you hit F1, open the survival guide, it does tell you that stress is bad for their health, and it tells you how to get rid of stress. You can pet the animals. So that's a good thing. We know how to de-stress them. We just got to make sure we're doing it. Otherwise, if Roller Dude, if you haven't had any reproduction efforts whatsoever, that would make me wonder: is it a thing that only happens when they're around, when you're around, rather, when the player is around? Because maybe the bad things that don't happen while we're around, maybe the good things don't happen either. The good things, as in getting more cows, or I mean, getting more cows is one part of it, but just the cows being pregnant is required for them to make milk. Cows do not make milk if they're not pregnant, so live animals just free refrigeration. I mean, you know, I wouldn't call it refrigeration, I'd just call it meat preservation, but true, you're very true. That's one way to put it. So I would also want to clear all the Zeds off of that road before we would ever consider trying to recover those animals. Because there's many routes that I can take to get home. Most of them are going to result in me going by zombies. And I have noticed problems in the past where if an animal is in a carrier and you go past zombies a lot, they tend to get stressed. So I try to take a broad brush approach to getting ahead of that and just killing every zombie that I can try to kill on the way there. I'm going to take anything agriculture related that we picked up and put it, including the salt lick, and put it just on the ground up here. Like I was saying before, I got started on extending this pier deep into the river. In fact, I think I actually finished the beginning of it, right? So if you see where we're at right now, you'll notice that my general working area, all the way up to the end of the back parking lot of the fire department, my general, usual day-to-day working area is now completely out of loaded territory. So if we create an animal ranch in the farm, or like create a farm up here, right? The farm will not be loaded during average gameplay. So if the bad thing that killed our cow, or even if it's just a glitch, if whatever killed our cow was just a glitch, mean time to happen that happens periodically while they're loaded in, perhaps the solution is just to not have them loaded in unless we need them. Perhaps that is the solution. In any case, that's the theory I'm operating under right now, and that's what I'm going to stick with. I'm going to leave these. I'm going to leave the salt lick here, and I'm going to leave the feeding bottle here, and pretty much everything else I picked up is not necessarily for the animal farm. So I'm going to put this garbage bag here and put the lick in there. The hay floors were for the chickens, actually, because I kind of actually wanted to have the chickens closer. The chickens' noises are less bothersome, and I think doors and walls are better at making them not heard. Thankfully, so I think I might have the chickens closer to my base in a coop that I've already kind of pre-built. So that's what the floors are for. So we don't need to leave anything else up here for now. Like I said, we'll come back to the animal farm when we're ready to. I don't see mixed feelings on that, right? Because now we have a theory to test, and I kind of want to test it. We've also taken a look to see if we could find the jockey riders, and we've had no luck. I'm pretty sure I explored just about everything we could, and regrettably no luck. So I also have to step away briefly IRL. I've been holding it for about 20 minutes now because I was actually kind of excited to see what we were going to run into up here, but that's okay. Give me just a moment here. I'm going to go ahead and park heavy combat right here. Drop that, and get my stuff in the fridge that is perishable. And I'm going to have her read first aid for a moment, and I'll be right back, folks. Oops, first aid was put into the trunk. Okay, Eric, I'm glad that you contributed that, because now I know it's not just me or one or two of my readers, or followers rather. It is happening to people. Cows are dying for no reason, and I want to get to the bottom of it somehow. So yeah, let's. I got a theory, and we're about to test it. Okay, thank you for that. I too am glad that you have 106 of butter. I wish I got some myself. My keyboard tray is bumping the fast forward button. Okay, I'll be right back. See, I can already tell that this temporary solution that I have to my microphone thing here is it's not going to last forever, because I can already tell you that this knob that I have to turn to adjust the wrist of the mic arm, the little knob is not going to last. It's probably not going to last a couple weeks. I can already feel it losing a little bit of its friction. Yeah, I've got to get a new mic arm most likely. I found out exactly what happened to it. It's a rivet. It's a really tiny little weak rivet that just popped due to just stress over time, and it I mean I don't have the ability to replace rivets here. I'm trying a couple of different machine screw combinations, because I got machine screws of many sizes and nut what's it called little sizable nuts and washers of the same size, but it's going to be a question mark as to whether I can get something functional, because machine screws aren't necessarily good at load bearing at that size. We're talking like a tiny little hole for the rivet, and for a machine screw to be a load bearing solution to that's I don't know, man. This is what I get for buying Amazon slop. Never really wanted to do that, but it's not like there's any arts and crafts stores nearby that I could go to instead. Alright, so we came home with a couple of propane tanks. Didn't have a lot of life in them, but we got them all topped up to 100. And these two are now empty. Empty propane tanks are a very large steel item that we could smelt at some point. So I put them over there. And everything else we picked up is either, well, that's part of the truck. Bucket on the driver's seat. Barbed wire. We're just going to convert that back into wire and then put it over here. Now that we're done kind of like power leveling our way through blacksmithing, wire is repurposed as construction for welding. So welding construction stuff is what goes up here for now. Blow forge by the door. Oh, this thing? This is a decorative, it's a incinerator, but it's decorative. There's nothing functional. And then an electric blower forge. We do have one upstairs, but not down here. Blow forge by the door. This is a charcoal burner. And then the grindstone here, which I actually do need to hit. Oh, neat. No, it's definitely, see if we mouse over it to go pick it up. It is called a closed incinerator, but it is just a decorative thing. It sounds like something you would use to, like, burn stuff like garbage or something, but that would be something that is logical and reasonable. That is not the game we're playing right now. We're playing Project Zomboid right now. Should have put away the frying pan here. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I could think of a few uses for ash. Maybe we'll have some someday, because unlike the other things that have been added a long time ago and then possibly forgotten about, the closed incinerator, that's very new. I've never seen that before the map blow up. So unless it's using unused assets that never meant to be used, it is possibly a sign of something to come someday. Oops. Oh, we're up to another stack of leather strips here. I'm going to go ahead and bring these cemental hides upstairs because We are just about out of room over here at the at tailoring materials. I've been feeling pretty good about our current insulation status. This military jacket is actually feeling pretty good right now. We're lacking underlayers, but that's okay right now because we have no objective need for underlayers. There's no tailoring skill to be applying, leather strips for more protection. So that is, I am really liking this. Just one warm military jacket for whatchamacallit, for early game. 2300, perfect time, bedtime. I didn't get a chance to grab any Pizza World signs anytime I've seen a Pizza World. As far as I know, there's not one here in Riverside, so I have not been able to do it yet. Alrighty, let's see what can we get on the agenda next here. Oh, real quick, I'm going to report my results regarding the regarding the horse jockey situation here to just quote myself, be a little bit of a cringe lord here. Quote myself on regarding the new potential source of horse racer Zeds. We are now 100% confirmed it is a random event. So just an update, as we just confirmed, this is a random event, so there's a chance to have Horse Racer Zeds with my personal pick for best in slide headwear. Don't know if the ranch to the east is the only place to have the chance to spawn the event, but I suspect that might not be. Basically, I have seen other places on the map that look like the kind of place that would have, horse tracks and whatnot, or just, maybe even just a horse obstacle course, or just a place where horses are raised in general. Because of that, I suspect that the chance, or the events that, that Grumbaki was talking about there, that we've confirmed is a random event. There may be a random event for horse jockeys at other horse-related ranches elsewhere in the map. So basically, if we see a place such as Pony Romo, we are going to be very thorough with it going forward, because it might have my favorite hat, as it were. So, here's an interesting thing to consider. All of those rain barrels that are in the top corner on this side, these 4 right here, we could make use of several of them if we are able to successfully enclose this here, this here large industrial sink. We have to enclose it because it has to be indoors in order to plummet. One of those silly little arbitrary rules that have never made sense. Holdover from B41's plumbing system. Would you guys believe me if I told you that 42 was supposed to have a full pipe-based system for everything? Pipes that we would have to craft and maybe even add to water sources, and then add pumps to move the water, and there's a whole blog post talking about it. And when B42 came out, there was no plumbing system at all. Unfortunately, it seems they just monkey wrenched the B41 system back in there and never touched it again. Is what it is. Not the worst thing in the world. Hopefully we still see that someday. We got about 2 hours. Is there much more loot to empty? I think there is not. There's just this, the hay floors here. Let's see if I was right at thinking it was 12. Looks like it's a little bit less. We got 8 in here, and then out here we've got, some frickin' tree. Man. These things can just show up anywhere. And it looks like we do not need to have any tools to put it back down. So we can have hay floors in here. This bus stop we've basically converted into a chicken coop. While we're here, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I wanted to make these windows properly barricaded, we would need 12 steel rods. We have 2. Not going to think about that for now. Barricades are materially expensive in certain regards, so I am materially not paying attention to them in certain regards. At least those kinds of barricades are, at least. I'm going to selectively sort some of the loot here. I'm gonna like take anything that needs to go to the kitchen first. We do have a rolling pin after all. We had one all along. Okay. That'll help me not have to go in and out of the kitchen quite as much. Is probably a more efficient way of cleaning up bags of loot that come home, as long as I don't let them spiral too far out of control. Now, light bulbs come in many, many, many different colors now. The problem is only some of the colors are labeled, like these light bulb pink, light bulb red. Those of course don't have any overlap with the regular light bulbs. Other light bulbs do sometimes just have different colors, but it doesn't change the name, and that can get very confusing. So when I come home with different types of light bulbs, especially after like disassembling lamps, for example, that can get to a point where I'm like, all right, which container? Which way, Western man? So I'm doing like yellow light bulbs in one container here, and then like those are darker yellow, and then there's these magentas. You can put them in your own floodlights. Problem is, when they burn out, that's it, they're gone. So you would have to collect a lot if you want to reliably do that. Or only look at them on special occasions, which, I mean, you know, that's kind of defeats the purpose of having a pretty looking thing, doesn't it? But hey, maybe we can have proper Christmas lights this year. We've already found a few Christmas decorations, so it's possible we could make it happen. And the cow poo that we cleaned up, just to be sure, into the trough over here, or decomposer. That's everything cleaned up except for random stuff here. Most of which is easily categorizable now. Okay, that's all the loot that we had left on the floor. And it's right on time for bed here. Beautiful. Wow. There's a couple things in my main backpack. We'll handle that after we wake up. I love making good time here. Hiking backpack and Franklin with key. Now that's interesting. So these duffel bags that had loot in them are now emptied of loot. And I like their color, so I kind of want to separate them from the others. So the way I'm doing filters is full ones are going in with camping supplies. Empty ones get a separate box here. Sorry, anything not full gets a separate box. Because you can recharge them. I think I've already got the recipe to recharge them. I just need to like establish a selection of materials to recharge them with. We're not in a situation, nor will we be for a while, where we have to worry about fighting zombies in such a tight, dense area that's it becomes a worrisome thing that we can't just fall back to avoid corpse stench. Something I'm going to do right now, because I should have done a long time, I need to get rid of those stupid dumpsters. Every time I go up there, I'm like, yeah, I got to get rid of those, open up some more vehicle room. And I keep forgetting about it. I'm just going to do that right now. Crowbar in hand. Hey, Nana Madhouse, good to see you. Hey, there you go. I mean, honestly, if it's not a vehicle that I need to start every single time when I'm in combat, then I'm far less worried about quality. For some of my backup vehicles, I am 100% on board with memeing them. So it does look like the base of the tower here has blockage on the posts. I wonder if that means I could just drive directly underneath it. I'm going to test that real quick, out of curiosity. It does. It's kind of funny. I don't have a need to do that, but I just kind of wanted to see if I could. I mean, okay, you guys want to talk about need to do things and whether they work. There's only one set of fences here that I actually care about, and it's the fences that are on the outside of the base, not the inside. There would be nothing stopping me from deleting some fences between the river patrol and the fire department, including that gate. That could free up some more room for a couple of other things, but because I can't get rid of that street light, there's also a couple of other, obstructions there that I'll never be able to get rid of. I have tried everything to get rid of street lights without debug mode. It's not possible. Debug mode or mods. Base game, that would be a negative. Okay, you know what? I think we're gonna do some animal work now. I want to see if I can actually get cows. If I can, that'd be great. If I can't, if they die,
if he dies, he dies.
That's the attitude I gotta have. So, what that means to me is I need to establish a bag of materials to build a wooden gate with. Wooden gates are hungry for doorknobs. We have 2 doorknobs already here. And then it's 8 planks and 8 nails and 4 hinges. Maybe the actual planks, the ones I don't have right now. How about in compressed form? so the parking area for the heavy combat truck can be pristine right in front of the whatchamacallit, premier parking rather, right in front of the library ambulance. I need to exfiltrate the burnable stuff that got in my backpack here. General removal of overgrowth to get more of this stuff. Okay, so I would like to have a ranching vehicle. Bull driver seems like a great choice for that. We're going to use, let's use McCoy. Yeah, let's use McCoy. So by ranching, what I mean is just anything that I need to bring to the river for my, whatchamacallit, for my, aminals out there. That's going to include some more, I'm going to source some more trees and logs and whatnot. So I'm going to get some rope out of the primary logging van here. Yeah, we'll get just these 8 pieces. And we'll cut some more trees and get set up. Because we need to have a barn. We're going to put cows, then they're going to have some indoor space. Somebody stole our critical. Hardy har har. That's funny. Probably true. I'm gonna go ahead and cut these trees here because they're right in front of me. Where do I right click? There we go. Can't see any of this stuff, so I'm moving it to where I can see it, but I'm otherwise not going to worry about doing anything specific with it yet, because it's a lot of stuff, and it would either go towards carving or burning in either of those forms. So I'll leave it on the floor here, and when we need it, we come by with a vehicle, pick it all up at once. That's what I really should do when I'm cutting woods cutting wood in the woods, but I often lose track of stuff because it gets scattered all over the place. We are out of rope. So I can no longer use rope to bind up groups of logs. So we're good for the moment. We're also out of water. Nice music, Amos. Yeah, thank you. It works when it works. Sometimes it doesn't. I know, right? Spiffo's Sunday here. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me either. I wish I could say that you weren't right, Eric, but I think that, yeah, that's... Oof, that is a big oofers. Alright, so if I wanted to build my first animal pen somewhere like right over here, we would put 8 planks for the door. And then I'd build one right across from it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the next 8. But, however, I need to be able to drive in a circle. I was talking about this before. But being able to drive in a circle so that I can kind of loop back around with an animal trailer, for example. That is prurient to my interests. So, we're going to do a animal pen right here, and then another one on the same side of the road. So I'll allocate 8 planks for it, but there's no gate yet that we can see that I would build. See, this is what we have to do until we get ourselves a way to turn around. But we got to have a way to turn around that works for both regular vehicles and trailers. Usually it's not a problem for me when I'm building my river bases, like in the river, because when I do it that way, I get to control the way the driveway itself works. So I usually have a way to turn around long before we get to the ranching area. We're going to need more sacks with... sacks so that we can sack while we sack with lots of building materials. That's what I'm talking about, building materials. We've got a military backpack filled with 18 sacks right here. Am I read up on tailoring? I'm read up on tailoring, so the reason that's relevant is I can get more sacks like immediately. I just go to my tailoring materials, burlap pieces times 7, sacks times 6. There's 12, easy right there. I like to have them at least in increments of 6 if I can. I would just need a needle and thread now. So I don't intend on like power leveling tailoring or anything, but I do intend on making sure that I'm getting optimal ROI if I'm going to start making sacks here. Nope, don't rip. So, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we get tailoring experience and we get something very important for the project we're already on. So if I could get another 6 sacks, then we'd have another full military backpack's worth. I can only think of a couple of other sacks that might be out there somewhere right now. Otherwise, we've done a pretty good job of emptying everything we see. We cannot make more burlap right now. We would only be able to if we, well, we can do 2 more. Oh, we can get more burlap right away. I actually kind of forgot about this. Also, this sack I forgot about. First empty this. So we've got 3 more right there. We're already halfway there. Sack 15, and we just need 3 more. So what we're going to do is we've got a couple of these lovely mail bags. We got 15 of them. These mail bags, you can rip them in half and get 2 pieces of burlap. I want to do that sparingly because mail bags are kind of useful sometimes. We need a little bit more thread. They're going to run out. Also ready for a big meal. Tailoring level 1 without even making anything for the sake of just grinding. That's the way I like to do it if I can manage. That tells me you've got a balanced game. If you can do something that just because you need to do it, and not because you just need to grind your way there, that feels like a hell of a lot more balanced of a crafting system to me. Hear that, lady? That's the sound of a lady who tried to level up tailoring the old-fashioned way. She had a very bad time of it. Didn't leave any other... I'm going to take a... we do have another shovel here. I'm going to take a shovel with me. Shovel, of course, should go in the ranching truck with us. Yeah. We should also have a scythe. But we don't need that. Not right now, at least. Quick check on the status of our crops. Would you look at this? We got hops and hemp popping out of the ground in green form. And they're not dead. Holy shit, boys, they're not dead. I am so mild right now. I am so mild. That's all I can say about that, is I am so mild. Who knows? Maybe they'll get a little farther along and then die for no reason later on. All I can say is it has gotten freezing out here multiple times. Y'all have seen the snowfall. So... okay. I've never been able to successfully grow hemp or hops before. They've always died for no apparent reason. So, the prevailing theory was that it didn't have cold hardy, and because of that, it would start dying when it froze outside, when temperatures fell below freezing. I don't know. We haven't had a full day of below freezing temperatures yet, so maybe it just hasn't happened yet. I'm not going to hold out hope, but I am impressed. There's no need to bring the scythe down to the animal lot that we're building, because there's not going to be any grass there where we're building. But I will keep it in the ranching truck. Okay, so I will take it. Makes sense to put it in the ranching truck, because that's the purpose of the vehicle. Now, I have a spare military backpack that I always carry with me. It is not going to be permanently designated as a SAC 18 because I don't have enough spares for that. But I'll put it in there and prep it for... if anybody isn't familiar with my lingo here, SAC 18 just means it's a military backpack with 18 sacks in it, because when I fill those 18 sacks with something, be it gravel, sand, dirt, whatever, that'll be a perfect fit. So 18 bags at a time in separate military backpacks means that we're filling up a primary backpack or handbags or whatever. It's a organizational unit. Shovel. There we go. We're going to do some, not just some, we're going to do lots of nails. said some. Does that mean I'm cracking into one of the cartons here? You know what? I have multiple cartons of nails. We're cracking open one of them. And I'm going to put 6 boxes in the animal trailer. That's probably more than I need. But that's what I'm putting in for now. I keep saying animal trailer. It's animal, whatchamacallit, or farming, ranching truck. These garbage bags that are just laying on the floor out here are garbage bags filled up with grass that we chopped a little while ago, or a long while ago, to get it out of the way. It's not like I need to fill up the thing entirely, but just a couple more things here. Redundant buckets out here. Especially now that I can make more of them. Wrong vehicle, this one here. Alright, so where would I collect dirt from? I'm glad you asked. There's some dirt that has been needed to be collected from my farming area here. As when I say farming, think crops, not animals. I keep them very separate and discrete, so when I say farming, I'm thinking of animals. When I say ranching, or sorry, when I'm saying farming, I'm thinking of crops, not animals. Ranching is for animals. So I need to have the, I already have my shovel, sack 18 coming out now. If I was going to do any rows of crops beyond the point down there, it would probably be right here. So it would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sorry, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I could offset it by 2. 1, 2. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10. Doesn't exactly leave me a lot of room to drive in and out. That was never really the intention to be able to drive in and out of here. I just kind of ended up building a, whatchamacallit, so that I could anyway. That means this little segment right here, we can completely remove all the dirt from it, all the way up to this point. Same with this row right here. And then this row. But this row we're going to turn and put back down so that we can do another 10 row in this direction. So if it's not obvious what I was doing there, what we've got is now 1, 2, and then 3 rows of 10 to dig furrows through. So just imagine another 10 rows like that, 10 rows like that, and then 10 rows like that. Sufficiently distant from the walls so that they capture maximum rainwater, and in multiples that I prefer, which is 10s. I think we've already... Can I just do one more like that? I think I'm just going to do one more like that, yeah. Who's going to stop me? You? Are you going to stop? No, nobody's going to stop me. I'm going to do one more, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And there's another. So we could do another 40 crops going in this orientation, as opposed to the other ones, which are 25 in this orientation. The reason I went with 25 is a little awkward. I might, when I strike this field after we do our harvest, I might introduce some spacing between them. I don't know. That's just like, I needed to get things planted, and I was a bit rushed for time at the time. So that's one of the reasons the grass is still here underneath these ones. The only way to get rid of the grass, make sure it never comes back, is to pick up dirt from a different tile, put it down on the tile that you're going to dig the furrow underneath. I don't know if that made 100% sense, but that's kind of what we're working with here if we don't want the grass to regrow. Currently, just digging a furrow is not enough to make the grass not regrow. That's both unrealistic and ugly. Unrealistic insofar as if there's grass is competing with resources with your crops. You don't want that. You want to wipe out the grass, make sure nothing but what you want to grow is growing. Yeah. No Lysenkoism here, folks. We, no. We operate with practical rules when it comes to farming. Also, every dirt tile we place down is one fewer tile that those stupid random trees and bushes cannot spawn into. Thankfully, that problem goes away completely at day 200. When we're at day 200, 200 days in, we will never again see another random bush or tree appear anywhere, ever. It's just gone, 100%. And I'm not going to be able to do I don't want to. I don't want to do a row like this. We're going to do that. And this is dirt we can actually take and keep. So we're not actually coming out of this with a lot of dirt. But we can finally say that we've got all of our spring harvest, where we're going to dig the furrows for it, is actually already planned out, even though it's not immediately obvious, right? What I've got are these furrows at the heads of the rows. So we got 40 here, because 1, 10, 20, 30, and then 40. And then up here, we've got, what is this? Just 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, this is just 10. This can be extended by another 15. And then 3 more rows of 25 up here. Yeah. Life Synco update coming right after plumbing. Alright, where do I want to take dirt from next is the question. We're about half full of this backpack. And we also have to get to bed in the not-too-distant future here. I think I see where I'm taking dirt from next. And it's going to be behind the building instead of in front of it. So right here, you see where this little gravel line goes. What I want when I get more gravel, enough gravel, gravel is a little annoying. I mean, it's the same rules. You get a sack, you fill it up, but you've got to go steal it from somebody else's driveway or another road somewhere. So I haven't done that yet. Eventually, when I do, I'll just connect these two parking lots is all I'm doing with this little line here. This little line is just imagine it's four tiles wide, and it's made of gravel. Going all the way down there. So that's what we're working towards for that. For now, the dirt doesn't need to be there. We can take the dirt and use it for the garden, or for the ranch. Now, if I didn't have a lot of grass already bagged up and ready to go, then this would be my opportunity to mow the lawn here. I could take the side, then I could cut this grass before deleting it by digging it up. But we've already got so much grass that I still have garbage bags laying on the floor despite the truck already being full. So we're good on grass. Once we get some troughs filled with grass, the animals will never again want for anything. It is now my bedtime, so I'm going to just cut the headlights so we don't drain the battery and go sleep. Pick this up, pick it up after I sleep. So that is a full military backpack of 18 sacks of dirt. This is why we allocate them like that, if anybody kind of wasn't following with what I'm doing. 18 sacks of dirt of complete proper fit. This is assuming you have the organized trait, which I don't play this game without, probably never will. And now we have another one just like that. So I'm going to put this backpack, except I can't, it won't fit. And if I take this out, what about now? Nope. Shit. Take that out. Try it one more time. Yes. So that full sacks, 18 sacks of dirt in there now. And now I've got another military backpack in my hand with 18 sacks in it. Great. We can just keep doing that. And now we've widened the area that we can steal dirt from because we're just extending this gravel here. Basically, just imagine in your head the paint bucket tool from MS Paint. Fill in all this brown with gravel instead. That's what we're doing here. So we're working towards eventually. Now, that being said, I need more dirt for the ranch in the river. And where would I like to take it from? I'm glad you asked. We're going to be taking it from where this car is parked because we want more parking spaces. I have a lot of vehicles, and I foresee myself having many, many, many more. So we're just going to extend the parking lot in the general this way direction. So I don't want them parking on grass that can damage them. Grass like this, if you can right-click on a tile and hit remove grass, and it highlights like that, that means it's tall grass. Tall grass can very, very slowly over time damage your undercarriage, so your tires and whatnot. So don't mess with that. If you're going to be driving all the time over an area, get rid of it. Get rid of what's underneath it. Replace it with, just straight up dirt, or something like gravel, which is much easier to drive on than dirt. Hey, Richard, how's it going? Good to see you. We are currently working on collecting dirt in massive quantities for our, for our animal ranch in the river. Now, if anybody is wondering about drivable surfaces and what's best to drive on, gravel and anything that you can build with the construction menu. So like the, if you just type the word floor and go to all, pretty much everything except for dirt and sand that you can build. So that's wooden floors, metal floors, tile floors, and gravel. All of those are good to drive on. Admittedly, I haven't tried tiles like in mass quantities. Jericho had a few tiled floors that we drove over, but not as often. So that's an open question, but wooden floors would be the next most likely thing I would use outside of gravel. Where are we at total? We just need 6 more sacks of dirt. We're a little short, never mind. Just keep going there until we run out. There we go. So we now have 2 military backpacks full of 18 sacks of dirt. That is the most efficient way to go collect dirt, to go dump it somewhere to build in a body of water, for example. That's what we're doing right now. But if you just wanted to put down dirt to prevent overgrowth from coming back, or to cover up the grass so that grass never regrows, grass will regrow, and so will the grass that can damage your tires, right? So this tall grass that I was talking about that damages your tires, if you just cut the grass, if I just do that and then I get rid of the grass beneath it with the scythe, eventually tall grass comes back. So if you want to have a dirt path, but you never want anything to grow on it, pick up dirt from somewhere else and put it down where you're trying to have it blocked up. So we are also probably going to need to cook tomorrow too. We're about to go to sleep. When we wake up, we're going to need to cook because we are out of foodstuffs. We're also out of container space in the cookware container here. So I'm going to have to move some stuff out of it real quick. Empty liquid containers is probably the most likely thing to come out first. We'll put that in the top. That already freed up 10. Nice. So if we're gonna sleep now and then wake up and then cook, I need to take some stuff out of the freezer now. and it's going to be substantive stuff. I'm going to do some big cooks here. We're going to do another 4 stir fries, but we're going to use bulky ingredients. We're going to use potatoes, and we're going to use corn. And then little bits of leftover steak here from the cows we butchered when we were really low level. Yeah. We'll see what we can get away with there. So what we do is we put the stuff that we're going to thaw, we put it into the fridge so that it thaws overnight. But some of that corn is pretty close to the edge of its freshness span. So if I go to sleep now, but it's in the fridge when it thaws, then it's going to be better than open air. I've noticed the corn going bad within like hours after thawing it. Still fresh while it's in the freezer, though, for anybody who's curious about freezer preservation. It still seems to be pretty locked in. I have not observed anything that wasn't already stale going stale thus far. Not saying that doesn't happen, I'm just saying I haven't observed it. So after our sleep there, that's all thawed, and that's all. Let's see what these come out to look like. I already hate it. It's using up 90% of the potatoes, so of course there's some fucking leftovers. I'm mad about it. Whatever. It's gonna do the same with the corn. But these steak portions are so tiny that thankfully it does use those up. And I want to say the same for the carrots. Please be true for the carrots. Yes, okay. So these are going to come out to be close to 60. So that's good. I actually really want a recipe that'll get me 60. Minus the steak. We'll need something else small. But otherwise, minus the steak, we got a pretty reliable set of ingredients here. I'm looking forward to try to use these corn and potatoes. Any toppings? You know what? Sure. That's so much that I always hit option overload when I stand in front of the seasoning container here. Do leftover salad if I cook that stuff up there. We are now cooking level 6, which means before we do another big meal prep, we should ideally read the next book. I'm going to check that out of the library momentarily. Take 2 bowls for leftovers here. Yep, right almost on the dot with 60. That's beautiful. So 60 is a magic number for me because 15 is a hunger moodle. So I eat 1/4 of a 60 and the hunger goes away completely. That is for people with picky eater. I actually don't remember the numbers without it. I just live with picky eater. That's how I roll. That steak leftover only had room for 1, so I'll do like peanuts and potato salad so they're even at least. So have that as breakfast. Put the bowl away, and veggie and steak salad, we'll have that for lunch, and then everything else we've got stir fries already put together. Name it 60 so I remember what it is. Sometimes I forget. And any tree crap we picked up upstairs. The rest of it. Okay, off we go to the animal farm area with all of our dirt and plenty of food to last us. Only thing you've seen go rotten in the freezer so far is ranch, and that unfortunately it's ranch, sour cream, nacho cheese, and salsa are unable to be frozen, which is silly. It's one of the very, very, very few things I've ever seen in the game that has a freshness stat, but does not have the capability of freezing it. If you put it in the freezer, you'll just notice it just says fresh, and it turns blue, but nothing happens. It's kind of dumb. But that's the game we're playing right now. So when it comes to being able to turn around, I'm going to need to kind of plan this out here. One, two, three, four. I'm just going to start extending the dock on this side. Well, actually, what if it would look nicer if I used carpentry to extend the dock? Yeah, okay. So, I want it to be dirt after a certain point, but then we'll use carpentry for everything that's already made of wood here. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I do have some aesthetic values. I promise. Our roadway width over here is 6, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to continue that tradition over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're extending 5, 6. 5, 6. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We're just bumping it down by one tile each time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did I fuck that up? I think I fucked it up. Yeah, I fucked that up. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but then it's connected now. So we're off. We're going to be off. My numbers are going to be off now. That's okay. They're allowed to be for the moment. Okay, now it might not look very wide, but it's a little wider than it looks because the shoreline is a little deceptive. But remember, we want a nice and wide turning radius. So we're going to extend it a little bit. We want it to be convenient, not just possible. Okay, I'm feeling a little more now. We park it back here so that we can simulate the turn. I'm just going to go ahead and extend that to make it even. So we'll just extend that dirt floor that we extended. Continue doing what we were doing here. And that's going to result in us basically just making this... well, you know what? We could just forget about it here. And then only extend it by 2 in this direction, so it's still just 6 wide like the rest of my straightaways. So from there we transition to wood instead of dirt to keep it consistent with what's already there. Now this has unfortunately left us with an uneven amount of dirt, but that's okay, because we're starting with an uneven amount of dirt. I don't remember exactly why it was uneven here, but it is. So extension begins. Now, not extension, actually. What we're going to do is start the first ranch. The baseline of it, the outer extent of its territory must be farther away than any of the parking lot. That is the arbitrary standard I've just set. Don't ask me to explain it, I'm not going to. It's just, it's out of range, so I can't hear them moo. The mooing annoys me, and it's also part of our theory that keeping them out of chunk is going to prevent whatever the hell is killing them for no reason. That is my theory, and we'll see about it. So I'm going to make a 4-tile wide entrance with dirt starting here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I am out of dirt. So this sack is done. Or sorry, this bag full of sacks is done. Now this bag full of sacks is too heavy to pick up, so we're going to take a couple sacks out of it first, and we're going to pick it up. Then we're going to put the sacks back in. Oops, wherever, it doesn't matter where they go. And then we're going to get back to work. So we were doing 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then 1, 2, 3, and 4 is already down. So 4 deep and 4 wide. That's actually perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to build the gate. Oops. The gate is going to go on that facing. That's more than 4. I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute literal idiot. Okay. Our inlet is wider than 4 tiles then. So let's do... Okay. We can make this aesthetically pleasing, I suppose. 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles for the gate. And then we'll just make it a total of 6 in the in-way then. Alright. I'm going to turn a mistake. We're going full Bob Ross here. We're going to turn a mistake into a happy little accident. We're just going to extend the entire everything here by 1 tile. We have the dirt. We can do it. Now, one of the things that I should... Oops. Dirt was over here, most of it. One of the things that I was... probably should have noted for anybody watching right now who might not be as familiar with building over water terrain. Be advised that once you place any sort of floor tile on top of a water tile, that water tile is gone forever. If you delete that floor tile, there will be empty dirt beneath it. There will not be water. You'll never get the water back. So this water, which is currently valuable because zombies can't go on it, and animals can't run out of it, and it's basically just a wall. This is free walling is what this is. I don't have to build a gate out here. The animals can literally, if they want to, they can go in the river. Because they'll drink out of it. It's great. But you'll never get those dirt tiles, or those river tiles back once you cover them up. So I'm being a little reticent and lamentive a little bit when I make a mistake, but in this case, we're going to turn that mistake into not as bad of a mistake. But it's just going to require us to build a couple extra fences. Threaten me with a good time. I'm carpentry level 10. I can build whatever the hell I want. it will be 8 planks to do a fence. We should have 8 planks already in place up here. This was supposed to be for the other one. So this is the double tall gate that I'm talking about. Here we go. And this is what I was lamenting. I just got to make a little fence going past it here. Okay, so from beyond this point, everything beyond this point is the start of a place where we'll actually put the animals. So this will be a cow pen, and it's going to need a proper ceiling in a certain area, right? Cows need both indoor and outdoor. Then they need food and water. They like to go indoor when it's raining. So, get my measurements here. Where currently this inlet is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles wide, just like the rest of the road. So that's actually that's okay. Like I said, happy little accident. So let's make it 6, 2, 3, 4. So sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna do 2 more tiles of 6 in this direction, and then we can we'll call it a we'll call it a okay. I'm sorry, I'm brain is going a little faster than the mouth here. We also this sack of this bag of sacks is about half capacity. So we are not going to be able to probably build the entire floor, but I actually can foresee that being okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, honestly, okay, so real estate is a question that I don't really have an answer to. It's free real estate. I mean, how much room do the cows need to thrive? Do they need to have green pastures to be happy? Do sheep dream of electric androids? These are the questions that I think about sometimes. Because, you see, I'm you know, not just looking at the game as it's presented. I'm trying to look at what the game's going to be someday. Now, here's a public service announcement on the animal zones. Animal zones can extend into the river, and then, allegedly, the animals will drink out of the river. Now, when I say into the river, I mean it needs to be a proper body of water that is, like, not a tile that you can walk on, right? So shoreline does not count. It needs to be in the river. So if I were to create this zone right here, it would have 6 by 6, and then it would have, hang on, let's just right-click on it. Enclosure size is 56, and 16 of them are river tiles. So that's the outer tiles that I cannot walk on. Those are quote-unquote river tiles. Now, during B42 Unstable, animals had trouble actually drinking from the river when they didn't have water elsewhere, and some of them ended up dying. So I have a lingering distrust of this system. I'm not saying it doesn't work now. It probably does. I still don't trust it. I'm going to put actual water troughs down to be refilled with rain, and the river is going to be a backup source of water for them at most. That is the thinking process for me. I have a lot of unsolved trauma from 42 Unstable. So if what we could do is just make it so that this that we just built is the outdoor, and then we just make an equally sized portion going in this direction, and make that the indoor. We'll put a roof over it so that it's roofed territory that they can go inside of and moo when it's raining. So we don't even need to use dirt anymore, because we have plenty of planks. So instead, what I'm going to do is transfer the sacks out of this backpack that's on the floor because it is not a sack pack. It is a regular use backpack, and we're just going to fill it up with planks. You can fit 12 in a perfect military backpack. And we need some more nail. No, we're good for now. 1 nail, 1 floor. Now let's talk about rescues. Let's say that you rescue some animals who are very stressed. How do you get rid of the stress effectively? Well, you can pet them once per 24 hours per animal. And also, apparently, from what I hear, this is just hearsay of my experience has lined up with this based on things I've done, but being around your animals and just chilling, apparently it causes their stress to go down over time. So what you can do is if you have some rescues who are like, you know, when you find them, they're at 100% stress. It'll say agitated, I think, in the menu when they're at 100%, and you want to help them chill out. Spend time with them, pet them once a day, and maybe bring a book with you and then sleep out there with them. So actually bringing a bed out to your barns that you're building for your animals, bring a bed with you and sleep out there alongside them. They'll chill out a lot faster. So this barn is going to be both for them and possibly for us to help them. Aperture science moment, you know. Thank you for helping us help you help us all. We definitely don't have enough planks already sawed up. We're probably going to need some more log stacks, and that's okay. Bridge bases. Oh yeah, no, this is I mean, just look at the water as a temporary obstacle, not a permanent one. That is that's kind of what I think of it. What are we up to? 6 planks. We can do another. So we would need 12 more planks. I think we got enough for at least for the floor. Yep. So, now we can create the animal zone. We're extending it 1 tile into the river on each side so that they have river tiles to drink from. And it encompasses the 6x6 here and the 6x6 here. We don't have a roof over it yet. That's going to require many more planks than we have. That's okay. We've got a placeholder, and we've got a holder, and we've got a placeholder, if you will. So we would need another 12 for that side, 12 for that side. Now, I don't know if it has to be indoors or just roofed, right? I don't know about that. Also, be advised that if animals can go upstairs, they sometimes will wander upstairs. So because of that, I don't know if I'll be able to create an accessible roof from within the animal pen. TBA on whether I'll even consider dealing with that or not. I don't have to, but I don't know. Anytime I build a building, I always think about, okay, I'm going to do a roof. I got to do something. We'll see. Make sure we actually used up all of our logs. We did. And like I said, that is okay. So what we do now is, that and that to that. This is not going to be the only cow pen. In my vision for the future, my ideal vision, we have one pen for each type of cow. And then pens for other types of animals. So, this is the first of potentially many. This all depends, of course, on whether the cows pass the test. If they don't pass the test, then all we've done is wasted a bunch of goddamn time with this. Now, that being said, of course, if cows are dying for no reason but other animals aren't, then we do have some sheep and pigs elsewhere on the map that we can bring here. So, if it's just a problem with cows that I'm having, then, well, we've got other animals I can bring over here for reasons, I guess. But I really am hoping that it's something with cows that I can sort out here. So my theory is, or one of the many theories that we've had, is that salt licks are necessary for large animals to maintain their nutritional needs. So if that's true, then here's their salt lick. You know what? I feel like a salt lick is something that should not be exposed to rain. And I'm only saying that because I've seen quite a few of them indoors in other barns. So, just for reasons that my intuition is telling me, I'm putting it over here where there's eventually going to be a roof. Garbage bag is empty. Now we got all these animal feed bags. I don't have the troughs deployed yet. I'll just dump these on the floor where I intend on putting the troughs. We put food indoors. Then, couple of considerations. If we put the food indoors, then we cannot see it very easily from a distance, how full it is. If we put it outdoors, we can see it from a distance, how full it is. So maybe, how about pork and canola toast? Let's do both. Let's just dump it right here. Put some feeding troughs indoors, some outdoors. Once you've built your animal farm and you've experienced it for a while, you'll start to notice that there seems to be like a direction. Like if you put all your troughs next to each other, it seems like they'll go from one side to the other in terms of eating it. It does not seem as though they just randomly eat from different troughs. That is what cows in real life would most likely do. But I'm just going based on a little bit of footage that I've seen of cows. I don't really actually know that. Oh, those are... Okay, I actually do have two. I thought those were parts. Well then. We can just do that now then. Sweet. Ooh, wait a minute. No. I gotta put the walls up first. Like, I literally can't even access back there now. So, I've gotta pick that up. I can't do the inside one yet. Gotta remember where you're gonna be able to walk. Now, even though I have all this grass, I really want them to eat these animal feed bags first, because then I get sacks. And I don't think we cannot empty the sacks ourselves. So when the animals finish eating out of these, there'll be empty sacks left over. Until then, we just gotta deal with the fact that there's 7 sacks in there that I could be using for something else that I cannot actually empty myself. Kind of annoying, but what we're gonna do then is with these garbage bags full of grass, we're just gonna put them outside of the zone and swap in grass when they start getting low on feed bags. If my memory is serving right, this is 42.19 memory, they'll go for animal feed before grass if it's in the same container. I don't think I ever, scientifically tested that, but that is my general 4219 knowledge right there. Now, I know for a fact that animals will eat food that they like if it's on the ground inside of the zone. I don't know if that applies to bags, but just in case it does, that's why I'm putting it outside the zone. I want them to be munching on the thing that's going to eventually get me sacks, is what I want. So, speaking of sacks, I'm going to go ahead and continue the main road here. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and continue the main road here, and until we run out of dirt. So Now, let's say I was playing Extinction mode. I don't know if I would ever do that. At one point, I said I would never do it. I'm a little bit less hardline, but I'm still leaning towards it's unfair fundamentally, and it's not worth your time. However, if I was playing Extinction mode, what that would mean is respawns. So let's just say that I'm some ubermensch who can handle 1,500 sprinters coming at him from every direction. Somehow. Don't ask me how, but somehow. Let's just say I somehow figure out a way. Respawns would become the biggest problem after that. Like, when I think Extinction mode, there's a lot of different little sandbox settings changed to make it harder. But at the end of the day, the biggest change is sprinters, and then respawns, and then population. In my mind, those are the three biggest factors that Extinction mode introduces. Everything else, all the little loop changes, all the little this, all the little that, that's just little niggles that we can figure out eventually. Those are the three most immediate concerns: are sprinters, respawns, and pop count. Pop count isn't a problem if they actually stay dead when you kill them, but in Extinction mode, no, they just reappear after they start reappearing after 2 weeks, and after 52 weeks, it's back to full pop. Welcome back in. Good to see you. I'm currently lamenting. Now, the reason I'm talking about Extinction mode right now is if I was playing in Extinction mode, this wouldn't be just how I was building a ranch. This would be how I'm building my base. I never would have set up in the fire department. I would have gone all the way into the river, and I would be building an entire map cell away from the entire map to get away from respawns. And to go even further with that notion, I would not just be building a road into the river here. I would be building a bridge to goddamn Indiana over here, where zombies don't spawn. It's just wilderness. Random wilderness goes on forever. And so, because of that, I would be able to get to Indiana and then be able to build another land bridge into Louisville. If anybody questions the sanity of that, I've already done it before once. We did that back on Annie Mae, my 42.10 character, linked in the description. Somewhere around part, I don't know, 50, 60, something like that. Part 67, May. I don't know. Fucking, it all links up in my brain as one big journey. And respawns were enabled for Apocalypse back then. I hated them so much that I built a road through Indiana to get in and out of that. Now that, of course, it was a little different. We built it from West Point, so we extended Oak Street in West Point into the river, all the way up to go past the military checkpoint into Louisville. So the military checkpoint right here. Fighting through 1,700 zombies to get in once is a nice little fight, a worthy fight. Once is more than enough for me. I did it once, and I was like, okay, I'm building a dirt bridge to the other continent to get out of here. So that's basically what I'm saying is, if we were playing Extinction mode right now, this would not be a road. This would be the beginnings of a bridge. Yeah, that's little things that would be different. Yeah, that's that was always a sandbox setting too. Grimbaki right there, he's describing a sandbox setting that's different. If you ever go to, or you want to see it listed all right in front of you, you can go to start a new character and then go to custom sandbox as your settings, but then select the presets for Apocalypse and then change it to Extinction and see everything that turns yellow. Yellow is all the changes from the default, which the default is Apocalypse. And it'll list it out for you right there, and it sometimes gives you good information. Sometimes it does not give you good information. To this day, I wonder what the fuck it's actually talking about when it says zombie intelligence. Zombie intelligence is a sandbox setting. Apparently that means something. I don't know what that means. If there is some sort of zombie navigation that is more complex than what we already have, I question why it's not just already the default, for some of them at least. But I'm not that worried about it. I'm just saying that, why would the devs come up with a more complex navigation system that's not even in the default setting? Like I said, questions, but you couldn't really necessarily pay me to care about the specific answers. Just a minor curiosity. Alright, so currently we don't need more dirt. I'm going to put these sacks into a garbage bag instead. The Forest Camo military backpack is permanently designated as a Sack 18 bag, but this garbage bag is going to be the carrier of our next 18 sacks because I don't have enough military backpacks to spare right now. And also this rope belongs to logging. not to branching. We'll probably just steal some more of these log stacks too. But for now, we need to sleep. We're a little early. We need to read cooking, so what I'll do is put a couple of these fries in here, because they're not going to last forever if these last an entire day. Instead, what I'll do is start reading the next cooking book. I had meant to check that out of the library a while ago. Cooking Volume 4. We do not have Volume 5 yet. So that is still a Volume 5 book that I'd like to find at some point. All of the libraries we've visited so far have failed us in that regard. For the rest of the evening, we'll read this, and then, analyzing myself real quick. We're coming up on 7 hours here. I think I'm good for now. I don't think I need to step away again. Not just yet, at least. Good on water. I'm good on water. I would venture as far as to say that if you play Apocalypse long enough, you can recognize all the places that tainted water comes from. So assuming extinction mode doesn't introduce more places that tainted water can come from that are not already in Apocalypse, then I think we can trust our intuition there. But like I said, I've never gone long with extinction mode, nor would I ever want to. Well, this is disconcerting. Sitting down in 45-degree weather at my current insulation level is not good enough. Okay. Well, heavy combat has the vest. I was originally thinking we would need the vest if I was going to sleep outside or something, but this is the impact of not having a few underlayers. The problem is this hunting vest that I just put on, it's an overcompensation to the point where I won't be able to get up and start running around again. I'll immediately get hot. So instead of putting that hunting vest on, I'm actually going to go check real quick my, I think it's time for a military shirt. As fate would have it, we do have a shirt in urban camo. So, I suppose I should mention real quick that we do have multiple layers here. And when I say layers, what I mean is like, there's 4 layers I can think of off the top of my head that go on your upper body. There is what I call the Hawaiian shirt layer. It's the layer kind of like in between crops and tank tops. And, but it's still beneath shirts and t-shirts. If that sounds extremely niche and redundant, you're 100% correct. Slots for the upper body, jumbled nonsense. It really is. But okay, I can't wear a military shirt because that would cover the police shirt that I'm already wearing. A t-shirt though, I can, because that is a separate layer. Now we have several different forms of military t-shirts here. We've got the ones in actual color. Those obey the paradigm I was talking about before, where Desert Camo and Tiger Stripe are the lighter insulation variants. Green and Urban are the heavier. But then, separate from that, there is a... What you're seeing now is a regular torso. This is a military t-shirt. And this is what is known as a military t-shirt that has ascended beyond a military t-shirt. Or, you can call this a military t-shirt too. And this is to go even further beyond. No, it's if it doesn't have any label on it, if it's just a military t-shirt, it's higher insulation than both of the other ones. Why? Welcome to Project Zomboid, that's why. If it's military t-shirt but it doesn't have any camo pattern on it, the insulation is higher. So what I'm saying with all that is we just made our core insulated more by like what was that, a factor of we're at 1.6 on the torso right now. I put the military t-shirt on and the torso is up to 2.49, so almost an entire +1 to the torso. Remember, the torso, neck, and head are the most important when it comes to insulation. They trap all the body heat in. So if your core is really, really well covered up, but everything else isn't, well, do as you will, as I will say. I ain't your dad. I ain't gonna tell you what to do. I like to keep my limbs very well covered to the point where I'm literally wearing a hoodie with holes in the chest so that the chest isn't over insulated, but I can get arm coverage as a future platform for leather strips. Inner, middle, outer. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm okay. So here's why I'm not complaining about it. I don't know if I've ever sent this one to you, Grimbaki, but I've sent this into chat a few times. I have a little Reddit that I was going to post. I never actually did post it to Reddit, but I did a Reddit. I did a Reddit on trade-off, maximum theoretical maximums with the fewest trade-offs for armor protections, and insulation. So fewest discomfort factors, fewest over insulation factors, so that you can, be at like body heat 7 and not be overheating too much. Meanwhile, protection levels are 70% or above on the entire body. You're not blocking the Alice button suspenders, and you're not getting too much combat speed penalty. Combat speed penalty can come from the chest armor and the Alice button suspenders, and I think the jacket slightly. But yeah, these are my theoretical maximums. If anybody's interested in this, I'll post it in chat. I did quite a bit of work on this, and I think all the values are still the same. I just never decided to post it because it's really rambly and nonsensical unless you really understand what we're going for here, which is, the key benefits: minimum chest, head, and neck insulation, minimal combat run speed penalties, maximum backpack and webbing compatibility, enables you to wear prescription glasses. I can't not have that. Absolutely no vision or hearing penalties whatsoever. Key detriments, of course, is baseline level 2 discomfort. I don't even explain here, but you got to take off the chest piece and the bone gauntlets and put on regular gloves. Chest piece and bone gauntlets are the biggest things that'll make you uncomfortable. Max level tailoring required to actually get all these big green numbers. Shirt and pants are uncraftable. That's a rabbit hole right there. And then the requirement of intentional ripping and holes. We will never, as far as I know, ever be able to find in the vanilla game unmodded a military jacket officer variant with holes in the chest and neck. I don't think it's possible. We would have to put it on ourselves and start walking through bushes. Does that sound like very compelling gameplay to you? Not to me. I don't know about you guys. I don't want to just put on a jacket that's extremely rare and start walking through bushes in hopes that I can get a hole in the chest or the head. Yeah, Hawaiian shirts for the Hawaiian lair. Yeah. Whatchamacallit? Rambly nonsensical is why we're here. That's, I kind of want to level up in terms of rambling just a little bit less, or at least being easier to follow. As far as I'm concerned, that's a live streaming skill issue, is to actually try to make sense to more people. But yeah, that's a shout out to the folks who can tolerate even the rough version of it. We got our first sleep. We did get cold briefly. We weren't cold the whole time, but like we dropped down right as the temperature got like below, what was it, below 40 for a second there, and then it went back up. So what that tells me is, well, we're not actually wearing anything on the Hawaiian shirt there. I don't know if I even have any Hawaiian shirts right now. I'm going to take a quick peek. There are other things I could do. I could just put something on my face. If I started wearing a bandana on my face, that would probably solve most of my problems right now. But I don't have any good colored bandanas. I do not currently have any Hawaiian shirts. I've not been looking for them hard enough. We have a scarf on right now. I like the scarf, it's nice. Insulation, wind resistance are maxed. So the shema, we have a shema. If we put this on my face, we would be very very warm. But not only is it ugly, this is basically the functional equivalent of just putting on a vest. will start getting sweaty under the same circumstances as if we had put on the vest. So, something worth thinking about for the moment. Wait a minute, do I have long johns? I completely forgot about long johns. Okay, so, long johns. I'm not currently wearing any because I think at some point I was getting a little bit overheated, and I needed to lose a layer, and I was wearing some, so I just got rid of them. I didn't really think much about it. So we do have at least one pair of long johns right now. Oh, leg warmers. Okay, so I was wearing leg warmers instead of those. Leg warmers come with native scratch protection to the lower body. And you can also leather strip them, I think. Yeah. On the shins, no less. Only the shins. That's interesting. Okay. Not immediately relevant, but something I'm thinking about. Now, this is a leather vest that I found. Leather vests have quite a bit of insulation. But what if that insulation was only being applied to one of the two slots on my chest? I've never considered a half-in, half-out solution here. It would probably be overkill. It would probably be a little too much. But this is probably why I picked this up. I actually kind of, I'm pretty sure I forgot why I picked that up at some point. Also, if we didn't care about leg protection, if we just cared about styling, I picked up chef pants exactly for this reason. We could go black and white all over the place. Regrettably, that does not have any native protection, though. If I could do chef pants with leather strips, I'd probably even consider that. Otherwise, let's get this out of the wash and have a bite to eat. And put some of this stuff away where it belongs here. I've been doing shades in the front, so work boots, leather, and chef. It's going to be a while before I get all this organized, but eventually I will. But now I should have the long johns. I put them on? Yes. Okay, so I should not get cold when I sleep this time for multiple reasons. I'm a chill explainer as long as it's not one of my pain points. Yeah, everybody's got their pain points. You hear that guy? He's got some pain points. Somebody was finding them. All right, regular glasses back on. Cooking book into the backpack. Reading glasses put away. Our flashlight battery's getting low. Go ahead and replace it now. I'm not going to remove it from our webbing. I'm going to replace the battery. One of these things. About that freezing. It's 26 degrees outside now. So you know what? That leather vest I was talking about, I'm going to take it with me. And if I start getting cold while just trying to operate outside, then I'll slap that on. I want to say I'm going to be fine. Now, another thing that I could do that I don't want to do because I'm going to forget about it if I do it is I'm wearing a hoodie, but the hood is down. Now, this hoodie was just like a niche find. I saw it and I was like, wait a minute, that would be a good shade match. And it's got holes in the upper and lower torso only. But what you can also do with a hoodie is wear it with the hood up. It'll block your helmet, but it'll create a bunch of insulation out of nowhere without requiring an extra item. So I would have to take the helmet off, but I could instantly, just out of nowhere, get more insulation if I was in a pinch and I needed to sleep and I just didn't feel like running down the road or something. But that is an option that I sometimes just straight up forget about. As somebody who rides an e-scooter, IRL, sometimes in the cold, I am very, 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 very often do I wear a hoodie with the hood up underneath my helmet. It's something I do all the time. I'm going to be real with you guys. I think it's a bit of a stupid thing that the hoodie forces you to not wear a helmet or anything else on the head if you have the hood up. In my humble opinion, it shouldn't. I'm pretty sure hang on a second. No. I'm not just going to run my mouth on this. I'm not just going to run my mouth on this. I got pictures. I got pictures. Where is it? Desktop. Public photo. Scootable. I have a couple of different gear sets that I took these pictures for my friends a long time ago just to show my my loadout, as it were. I don't think this is not the one with the hoodie underneath it. The super cold gear. Yeah, here's the super cold gear. Leather duster on the outer layer. Face mask, but then underneath the helmet, you can't really see it that good from that angle. Not even the close up, really. That's the other set. Here we go. I'm wearing a hoodie underneath the duster, and the hood is just going up over my head from behind, and then the helmet, which is it's a snowboarding helmet, but I mean, you know, in principle, it's close enough to a riding helmet in this game. And then I've got the whatchamacallit, the goggles, the snow goggles, over my glasses. So, I mean, there's a lot of slot blockage that's going on in this game that makes no sense to me whatsoever. Because I do that all the time. Hood up, under helmet. But, whatever. We can't always have what we want. I'm just saying that if I ever got cold in real life, and I was just like this character right here, I would certainly be putting my hood up underneath that lovely little helmet there. One more federal list. You know how it go. We were supposed to grab some logs before coming back up here. I don't think I'm going to go bothering with mental math on this. I think I'm just going to take all the logs that I got, and if I have too much, I'll bring it back, and if I don't have enough, then I'll get more. Feels like a pretty straightforward thing to do. I've got a bit of a thing when it comes to overthinking things, so fleeing in the opposite direction sometimes is not a bad idea. What I am going to do is not have an extra frying pan that I don't need. Chill out, Neo. I know, right? No, that's I get that a lot with the leather duster. One of the guys who checks your, if you go snowboarding or skiing, you ever do winter sports, you go near a lift, in order to make sure that you've paid to be on the mountain, you've paid the piper. They got people who check your they check your tags, and your tags are going to be on like the front of your, dangling from a button or something on your get up. I've had that literal phrase, that exact phrase that Jamie Joe just posted in chat, something along those lines, from several of the ticket checkers. They're like, what? I just saw Neo coming down at me on a snowboard. I'm like, yeah, I know. That's what I thought when I bought that jacket when I was 17, I think. Yeah, I bought it a long time ago. A really, really good deal on it at Wilson's Leather. They make really good stuff, but normally it's extremely overpriced. I don't know why it was so cheap. I couldn't tell you, because it's held up pretty well over the past decade and a half here. Am I going to saw every single one of these? Let's saw them as we need to, because honestly, I could feel a little bit of I could feel that we may have brought more than we need. So if we don't saw them, then we can just go back to using them for something else like charcoal. The one thing I didn't think of was to refill my damn water, because I'm a doofus. Okay, let me just do that before we get locked in on sawing logs. Oh yeah, also before we get locked in on sawing logs, something I almost completely forgot about is we've already got planks right here. This little shipping container thing is, I believe, it's full of construction materials. Construction materials are either going to be planks or steel sheets. So look at that, bunch of planks. I'm just going to load them up directly into the trunk for now. But also water. That's what we came over here for. Let it never be said I'm not easily distracted. Not just drinking, but refilling. There we go. No, there's no Florida Peninsula. It's just a ranch that is nice and far out of the way, where it'll never be crept up upon by migrating zombies, and is far enough away that I don't have to hear the cows mooing in my ear every day, all day, every day. I don't want to sound like I have a problem with cows or anything. They're beautiful, delectable, useful creatures. Very, very lovely when they're alive, and very delicious when they've been butchered. Okay, that's why this is probably full of planks and steel sheets. It's also locked, and I don't have the sledgehammer on me right now. The sledgehammer is currently awaiting a new handle back at base. So what if I just go back to base real quick with one of these planks, carve it into a large handle. Let's try my luck. What quality handle do we get? It's 80%. That's probably fine. If it was 50%, I'd be like, ugh. Who's gonna put an 80% handle on one of my sledgehammer heads? Ugh, disgusting. But yeah, we're just gonna sledgehammer that door. If I really cared about that door, I could use could sledgehammer the roof instead and rappel in. No, I don't care about that door. Not enough. Made a sledgehammer head a while back and left it on the crate here. So we assemble one of our own homemade sledgehammers. We've made our own with blackjack and hookers. The other one is, of course, on the passenger seat of our heavy combat truck, where it should be. That's the one we found in the garbage. Okay. Alright then. Really? I came in here expecting some crates full of stuff. I did not expect... The fuck are you? Excuse me, ma'am. Could you explain your presence here? Why did you never once make any noise? I can wait. I'm not in a rush here. I would like you to explain exactly why you saw fit to just sit there. I'm patient. I can wait. Groan twice if you were just spawned in. Okay. Alright. Sorry. Every once in a while, I just gotta disrespect somebody who disrespects me. Didn't even have an ident card, so I can't even name her anything. I'm gonna name her Dot for the polka dot she's wearing. R.I.P. Dot. Should have found a better spot to chill. Well, in any case, that means we don't have a lot of planks to work with that I thought we did. We're sawing them anyway. It's fine. Is there going to be an arcade in this base? There could be. That's not a priority, but there could be. Right now, the priority... This is not a base so much as a ranch. This is where we're going to put the animals. And that's just about it. There's not going to be too much else out here. I don't see the animals needing an arcade, but our main base, maybe. Can't play it yet. I think the devs actually want to make that a thing. I think they want us to be able to, like, reduce boredom by playing the arcade machine. I personally, whenever I look at things like the video game handheld thing and the other stuff like that, I'm seeing like a thing to keep the NPCs that we're going to have at our base entertained someday. Far in the future. We'll have NPCs and we'll have to keep them entertained. If anybody who's played RimWorld, y'all know what I'm talking about. Recreation. We've got 4 in the vehicle already. That's a weird number. Let's just do sawings and stacks of 4 here. Now we can decide whichever ones we want to make windows, as opposed to just walls. That is up to us. We can do whatever we want. I'm thinking I'm thinking they need to be able to see the outside. I'm thinking they're not that desperate. They probably want to. Now, anything we would want to build, whether it's a wall or a window frame, 2 planks regardless. So no matter what, we need to do 4, 8, 12 more logs. How many do we got? 24. I'm not going to get too excited and say we've got enough for the whole roof, but we've got enough to get started. So, without further ado, 12 logs coming right up. Now, the moment of truth. We've got an even number of walls, so an even number of windows would make sense to me. How about 1 on each side this way? I'm clicking and nothing's happening. Oh. 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 We're not going to be able to... Are we going to be able to do any of this? Okay, so on this facing, we won't be able to build walls. Okay, just not windows. Sorry. The fact that we're trying to build windows and we can't, it's because she needs to stand on this tile out here in order to build the window, and just the window. So I guess no windows facing that direction then. How about just a couple on the back wall? That makes that. She's trying to do it there too. I guess no windows on any of the south or east walls here. But I think we should be fine on this wall. So, okay then. How about 1 there and 1 there? There we go. Okay. Fine by me. So basically the same rules that would prevent us from plastering or painting the walls are going to prevent us from building windows at all. I didn't know that. I don't know if I've ever tried, because most of the time it's not been a problem. But in this case, all right. Fair enough. I wonder if I should do a bug report. What do you guys think? Should I do a bug report? I've been pretty active on the Indie Stone forums lately. I don't even have a real reason why. When I started monitoring for any responses to my threads, I just started leaving the tab open. And I'm the only person who's been posting in general for the past day. If anybody was here yesterday, I had this little thing to say where I was like, sometimes I feel like I'm a conversation killer. Like I step in and I bring in a bunch of stuff to a conversation that had already started, and just everybody else just stops talking. It happens sometimes with people who don't know me in real life, when I'm carrying on conversations with strangers. Now that makes a lot more sense, of course, because you don't have that rapport, you don't know what topics are good. But I even notice it once in a while with my friends, but I notice this a lot on the internet. Like I'll just come in and I'll say a few things, maybe a little more than a few things. And yeah. Anyway, we would be under bug reports instead of general there. Oh, no, this is PC support. We're looking for bug reports. That is separate. Okay, never mind. Wooden buckets are fortress. I actually thought that might be a thing, but I didn't see much. They've updated the bug report guide, so that's something worth looking at. Mods must be disabled. So right out the gate, it doesn't matter that I very carefully looked at my mods and made sure that we only have that 1 texture replacements. That doesn't matter. use a new save. So already we can't use what we're currently doing as a bug report. I would have to create a new save on the latest version, and I would have to just do a bunch of stuff to replicate what we're trying to do here. Now, it doesn't necessarily just apply to water tiles, right? Water tiles are just, in this case, a representative of any time that we can't get in front of what we're trying to do here. I can't get, like, all of these tiles right here are just representative of any type of tile that won't let me go there. So if we were doing this on a second floor, what I would have to do on a second floor for just these facings is create a scaffolding. I call it a scaffolding. It's just a bunch of extra floors that I shouldn't really... The actually crowd are going to come in there and delete the bug report for me. I can already see it. I can already see it. I'm putting myself in the headspace of the actually crowd. And actually, you wouldn't be able to paint from the outside if you can't get to the outside. Actually, okay. No bug report. Sorry to waste everybody's time, but no, we don't need to. Because I should have just had that in my head, right? Just that little conversation simulation right there, so I didn't waste everybody's time. So if we want to start on the ceiling, oh no, we're not starting on the ceiling yet. We're just going to do walls. Yeah, we're just going to do walls because we've confirmed we're not going to use anything else about what we're doing as a bug report or anything like that. So walls straight. So you would expect that if I can paint things, maybe could I paint the planks first or something like that before putting them up? See, again, I'm thinking about, I'm going ahead of the conversation. I'm thinking about what the actually people are going to say. Actually, you won't be able to paint from the outside because you're not outside the wall when you're building it. How do you paint the outside of something already? Maybe paint it before putting it up. I'm the one who's building it. Can I paint the planks before putting it up or something like that? Anything other than having to create floors on a space that I shouldn't have to create them? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm so good at killing conversations on Steam discussions and PZ forums. Maybe I've learned how to talk to the actually people, and they just don't have any reason to reply to me anymore because I've exhausted their supply of actuallys. I don't know. I have no idea whatsoever. We're going to do another 4 logs here. That'll get us 12 planks. And then we're going to steal 1 plank from the vehicle so that we have 13. And we're going to build the stairs outside of the barn. And then we're going to disassemble the stairs when we're done with them. Because I don't want the animals walking upstairs. I just want to get up there to build a roof. I will remind everybody, this is the only way to build a roof. Build stairs first, and then you can start building floors on the upper level. I'm pretty sure in real life there's a couple of other ways of doing that. But this is... If anybody ever has seen Red Letter Media. No. I didn't mean real. I meant real. And he turns his cap sideways. God, man, Rich Evans is a national treasure. Everybody had better protect that man. We'll let the cow live on the roof. Honestly, I would do sky gardens of animals. Did you guys know that if animals are on the second floor and they know they're on the second floor, if they can see it, they get stressed? I learned that early on. I tried to have some pigs on the roof of my Spiffo base back in 42.7, and that was a negative. They didn't like that. They started attacking the roof, the edges of the roof. They probably would have attacked it anyway. Now we're getting hot from building stuff, so I am going to go ahead and take off something here. I just don't like overheating all day long. Still getting hot with the shirt off. Okay. Oh. That's alright. Much less, didn't last as long that time. So we need another, what was that, 24? So that's another 8 logs, easy. Yeah. That's another, 6. And 6, okay, so just 4 logs. Now, we'll be able to reclaim a little bit of planks by, getting rid of the, what's it called? By getting rid of the stairs here. There is white dye, but unfortunately, yeah, that we cannot use bleach to accomplish that task. Now, we've got roofed coverage over these 3 tiles here, so that we can put the large metal trough down now for food on the inside, and it will not catch any water. Okay, 4 more. Now I'm just thinking about, let's do a little more than 4 more, because I would like to get a front so that we can get this place considered indoors. We would be able to do that relatively easily. Actually, I think it would be cheaper to just spam door frames. It's stupid, but it would work. I was gonna do a gate. It would be cheaper to spam door frames. Okay. So if we're gonna allocate 12 for the roof, and then that's 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 36 more planks minimum. Why do I get the feeling I had more more logs somewhere? I'll revisit that thought momentarily. So 2 rope bundles here. Those don't go in there. We need to get... I should have 2 more rope bundles somewhere. And I'm not talking about sheet rope, I'm talking about rope. What did I do with them? Trailer? Oh, passenger seat of the logging van. Right? Yes, okay. I need to not forget. This is one of the reasons I leave the rope bundles on the floor sometimes. That's actually what I have been doing up until this point. Because shit like that happens. I forget exactly where I put them. A rope bundle is very important. That's 12 pieces of rope that we've looted. We are up to 4 total bundles of rope. Our fortune of rope, as it were. Don't want to forget where that stuff is. I'm going to keep the real rope. The rope that I just pulled together. I'm going to keep all that in the logging van. I'm going to use sheet rope, which we have on the floor here, for agriculture. Just assessing things for a moment here. Oh. I already put them down. Okay. I had a couple of extra rain barrels. I forgot that I already put them down at the garden. That's okay. That's okay. I was thinking now that we have a roof and we have a way to get up there, why don't I just put a rain barrel up there while I'm up there? That's okay. I still have the sledgehammer with me, don't I? Good. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need to be able to drive up here. This is the closest source of trees to my base now. Big trees rather. Right here, the little area around the pond. So I need to be able to get in there, get some trees. A little bit of muscle strain from that. We're gonna turn around and turn on the headlights and clear the little shits out of the way here. These all count as trees. Could let them grow bigger. That's a lot of wasting time though. They're in my way right now, so they're gonna be gone. So our flow pattern when we're cutting trees is basically to cut them, create a log stack, leave the log stack for pickup, cut some more, create a log stack, leave it for pickup. It's kind of the workflow I've settled into for this. And I like to put the log stacks next to each other so I can just come up and drive over them and collect them all together. Please tell me no puddles. Oh, thank God, no puddles. Okay. Now, when we run out of stamina like that, we sit on the ground, and then we stack the things. That was a super big tree. So we drop this stack off, take that spare log back with us, and we do that one more time. Now, if I could sharpen, I would sit down and sharpen. I can't, so it's alright. Got 4 more sheet rope. Go ahead and reorient the vehicle. Should have enough time too. Stamina recovers more slowly the closer you are to being fatigued. So even if the Moodle doesn't pop up yet, I know the fatigue is built up. It's there, just because we can't see it yet. So that's one of the reasons we're getting winded a little bit quicker. And the longer we sit down, it takes a little longer for the stamina to reload. And they all fit. Beautiful. Now, sawing logs is something that produces a lot of body heat, so I don't really have to worry about getting too cold while we saw these logs up in the field. I do have to worry about getting tired. We're gonna need more than an hour to do it. So what I'm actually gonna do is probably just go to sleep early. Just go to sleep 1 hour early. That'll be all right. I've done it before. We've managed. I do expect it to get nice and cold even indoors tonight, so putting that military t-shirt back on for now. Something that I've glossed over, actually. We reached this point a long time ago, and I never really said anything when we did. We can make battery-powered lights now. So we can make, take floodlights, for example, spend an electrical part, and get the floodlights into mobile floodlights. I think that's electrical level 5 or something like that. That'd be a useful thing here if we didn't just, we could point the headlights and get the same kind of effect for now. But in the future, we could come up with several very, very, very cool uses for that. Oops, what am I doing? I don't have the I don't have the logs that I need to cut. That would be an oopsie. Alright, there's the rest of our roof. Headlights do not go up 1Z level. As you can see, everything has now disappeared. So, turn on my flashlight. Now, 4 walls is not always enough to convince a place that it's inside. sometimes you have to do some really stupid stuff to get a building to consider that it's indoors. This is a problem only when you're building your own custom buildings. It is not a problem when building or when working with existing buildings. Existing buildings sometimes have other problems, but nothing like this. We're going to build a couple of doorways across this way. Doorways without a door are just free passage. Animals can walk right through them. You can walk right through them. Zeds can walk right through them. There's no blockage whatsoever. However, even if you don't put a door there, the game will start to consider it indoors, like as if there was a wall there. So, in theory, I should be able to do door frames like this. I think I'm now considered indoors. So this time, we got lucky. It worked right. As you can see, pay close attention to the top right corner. You see I'm 23 degrees Fahrenheit now, 42 degrees Fahrenheit now. So that little 20-degree temperature increase that makes no sense whatsoever, that's how you can tell whether you're indoors or outdoors. So now, this zone here has 37 roofed areas, and those roofed areas are proper indoor. That is what I wanted to see. So, I'm going to spend another 1 stack of logs here. Just one. And I'm going to, I don't have enough garbage bags for this. I was going to build a garbage bag rain barrel on the roof times 2. I'm just going to do 1. It's fine. We'll have a couple planks left over. We're going to have planks left over anyway. I'm going to build a sink in the far back corner that way. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, far corner. And so rain barrel goes directly on top of it. And now, at long last, we can delete the staircase. Now, that does not delete the stupid little extra roof up here. With this design, the way that I want this design to go, there is nothing we can do about that without doing something even stupider, like creating a sheet rope escape or something like that. No. We're just going to have to deal with the fact that there's going to be a little leftover roof up there. Whatever. I don't like it, but that's the game we're playing right now. So, we go to disassemble, and clady-clack the wood stairs here. Get a few planks back from it. Looks like, in this case, that'll be 6. Oh, wait, no, that'll be 4. Oops. What I'm going to do is go ahead and build like a counter in this corner. Yeah? How about I build the... No, build the counter in the corner. And we'll put a sink on the counter. So we've got sink and a storage. Beautiful. I'll have to go successfully pick up a sink for that to work, but, you know, small victories where we can find them. I may now deploy this metal trough with no further consternations. Eventually we'll be able to put some animal feed stuff in there if we want to. If we don't want to yet, that's fine. We'll just wait for them to start emptying this. Now, I want to have some backup water in case something goes wrong with their ability to drink out of the river. Because that's happened in the past in Unstable. And, I don't know about you guys, I'm not feeling very stable today. So, I'm going to pretend we're still on Unstable. And, govern myself accordingly. Just going to make a couple of small wooden troughs. And it's already going to start filling up with snow, because the snow is already falling. And yeah. Let's make sure that it gets filled up with water here. Got ourselves a dispenser bottle. Can fill it up from the river. Just gonna dump a little bit into each one. Okay. It takes a lot of time to fill a dispenser bottle from the river, so I'm not actually going to go any further with that. They're filling up from snow, and they do continue to fill up slowly from snow. And it's probably going to get warmer later this morning, and then start filling up from rain, which is faster. Mission accomplished as far as I'm concerned. We're going to call this the Angus Pen. RSMC, Riverside Municipal Complex. Pier Box, Angus. RSMC Pier Box, Angus. A little late for bed, but very productively so. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It does not automatically create a roof. You're gravely mistaken. Those that would make this game way too easy if that was true. Right now, the only way to build a roof in this game is to build stairs and then build floors. If you've observed something different, you've probably installed a mod of some sort. Leaving that as is until we empty those log stacks. Okay. I don't need them immediately. Yeah, these log stacks can go back to the logging vehicle on standby to see if I need to burn them for charcoal or to whatchamacallit, saw them for more base building in this area. Yeah. And once again, the music has died. On our way back out to get the animals, we're going to need to fight our way out there. That's also going to be an opportunity for me to reassess whether we're going to do any heavy combat in order to clear the road for our animals. I don't know yet. We're going to have to find out. In any case, as is, this is good. Still have my shirt on? I still have my shirt on, so we should not get cold. Theoretically. This temporary mic placement, it's really hard to reach my T in the back. All right. Got another bite of food ready. I'm gonna go ahead and eat that now. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the combat truck along with the animal trailer, and then we're going to turtle. We're going to turtle our way down Riverside Main Street. Ranching truck is going to go on standby over here-ish for now, next to the chicken coop. Oh, I don't have an animal trailer down here yet. The only animal trailer that I know about is all the way back at the farm near Electromax. Okay, so that's where we're going now. Making sure I don't have any redundant back there. Looking good. Okay. That's fine. No, that's that feeling never goes away. By the way, 3,800 hours myself, and there will still every once in a while there'll just be a blind spot that I have that I just never notice something, and I will just want to. I'll just be like, really, really, and that's not necessarily on us. Actually, that's this game is very bad at explaining itself. Sometimes that's okay, but this game has such a grab bag mix of like, oh wow, that's how it would be in real life with. Okay, well that's how that would be in real life, but it's not helping us, so it hasn't been added yet. Yeah, it's all over the place with that. I still have chickens alive up here. I'm gonna be real with you guys. When I brought these extra chickens, these last 3, when I brought them up here and I left them here, I just expected them to die. Like I was not actually expecting to come back here and have them still be alive. Because I was expecting that the reason that my other chickens died wasn't just because I had left the door shut, but also because they were going to die for any... Anyway, disregard all that. They seem to be okay. I will check the coop. See what we're looking at here. No eggs in the coop. Just some eggs on the ground, which we already picked up. Is the coop, I should have checked, is it nasty? The coop is not nasty. I don't know if we're making any of that. So if I leave one of the animal trailers here, then I can take the other. I actually forgot that I had a horse trailer. Now, horse trailers are a problem. These things drift on their own more than other trailers do. So this thing, trust me when I say, we did not park it in front of the fence like this. We parked it somewhere up here in order to empty it out into this field here where the pigs are. And then it just drifted. It just drifted all the way up here. And the only reason it hasn't drifted farther is because the fence finally stopped it. The only trailers that never seem to drift right now are the regular animal trailers, the big wide ones here. And don't let the physical size fool you. The physical size does not matter. They all can store 400 units of animal. What exactly are those 400 units supposed to mean? I don't know. It's not weight. Animals actually do have weight in kilograms. That has nothing to do with their size for the animal trailers, though. So I don't have very solid explanations for most of this, and that's okay. All of it just works. Now I have a bucket of water that I left in the animal trailer here, as well as some guns that I shoved into it because I couldn't have anywhere else to put them. So I'm going to take the guns out of the animal trailer. Make sure I didn't leave any corpses in there. No, we're good. But otherwise, hay and water in the food container. They don't automatically drink the water. I wish they did. They don't. But if you leave a bucket in there, you can use the bucket to feed them water by hand. And keep them going while they're in the trailer for longer if they must. That was sort of a previous era issue, long before we got everything else solved. I have some paint here. Let me check real quick what colors I have, because I did kind of want a couple of specific colors to see if I can get some color coding going on my crates. Do I have gray? I've got 2 gray. Hell yeah. I've also got 2 black and 2 white. That's all relevant to my interests. We are going to take the animal trailer back with us. We're also going to take all of those colors that are important to me here. I say all those colors that are important to me, but I could see myself using all of those, and then I could see myself using these too. So what if I just took them all? Do I have room? Just slightly not. I'll leave behind 1 stack of purple. And we're just going to drop this off at my base. I'm not going to like overthink where to put it. We set up at this place like early on when we first started. And then we were pretty much done with it afterwards. This is kind of just a staging ground for our progression into Riverside proper, where we just, tile by tile cleaned our way in. But like I said, yeah, that phase is long over. Now it's just the animals that are here, who are still set for a very long time on food. We just want to get them moved to a place where we can actually make use of them more regularly. What do we do with the pigs? I don't know. They're not going to breed anytime this century, so I don't know what the fuck we do with them. I mean, like, yeah, I know, I get it. You butcher them for meat, but I mean, like, we got a boar and a couple of sows up there. I don't see any piglets yet. What am I going to be butchering? Just the progenitors, or do I actually wait for them to breed? It takes a long time for animals to breed in this game right now. I don't know what they were thinking when they changed the numbers from, it was 42.16, 17? 15, 16, 17, one of those 3. They changed the numbers, and now it is an order of magnitude longer. And I don't really, I mean, okay, I guess it was a little fast at first. This feels like a ridiculous overcorrection is what it feels like. But I'm just here to drop some paint off for the moment. Otherwise, we are starting to progress down Riverside Main Street with the animal trailer, and the goal of picking up one of those Angus cows, or both of them really. We're going to take them both back as a breeding pair. So we got a bunch of paint. What do we do with that paint? Well, got a couple of brushes over here. Not there. Sometimes I put brushes in masonry. Not right now. Brush and tools. And I want to see what the gray boxes would look like next to the gray stone of my forge here. So I've got a bucket of gray paint in one hand, brush in another. Paint wall / item from the building menu. Don't trust the preview. The preview does not look anything like what the final product will look like. So we're just going to have to wing it. I like that. I actually kind of like that. It's not a perfect match, but it's good until we get metal crates. Metal crates are better than wooden crates. And we're a few welding levels away from it. We need 2 more welding levels, so I'm not going to have that anytime soon. Welding gets a little annoying after the higher levels, but yeah, for those, great. Are there any other ones that I want to be gray right now? Not immediately. So I put the gray down. I would like my first aid box to be red. That makes sense to me. So stepping out of range of the other paint, going back to paint wall / item, first aid box right here to the left of electrical. Easy peasy. I've never really come up with a solid color for electrical box. Let's do black. Let's do black. Yeah, black paint. This bucket of black paint is almost empty, so yeah, if I use that up, then that's one bucket I can leave outside. Paint buckets mostly become regular buckets when you're done with them. There are a few things you cannot do with paint buckets that you can do with regular or carved. I don't have a good color scheme in mind for most other things yet, so I'm just going to hold off on most of the rest for now. I am going to do white for some of the ones in the kitchen, just because the kitchen's already got white floors and light walls. So I cannot, unfortunately, paint the small crates. That is unfortunate. Regular crates, I think I've done white regular crates before. These smaller crates, as nifty as they are to, like, have a stack of smaller crates to organize things better, I don't know if I'm going to keep them. I'm probably going to get furniture out of these larger crates eventually and just have these, like, I don't know, maybe 6 and a couple more just be the kitchen crates in general. Yeah, we'll think about that. TBA. For now, paint and paintbrush, we'll leave that behind and consider other things for later. I never found any light blue. Light blue is the color you're looking for specifically if you want to match the hospital bed and hospital curtains and whatnot. So this stack right here, regardless of what I actually end up doing with it, it's not going to be tailoring forever. Right now it's tools/weapons, and then tailoring. I'd be perfectly fine making all 3 in that stack light blue to match the curtains there. Regrettably, I don't have any light blue. Turquoise and cyan are both too green, and the actual blue paint is way too dark. Actual blue paint almost matches nothing in this game. It's kind of wild. Like even something like this, like the top of the washer dryer combos. Nope, it's really hard to match the actual blue paints of this game. But I digest. Let us proceed. We have emptied all of our bags, and we still have rifles and carbines and shotguns in my backpack that I did not want there, but I also did not want in the animal trailer. I'd probably want the gun storage to be black too, because that's cool. It's a cool color. But if I start going nuts with black paint, we won't have black paint anymore. We're a little uneven with our our stir-fry eating here, so I'm just gonna take the last one. And eggs that we picked up into the fridge. Okay, we're out of here. Getting hot with this military t-shirt. I'm taking it off. Alright, this is where the music will fix itself. I would have just turned on the music a long time ago if we weren't going to get into a fight, but we're going to get into a fight because I don't want to be... there's the stinger. It comes back. I don't want to be dragging my animals past zombies. And I also want this side of town clear, so... Sword's already ready for a sharpen. An upper floor? No, lower. Okay, I'm seeing something here. Anybody who's been with my channel long enough and you know how pipe bombings work by my standards, you're seeing what I'm seeing already. The Riverside glow up has, it's erased all of my knowledge of the town and where all the best spots to do big fights are. So for the longest time, I just kind of have been hanging around Riverside and not really knowing the best spots to do anything like a pipe bombing. That is no longer the case. The Marinara parking lot is quite large, and we need to ditch the trailer so that we're more versatile. I was thinking we'd just fight on foot, but I mean, now I know of lots of zombies in the area that we can pull over here and then blow up. So, what we're going to do is detach the livestock trailer now. We're not going to get out and fight just yet because we don't need to. We're going to blow these guys up. Where is my wood axe? It's in the trunk. My wood axe is in the trunk. Okay. I'm not going to cut any trees. I'm not going to cut any trees to make this project go forward properly. What I am going to do is kill these bushes that are around this street light specifically. So I need to be able to drive in circles around the street light. If you don't understand why, you will very, very soon here. It should hopefully become evident. I also would like to remove obstructions such as cones. Alright, I need a moment of freedom. So I'm going to lure these guys back away. Just drop the cone off somewhere real quick. I'm going to get out of the trunk my pipe bomb and the remote controller. They are already linked to each other. Give me a timestamp. We're at 8 hours and 8 minutes. Whenever I do pipe bombing activities, I always put a link in the timestamps in the description. 8:08:00. So, in order to place the pipe bomb, first you make sure that it's linked to a remote controller. We already did that earlier, but if I hadn't, I would right-click on the bomb and hit link to remote controller. So what we do now is we find a point of reference is what I call it. Something tall that we can still see while it's surrounded by zombies. In this case, the street light. So, right-click and hit arm and set remote pipe bomb while you're on the street light. Mission success. We've got the music ready. Now we just need a party. How do we get the party? Set phasers to stun. They stop spawning in after a certain point. I mean, what date? It's November 15th. We've hit max pop since 90 days. One of the problems with this area, of course, we're not going to be anywhere near as populated as we could be. If you come to Riverside late in your game, like if I was first on exploring this territory, we would be by late game spawn tables for this area. Most of this area we explored within the first week, so we're in first week spawn tables for a lot of these Zeds. Still lots of them to deal with. How far are we from the school? The school is... Okay, school is down a side road from here. Okay. The school is where the biggest pocket of existing zombies are in Riverside right now for me. Now, leading this many zombies this far, it's actually going to be quite laborious. This is going to be the rest of the day for us. But it's going to clear a huge chunk of the entire town. And I'm totally here for that. That's what I like to do. And we're going to clear it with a single click of a button. So, how do we gather them and make sure they can keep up with us? Not usually a question that a Project Zomboid player might want to ask themselves. Cruise control. We're going to set it for 5 miles an hour. Shift and then W to increase it. Shift S to decrease it. So, you wanna make sure that you're going fast enough to go past them based on what angle they're coming at you from. So a lot of these guys, because they're down the road that we want to go down, they're going to be going right past us. So we're probably going to need to go faster than 5. I'll keep manual control for a minute here. Casually eating a stir fry as they close in around us. It's a day ending in Y for my characters after a certain point. Doesn't matter how bad things get. As long as you're alive, there's a new normal to be found. And eventually this becomes one of the new normals. Still got a lot up there in the baseball field. That's what I'm kind of waiting for here. So I already started doing it without mentioning, but we want to keep everybody on us who's behind us. We want to get through zombies that are in front of us. What we need to do is not knock them over so that we run over them directly. We want to nudge them slightly, like that. And then boost it to 10 to stay ahead of them when they start getting close. If we come out of this without any blood anywhere in our vehicle, we have won everything. It's an ongoing skill set that I'm working on building. It is not something that I am any sort of expert at yet. Especially when it comes to, balancing punctuality, not spending all day working on this. Because, I can spend all day working on this, be very careful about my spacing, or I could do it efficiently and have to knock down a few of them and take a few risks. I just fixed this thing, so I kind of don't want to, I don't want to fuck it up too bad, but for ones like this, I don't want to stop what I'm doing just to deal with her. I'm going to knock her off to the side with the front of my vehicle as opposed to the back, because the back is what I care about. That's my trunk. We protect our trunks here where we can. Now, when it comes to uniting different groups of zombies, using buildings and other obstructions to slow them down is something I like to do a lot. In this case, we've got all these hedgerows. What you want to do is slow down the fast ones, so you don't get too far ahead of the slow ones. If you get too far ahead of the slow ones, they lose track of you completely. That's why you don't want to just keep going and going and going. The slow ones will lose track, and you'll just have a big group of fast ones. That's not the worst thing in the world. Wiping out all the fast ones in a town is not bad, but I like to get all of them, if I can. Slow stragglers here and there is not a big problem. Never catch all of them. Especially because of the... Okay, look at this. This is a nice little fast shambler trap right there. We could have done a bombing in the Gigamart parking lot on this side. We do have enough room if we had moved all those vehicles out of the way. I was not sure where the bigger groups were, whether it was near the estates, which is where we're going to be passing by when we try to pick up the animals, or whether it was near South Riverside, which is where the exit to Allen Road was. That's what we basically got all the way down to Allen Road before we started coming back, because that's what I want to clear, all the way down to Allen Road if I can. We've got one pipe bomb. We can kill way more than these zombies with one pipe bomb. The church parking lot's pretty good too. Yeah, this is pretty good too. So we have options in the future if we come to, maybe if we start somewhere else or we spend time away from Riverside, and come back here with a lot of zombies and we want to bomb them somewhere. I'm seeing 3 options. That would be Gigamart parking lot, church parking lot, and now the Marinara. That's where we actually planted the bomb. So we're leading them up here to the top right corner of the map. For now, I'm just going to kind of slow them down in this area so we continue to gain the attention of everybody else. Oh, we have an unfortunate guy here. Crawler stuck on a low fence. There was no getting him off of that, so coup de grace while we wait. Yep, that's what that's the last time we did something quite this substantive. Parallel coming in, so I'm boosting to 10 to stay ahead of them. And this should be, I think this is our group here. Yep, this is our group. It's not that many. I'm going to be real with you guys. A pipe bomb can kill so many more that late game, my mentality would say, oh, this is almost a waste of a pipe bomb. But my late game mentality is also assuming that I've got an M16. I can step out and just start clicking heads 30 times in a row. I have an M16, but I can't just step out and start clicking heads with it. It would jam every 3 shots right now at my current aiming level. And any shots I do get off would not be an insta-kill the way they should be. With M16s, set them to semi-auto and click heads, but don't expect good results if you're not aiming level 10. It's an in-game weapon, nothing but. Yep, DMCA incoming from Nintendo. There will be no further Wii U. These hedgerows are actually a boon. They're helping us out a little bit. They don't slow them down too much, but it's better than just unimpeded completely. So, if anybody joined very recently, the pipe bomb has been placed on this tile right here. Top, upper left quadrant of the screen, dead center there. Currently marked there. So what that is 7 tiles of death. That's what that is, 7 tiles of death. I'll count them momentarily after I make this turn. We're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So basically, take these parking lot lines here, these parking lot lines, draw a circle with those parking lot lines being a diameter. And with the epicenter being the street light. That is why we use a street light, because it's gonna be a little hard to keep track of the epicenter once it's completely covered up in zombies. Now the hedgerows, of course, like I said, they're helping us a little bit. They're also making this take a little longer. If I had completely unimpeded right-of-way in this area, we could have collapsed them into a smaller group by now. So I always think about this in terms of when can I just start driving circles around the entire group. That threshold right there, I call it critical mass. It's called critical mass when you can drive a circle around the entire group. And because of the hedgerows, critical mass is being kind of impeded a little bit. If you've ever seen Honey, We Shrunk the Kids, that's, yeah, direct reference. I enjoy it. We have critical mass. Just about, actually. Yeah. After that one gets up and gets back into place, we have critical mass. Unironically. Now these trees are not helping, but we're getting there. We're getting there. So the goal here is to take the fast shamblers and collapse them in on the slow shamblers. The slow shamblers should be at the center of the group. If they're not, then you need to rotate. You need to pull them further in one direction, right? You need to see slow shamblers kind of around the epicenter here. I'm being a little overcautious. If I was willing to take a few more hits in the truck, then I would be more. I'd be able to get this done a little faster. I'm being overcautious because I'm still not, I'm not peak mechanics yet. I can't just fix everything yet. So I want to avoid a little bit more damage to my own vehicle. Plowing through the hedgerows would actually cause a bit of damage too, so we want to avoid that, even though we can do it. As you can see, the group is getting tighter together. And you can start to see what I'm talking about there, where if I was just willing to take a few hits on the trunk, we could go slower in that, and we'd be able to get them tighter faster. That's all right. Now, one problem when you go fast around the group, if you go really fast around the group, you start getting people leave the group. The people with lower attention spans have a more difficulty updating the direction that they're supposed to be walking in. So like these guys, it takes them a couple seconds longer to update their direction of travel. That's why 5 miles an hour is the magic number. 5 miles an hour, they can keep up with you no matter what turn you're making. We're just about there. We're just about there. Okay. I'm going to get my finger on the trigger here. And we're going to do it on the next pass. Damn. Okay, that was about, we're going to call that about 80% effective. Okay, honestly, with how many twists and turns I had to make, I feel like that's pretty good. So, now we're just in the cleanup phase now. We shut off the light bar and the sirens. This is where if I, late game, if I had my M16, I'd get out and start clicking on heads and just completely wipe out all the leftover. I ain't got no M16. I've just got a humble sword and axe and whatnot. And it looks like we had some idiots stuck back here too. So we're going to break line of sight with who's on us from the other side, come back here, park, and just chop some heads until we get tired. When we do, we'll fall back and sleep or drink coffee as appropriate. breaking line of sight with the big group has, a lot of them have lost us now. We'll see. It's sometimes hard to gauge their attention span. But if we need to turn around and fall back from this point, then we will. That's a lot of door slappy. I guess they had trouble breaking some of the doors here. Now, I do have my 38 Special with me. It's a quieter gun, but it works. And if shit hits the fan, I do have the M9. But we're not read up on aiming right now, so I don't want to be shooting if I don't have to. We're read up on long blade, so long blade really is what we should be using, but we're not that good with it. So if we have to, the axe comes out. I don't want to be flanked, so the gun is actually also a noisemaker. Sometimes when I do that, I grip my mouse a little too tight. So how many zombies did I kill with that one blast? I don't know. To this day, they are not credited to you in the kill counter. And that only applies to remote explosives. So thrown explosives. If you want to use explosives and you care a lot about your kill count, make sure to throw the explosive instead. Because remote explosives don't get credited. Wish I could tell you exactly why there's so many slapping shit near the bank that have not made it through yet. So I guess it's just kind of like this, where they're just like distributed evenly instead of all trying to break into the same door. I feel like solo zombies take so much longer to break through doors and windows now. For windows, I don't mind it too much, but I mean, like, sometimes I just want them to get it over with, right? I'm mixed on window integrity. I would be very cavalier with breaking every window that I felt like, if I could build any window that I feel like. Regrettably, we can make one type of window with glass making and nothing else. I have no idea what they're slapping here. Oh, I fucking hate these things. These are, he's the security guard in there. He's slapping an unbreakable bulletproof glass thing. So he's just going to be slapping that forever. Until we go in there. Maybe we get a key from somebody else or sledgehammer our way in from a back way or something. I don't know. He's just going to be slapping it forever. Bulletproof glass still sounds like glass. So it's going to sound like one zombie is just forever slapping. Let's have a bite to eat while we drive. 2 of them there. They should break that door quickly. Come on, assholes. Break the door. There we go. Now they can come on outside and fight me where I can see them. Stragglers. Some of these guys, like this guy might have been stuck slapping the fence somewhere, this big iron fence. And this guy might have been, I don't know, doing his own thing. Come on, there you go. Alrighty. So, I'll take a little screenshot. First pipe bombing of a great man. Frame rate forced me to do that. I'm gonna blame the frame rate. Yeah, definitely we could have done many, many, many more than that if we had a bigger group and we had a little bit more driving room. It was a bit of a spur-of-the-moment decision to do that, the pipe bombing. So what we're going to do is continue fighting our way this way until we get tired. Because the whole goal of heading out and taking heavy combat and everything is to clear this road specifically so we can go pick up the cows. That has been the goal and it still is. It's just that the nature of the goal made me decide that, yeah, we're going to go ahead and blow everybody up. Come on, dude. There you go. Yes, there is. If you are within that blast radius that I described. Let's just say, for example, that I put the bomb on this tile right here. 7, what you do is draw an imaginary box. Or rather, it's a circle. It is a circle, but not a box. But think of it as a box because we're isometric, right? So this is where the bomb is. 7 tiles in each direction from this box. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So safe zone for me is the sidewalk. Or if I'm on the road, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Beyond this tree with a comfortable padding, right? That's kind of how you got to think about it. We have only ever injured ourselves once at like the very edge of my blast radius. What happened was we I guess a piece of shrapnel must have gone through the door with no clip mode enabled and then just nicked our lower torso. There was no damage to the vehicle, only us. So for your PvP purposes, pipe bombs appear to go straight through vehicles and only damage players. That's highly unrealistic. I'm sure the devs will make them damage vehicles someday. And I also would have expected that if I got hit by my own pipe bomb, it would have lodged something in me. Like that deep wound, quote unquote, to my lower abdomen would have resulted in something being lodged in me. I would have had to use the forceps to pull it out. If you've ever seen The Martian, that scene where Matt Damon took that injury, I won't describe it because it's a little bit graphic. It's a little bit, if you haven't seen it and you're not interested in seeing an astronaut perform emergency traumatic abdominal surgery on themselves, then yeah, it's just imagine that. That's kind of what I had to do. I had to do what Mark Watney did after the incident. Except in my case, there was nothing to dislodge. I just had to get the sutures in. Spend a lot of time healing up. Now, there's a whole group of them where that volleyball net is. I don't know why they never came out of there before. We've driven back and forth on this road many times. Okay. It's fine by me. They can chill there. It's not very easy to clear territory at night. The only reason I'm pushing forward is because we're literally almost there. There's the fatigue. Okay, I'm falling back. There's no point in fighting through the fatigue with an unknown number of zombies to worry about. So no, fall back. This moodle up here, when you see this moodle, I mean, I feel like anybody who's watching my channel for a while, y'all know. You see that moodle, don't fuck with it. Get out of there. Just come back later. The zombies aren't going anywhere. Not too far, at least. They'll be there later. Just kill them later. Hello. I want to say the devs were talking about getting the getting that problem that we just observed, the slower loading while you're driving, getting that sorted out. All right, now here's the moment of truth. I didn't even look at it before. We needed to see if we took any damage to the truck in significant amounts. So all of our tires were perfect. That's okay if they're not anymore. Tires are wear items. I'm more worried about the trunk, the hood, the windshield, that kind of stuff. Trunk, boys, we may have not killed all the zombies with the click of the button. We may have only killed about 80% of them, but we took 0.0 damage to the trunk. We did take a little bit of windshield damage. And the tires, nothing other than normal wear and tear. Normal wear and tear just happens with tires. You literally cannot protect your tires forever. So that's fine. Like literally everything below the line here. Everything, tires, brakes, suspensions, I expect those to degrade over time. Bodywork, doors, lights, those only degrade if you have a skill issue. Seats, those seem to degrade for no reason. I don't know how to explain it. This driver's seat that is currently 100%, something will make it go down eventually, and I don't know what. But I have had many 100% seats stop being 100%, and I never figured out why. Also, there's no detriment for seats not being 100%, so it's just one of those things that degrades, and I don't like it because it makes the big number go down. But other than that, no big deal. So I noticed that we were getting cold for a second there. I just put I put my vest on. It's I'm just gonna think of the vest as a necessary blanket. Frying pan into the there. We've still got a couple bites of stir fry. I'm gonna leave this military t-shirt in the closet. I do not think the military t-shirt was a good idea because it wasn't enough, clearly. So the vest is what comes out when we need it. The t-shirt layer can receive a urban camo for now. That is a more lightweight tee. But we'll see. Maybe that's too heavy as well. There is a medical t-shirt out there. If you are looking to min-max insulation levels without having to worry about punching holes in things, your shirt layer, which is currently occupied by my police shirt, can be replaced with medical scrubs, and your military t-shirt can be replaced with a medical t-shirt. Those are the exact titles. Scrubs for the shirt layer and medical tee for the tee layer. Those particular shirts, scrubs and medical tees, are the lowest insulation top body objects in the game. There is no competitor, none at all. It's kind of like if you're familiar with Hawaiian shirts, it's the Hawaiian shirt layer, or it's Hawaiian shirts but for different layers is what they are. Hawaiian shirts are the layer that you would put a crop top or tank top onto, I think. They've actually changed a little bit about this, which is a little weird. It's not like they've been planning a big retrofit of the layers. No, they've just been tweaking them a little bit throughout B42. I can't make sense of it. I don't know what their goal is with it. If they're just making minor tweaks, that tells me that there's no big refit coming. But the system is already very nonsensical, so minor tweaks are not really going to make it more sense to anybody. 3,800 hours, and it still only makes limited sense to me. I do have to step away briefly, IRL. I'm going to have her read a little bit more cooking while I step away here. And then we're going to need to eat some more stuff. I'm going to hold off on doing meal prep until after she's read the cooking book. It's not like I'm particularly in a rush to get more cooking experience. Higher level cooking really just means a more cluttered cooking menu. And that's about it. That's about it, honestly. but it's a skill, and there are a few fringe benefits like recipe unlocks and whatnot. But yeah, I regret to inform you that cooking as a skill, it's really just a more cluttered menu because you get more leftovers left behind every time you add a portion to a meal. That's really what cooking is for B42. Leftovers, lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of leftovers, and trying not to get annoyed by how many leftovers there are. Yeah. Anyway, I will be right back, folks. Just a moment. Alrighty, folks, I am back. Appreciate everybody sticking around. So, I have been at this for almost 9 hours on a work day. That doesn't mean that I'm stopping immediately, but I think that means I'm gonna get things wrapped up and probably head out from here. I haven't talked too much about my day job since I've started this new character, so if anybody is new, I keep saying that I'm going to do a 1,000 subscriber special, and I am. I've got the script written. I've actually got a couple segments of it recorded already. Thing is, I'm not very good at edited content. That's one of the reasons I just spend all my time here on this. This is my low effort channel. This is my low effort channel where I just live stream or post videos that I haven't edited too much, right? If you look back on all the videos, non-live streams that I've posted, most of them are just very lightly edited and just kind of little clips to make a bit of a point that tends to go over the heads of at least 50% of the people who, or at least 1/5 or so of the people who get recommended the video. That's my current hit rate with towing related content. It tends to get recommended to a lot of folks, but then about 1/5 of them are like, you're a dummy. Anyway, I was gonna do like a 1,000 subscriber special to just kind of, just go over a little bit more about me, who I am, what I do, why I enjoy Zomboid so much. In a nutshell, I'm just, I'm trying to save up money for a down payment on a house without giving up my current job, which I really like, and it gives me a lot of spare time as long as things aren't broken. That's one of the reasons I'm able to do this, just live stream all the time. But I also want to play games that never tempt me to spend money. And Zomboid is one of the very, very few games I've ever picked up and truly, really enjoyed that has never once tempted me to spend more money. That's one of the things about this game that I'll never stop glazing. The devs are just amazing people for doing it. They have never once tried to take advantage of their audience. To the extent that I actually wish they would create a merch store. Like an official merch store that's always available. They do these... In fact, I think they got one going on right now. The devs of this game, they've got the Show Your Spiffo's Pride and Help Us Fundraise. You can get some Spiffo plushies. Limited time only, though. It's a fundraiser, and they're working with Doctors Without Borders again. They don't put Doctors Without Borders. They use the French title here because they, when you say something without borders, it gets things politicized. So they hope that the Yanks, us Yanks who get politicized like that, won't know what French means and just be like, oh, that's cool. They're helping a charity. But no. I wish they would just have a merch store, just a regular merch store, always available, so that there's no FOMO, right? Because this is a limited time thing. It's a limited time thing. When this fundraiser is done, we're not going to be able to get these Spiffo content no more. I'm not participating in that. I never will. I don't do FOMO necessarily. I have a couple of exceptions here and there, but as a general rule of thumb, FOMO should be... People should train themselves to recognize FOMO and not participate in it. And the problem is, video games right now, including a lot of the ones that I really like, are just tidal waves of FOMO. Just tidal waves of FOMO. DLC is coming out. Buy this DLC. Second version of this game coming out. Buy this second version. God help me. I used to play Call of Duty once upon a time. I really enjoyed Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 2. Those are my jam. I played the shit out of those back on older versions of Xbox. And then I just got fatigued. Why am I being resold the same game over and over again? Why do I got to re-earn all of my prestige all over again? Then I started playing Heroes and Generals, and I started seeing just how bad shit could get. But then Heroes and Generals got shut down, so, I'm also very paranoid about games getting shut down. Let's just say that the Indie Stone decided to sell out tomorrow, and they shut down Zomboid completely. They're going to have to pry it from my cold, dead hands. I don't just have Zomboid here. I've got Zomboid of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different B42 versions offline. They can't touch this. I can just go back in time for B42 whenever I want. It's great. I love it. This game is beautiful in that regard. From a games preservation standpoint, from a not tempting me to spend more money standpoint. That's why I play it so much. It's not just because I love it. It's because it's kind of helping me pass the time as I'm minimizing my expenditures, my financial expenditures. So, just a little bit of backstory as to why I play this game so much. It's not just because I like it that much. There are other games that I would play. It's just that this is one of the best ones from an ethical standpoint that I just enjoy so much and would play indefinitely needed to. But I think I'm going to go ahead and drop out for today because it is still it's a work day. Usually my job is front loaded, right? I didn't talk much about my day job. I'm a federal contractor, and I get a lot of things done within the first couple of hours of my shift, and then the rest of the day is responsive. If somebody needs me, they ping me, and if nobody needs me, and people kind of forget that I'm lurking around in the background, okay, cool. I'm not going to go out there and ask for more work, right? Don't do that. Don't be that guy. I learned that lesson a little too late. I didn't learn the lesson of don't ask for more work without asking for more pay, because they'll give it to you. They'll give you more work without more pay. They'll be very happy to. It doesn't matter what industry you're in. It doesn't matter what industry you're in. If you ask for more work without asking for more pay, they'll give you a pat on the back and tell you, "Good boy." That's what we like to see. Respect yourself. Respect yourself, and don't say no if somebody asks you to do something outside of what you were hired to do. Don't say no. Say how much. That's what I learned that from my Starbucks manager of all people. All right, that guy was friggin' based. That guy was friggin' based. Seventor, if you're out there, he would never watch a stream this long. Seventor, if you're out there, God bless, fam. God bless. All right, folks, I'm gonna go ahead and peace out for today. We have ended on a great note. We've gotten our first pipe bombing accomplished. Tomorrow we will get some more materials, make a few more pipe bombs, and probably get to work bringing our animals down to our new ranch. So we'll start with the Angus. I'm sorry, not tomorrow. Another thing I wanted to go over is my streaming schedule. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday are the days that I'm just definitely going to do. I'm willing to put it on record. I'll do those days. Wednesdays are a question mark. Some days I'll do Wednesdays, but otherwise I need some time in the midweek, because the midweek is where my things in my day job kind of pick up a little bit. Tuesdays and Thursdays are always pretty big. They want me on site on Tuesdays, so All right. Anyway, I will catch you guys on Wednesday, possibly. Otherwise, guaranteed on Friday. So, see you guys when I see you. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Like and subscribe, usual YouTuber stuff. And I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out, folks. Adios.